Part 1, Chapter 12, the Mosaic Genesis, the 6 days, Paradise Lost. The 6 days. 1. Chapter 1. In the beginning, God created heaven and the earth. The earth was uniform and entirely barren. Darkness covered the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God hovered over the waters. And God said, "Let light be made," and light was made. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. He gave to the light the name day, and to the darkness the name night. And evening and morning made the first day. God also said, "Let the firmament be made in the midst of the waters, and let it separate waters from waters." And God made the firmament, and he separated the waters that were beneath the firmament from those that were above the firmament, and thus it was. And God gave to the firmament the name heaven, and evening and morning made the second day. God said further, "Let the waters that are under heaven be gathered into only one place, and let the dry element appear," and thus it was. God gave to the dry element the name land, and he called all the gathered waters ocean. And he saw that this was good. God said further, "Let the land produce green plants that bear seed, and fruit trees that bear fruit, each according to its species, and let them contain their seeds within them in order to reproduce on the earth," and so it was. The earth thus produced green plants that bore their seed according to their species, and fruit trees that contained their seeds within them, each one according to its species. And God saw that it was good, and evening and morning made the third day. God also said, "Let bodies of light be made in the firmament of heaven in order to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark the time and the seasons, the days and the years. Let them shine in the firmament of heaven and illumine the earth," and thus it was done. God then made 2 great luminous bodies, one larger to preside over the day, and the other smaller to preside over the night. He also made the stars, and he put them in the firmament of heaven to shine upon the earth. It was thus done so that they would preside over the day and the night, and to separate the light from the darkness, and God saw that it was good. And evening and morning made the fourth day. And God said further, "Let the waters produce living animals that swim in the water, and birds that fly over the earth and beneath the firmament of heaven." God thus created the great fishes, and all the animals that have life and movement, which the waters produced, each one according to its species, and he also created all the birds according to their species. And he saw that it was good. He blessed them, saying, "Grow and multiply, and occupy the waters of the ocean, and let the birds multiply over the earth," and evening and morning made the fifth day. God also said, "Let the earth produce living animals, each one according to its species, domestic animals, reptiles, and wild beasts of the earth in their different kind," and so it was. Thus God made the wild beasts of the earth according to their kind, the domestic animals, and all the reptiles, each according to its kind, and God saw that it was good. Next he said, "Let us make man in our image and likeness, and let him rule over the fishes in the ocean, the birds in the sky, the beasts upon all the earth, and over all the reptiles that move upon the earth." Thus God created man in his image, and he created them in the image of God, and he created them male and female. God blessed them and said to them, "Grow and multiply, occupy the earth and subdue it, and rule over the fish in the ocean, over the birds in the sky, and over all the animals that move upon the earth." Furthermore, God said, "I give to you all the plants that bear their seed upon the earth, and all the trees that carry their seeds within them, each one according to its kind, so that they may serve as your food. And to all the animals of the earth, all the birds in the sky, and everything that moves upon the earth, and which are alive and animated, so that they may be fed," and thus it was done. God saw all the things he had made, and that they were all very good, and evening and morning made the 6th day. Chapter 2. Heaven and earth were thus finished with all their ornaments. On the 7th day God finished all the work that he had made, and he rested on the 7th day after having finished all his work. He blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because on this day he ceased producing all the works that he had created. Such is the origin of heaven and earth, and thus they were created on the day that the Lord made each one. And thus he created all the plants of the fields before they came out of the earth, and all the grass of the plains before they grew, because the Lord God had not yet made it rain upon the earth, and there were no men to work it. But a spring rose from the ground, which watered the whole surface. Then the Lord formed man from the clay of the earth, and he spread over their face a breath of life, and man became living and animated. 2. Following the explanations contained in the preceding chapters on the origin and constitution of the universe, according to the data furnished by science for the physical part, and according to Spiritism for the spiritual aspect, it would be useful to place them in parallel with the Genesis text of Moses, so that everyone can make a comparison and judge knowingly. A few supplementary explanations will suffice to make comprehensible the parts that require special clarification. 3. On certain points, there is certainly a noteworthy agreement between the Mosaic Genesis and scientific doctrine. However, it would be erroneous to believe that it would be enough simply to replace the 6 24-hour days of creation with 6 indeterminate periods in order to find a complete similarity. It would be a no less great mistake to believe that, apart from the allegorical meaning of some of the words, Genesis and science walk side by side, as if one were only a paraphrase of the other. 4. Let us note from the start that, as we have stated, Chapter 7, number 14, the number of 6 geological periods is arbitrary, since more than 25 well-characterized formations may be counted. This number merely marks out the large general phases. It was adopted in the beginning only to match the biblical texts as much as possible regarding a time not too long ago when it was believed that science was to be verified by the Bible. This is why that in order to be more readily accepted, the authors of most cosmogonical theories endeavored to make science harmonize with the sacred texts. Once supported by the experimental method, science felt stronger and became emancipated. Today it is the Bible that is to be verified by science. Moreover, and taken as its starting point the formation of the granitic layers, geology does not include in its periods the primitive state of the earth. It is no longer concerned with the sun, the moon, the stars, or the universe as a whole, which belongs to astronomy. In order to enter the framework of Genesis, one would thus have to add a primary period embracing this order of phenomena, and which could be called the astronomical period. Moreover, the diluvial period is not considered by all geologists as forming a distinct period, but as a transitory and temporary event that did not change the globe's climatic state notably, or mark a new phase for plant and animal species, since, with few exceptions, the same species are to be found both before and after the flood. Thus we can set aside that period without compromising the truth. 5. The following comparative table, in which the phenomena that characterize each of the 6 periods are summed up, allows us to embrace the whole and judge the relationships and differences between them and the biblical Genesis. Science. 1. Astronomical period. Agglomeration of the universal cosmic matter at one point in space into a nebula, which, through the condensation of matter at various points, gave birth to the stars, sun, Earth, Moon, and all the planets, the primitive fluidic and incandescent state of the Earth, thick atmosphere loaded with water, vapor, and all types of vaporizable matter. Genesis, first day. Heaven and earth, light. 2. Primary period. Hardening of the Earth's surface through cooling, formation of the granite layers, thick and hot atmosphere impenetrable to the sun's rays, gradual precipitation of the water and solid matter volatilized in the air, absence of all organic life. Second day. The firmament, separation of the waters beneath the firmament from those above it. 3. Transition period. The waters cover the entire surface of the globe. First deposits of sediment formed by the waters, humid heat, The sun begins to penetrate the misty atmosphere. First organized beings of the most rudimentary composition, lichens, mosses, ferns, lycopods, herbaceous plants, colossal vegetation, first marine animals, zoophytes, polyps, crustaceans, coal deposits. Third day. The waters beneath the firmament are gathered, the dry element appears, the land and the oceans, plants. 4. Secondary period. Little unevenness in Earth's surface, shallow and swampy waters, less burning temperature, more purified atmosphere, considerable calcareous deposits by the waters, less colossal vegetation, new species, woody plants, first trees, fish, cetaceans, shellfish, large aquatic reptiles, and amphibians. Fourth day. The sun, the moon, and the stars. 5. Tertiary period. Large upheavals of the solid crust, formation of the continents, retreat of the waters to the lower places, formation of the oceans, purified atmosphere, actual temperature by the sun's heat, gigantic land animals, current plants and animals, birds. Universal flood. Fifth day. Fish and birds. 6. Fourth or post-diluvial period. Alluvial terrains, current plants and animals, humankind. Sixth day. Land animals, humankind. 6. An initial fact that stands out from the comparative table above is that the work of each of the 6 days does not correspond as strictly as many believe to each of the 6 geological periods. The most noticeable concordance is that of the sequence of organic beings, which is approximately the same, and that of the appearance of humankind last. Now this is an important fact. There is also coincidence not as to the numeric order of the periods, but as to the fact per se in the passage where it is stated that on the 3rd day the waters that are under heaven be gathered into only one place, and let the dry element appear. This is the expression of what occurred in the tertiary period, when the upheavals of the solid crust caused the uncovering of the continents and the waters to recede to form the oceans. It was only then that land animals appeared according to both geology and Moses. 7. When Moses said that creation took 6 days, did he mean 24-hour days, or did he understand this word to mean a period or span of time? The first hypothesis is most likely if one refers to the text itself, foremost because such is the proper meaning of the Hebrew word ayam, translated as day. Then the specification of evening and morning, which limit each of the 6 days, supports the assumption that he meant ordinary days. There can be no doubt in this respect when he states in verse 5, "He gave to the light the name day, and to the darkness the name night, and evening and morning made the first day." Obviously, this can apply only to a 24-hour day divided by light and darkness. The meaning is even more precise when he states in verse 17, speaking of the sun, moon, and stars, "He put them in the firmament of heaven to shine upon the earth, to preside over the day and the night, and to separate the light from the darkness, and evening and morning made the 4th day." Moreover, everything in creation was miraculous and within the context of miracles. People could easily believe that the earth was made in 6 24-hour days, especially when the primary natural laws were unknown. This belief was shattered by all civilized peoples up to the time in which geology appeared, facts in hand, demonstrating its impossibility. 8. One of the points most criticized in Genesis has been the creation of the sun after the light. Attempts have been made to explain this with data furnished by geology itself, stating that in the early times of its formation, the Earth's atmosphere was loaded with dense and opaque vapors and did not allow the sun to be seen, thereby concluding that it did not exist as far as the Earth was concerned. This reasoning perhaps might be acceptable if there had been inhabitants at that time to verify the presence or absence of the sun. Now, according to Moses himself, there were only plants which by all accounts could not have grown and multiplied without the action of the sun's heat. Thus, there is obviously an anachronism in the order Moses assigns for the creation of the sun. However, unintentionally or not, he was not wrong in saying that the light preceded the sun. The sun is not the principal universal light, but a concentration of luminous elements upon one spot, or to state it another way, of the fluid that in given circumstances acquires luminous properties. This fluid, which is the cause, must have necessarily preceded the sun, which is only an effect. The sun is cause with respect to the light it radiates, but it is an effect with respect to what it received. In a dark room, one lit candle is a tiny sun. What is done to light the candle? The illuminating property has developed from the luminous fluid, and this fluid has become concentrated on one spot. The candle is the cause of the light that shines throughout the room, but if the luminous principle did not exist before the candle, it could not have been lit in the first place. The same applies to the sun. The error comes from the long-standing wrong idea that the entire universe began with the earth, and it was not understood that the sun could have been created after the light. It is now known that before our sun and earth, millions of suns and earths existed, which consequently enjoyed the light. Moses' assertion, then, is perfectly exact in principle. However, it is wrong in stating that the earth was created before the sun. The earth is subject to the sun in its orbital movement, so it must have been formed afterward. This is what Moses could not have known, because he did not know about the law of gravity. The same thought may be found in the Genesis of the ancient Persians. In the first chapter of the Avesta, Ahura Mazda, narrating the world's origin, states, "I created the light that was to illumine the sun, the moon, and the stars." Dictionnaire de Mythologie Universelle. The form here is certainly clearer and more scientific than in Moses and needs no comment. 9. Moses obviously shared the most primitive beliefs about cosmology. Like everyone else at his time, he believed in the solidity of the heavenly canopy and the upper repositories for the waters. This idea is expressed without allegory or ambiguity in this passage, verses 6 and so forth. God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters to separate waters from waters." God made the firmament, and he separated the waters that were beneath the firmament from those that were above the firmament. See Chapter 5, Ancients and Modern Theories About the World, Numbers 3 through 5. According to one ancient belief, water was considered to be the principle, the primitive generative element. Therefore, Moses was not speaking of the creation of the waters, which seemed to exist already. Darkness cover the deep means the depths of space, which imagination vaguely portrayed as being occupied by the waters and existing in darkness prior to the creation of light. That is why Moses says, "The Spirit of God hovered over the waters." Since the earth was supposedly formed in the midst of the waters, it was necessary to isolate it. Thus it was believed that God made the firmament, the solid canopy that separated the waters from above those that were on the earth. In order to understand certain parts of Genesis, it is indispensable to look at it from the points of view of the cosmological ideas of the time of which it is the reflection. 10. Due to the progress of physics and astronomy, such a doctrine is not sustainable. As much as this belief is an error, it is no less a fact that it is still passed on to our children as a sacred truth. It is not without trembling that educators date to risk a timid interpretation. How can one hope to avoid making unbelievers later on? Author. Nevertheless, Moses attributed these words to God himself. Thus, since they express data that is notoriously erroneous, one must consider either God was mistaken in the narrative about his work, or the narrative is not a divine revelation after all. Since the first supposition is impossible, one must conclude that Moses was expressing his own ideas. See Chapter 1, Number 3. 11. Moses is more correct when he says that God formed the man from the clay of the earth. In fact, science shows us, Chapter 10, that the human body is composed of elements taken from inorganic matter, in other words, from the clay of the earth. The woman formed from one of Adam's ribs is an allegory that is obviously childish if taken literally, but is profound in meaning. Its purpose is to show that woman is of the same nature as man, and is consequently his equal before God, and not a separate creature to be enslaved and treated like a pariah. Made from his very flesh, the image of equality is much more expressive than if she had been formed separately from the same clay. It intends to tell the man that she is his equal and not his slave, and that he must love her as part of himself. 12. For uneducated spirits who had no idea about general laws and who were incapable of comprehending the whole and of conceiving of the infinite, this miraculous and instantaneous creation had something fantastic about it that struck their imagination. The picture of the universe taken from nothingness in only a few days by a single act of the creative will was for such spirits the most impressive sign of God's power. What portrait of such power could be more sublime and poetic than those words, "God said, let there be light, and there was light," creating the universe through the slow and gradual fulfillment of the laws of nature. God would have seemed less great and less powerful. Something extraordinary was necessary beyond ordinary ways. Otherwise, they would have said that God was no more skillful than humans. A scientific and rational theory about creation would have left them cold and indifferent. Therefore, we do not reject the biblical Genesis. On the contrary, we study it as if we were studying the childhood history of cultures. It is an epopee rich in allegories whose hidden meaning must be searched for, and which must be commented upon and explained in the light of reason and science. Having highlighted the poetic beauties and veiled teachings under the allegorical form, it is necessary to honestly point out its errors in the interest of religion itself. Religion will be more respected when such errors are no longer imposed on faith as truths, and God will seem greater and more powerful only when the divine nature is not mixed with controversial facts. Paradise Lost. Some verses are followed by the literal translation of the Hebrew text, which renders the original thought more faithful. The allegorical meaning is thus more clearly emphasized. Author. 13. Chapter 2. The Lord God had planted a garden of delights in which he put the man that he had formed. The Lord God had also produced from the earth all kinds of trees beautiful to look at, and whose fruits were pleasing to the palate, and the tree of life in the midst of this paradise, along with the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Yahweh Elohim caused to come from the earth, min hadamah, every tree beautiful to look upon and good for eating, and the tree of life, Yehetz Hachiim, in the midst of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Then the Lord took the man and placed him in the paradise of delights in order for him to cultivate and tend it. He also gave him this order and said to him, "You may eat from all the trees of paradise." Yahweh Elohim ordered the man Hal Hadam by saying, "From every tree in the garden, Hagan, you may eat. But do not eat the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for as soon as you eat from it, you shall most certainly die. And from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, Uhemetz Hadat Tavara, you will not eat, for on the day in which you eat of it, you shall die." 14. Chapter 3. The serpent was the slyest of all the animals that the Lord God had formed on the earth. It said to the woman, "Why did God order you not to eat the fruit of all the trees of paradise?" And the serpent, Nahash, was the most cunning of all the land animals that Yahweh Elohim had made. It said to the woman, El Haishash, "Did Elohim say, 'You shall not eat from any tree in the garden'?" The woman answered, "We may eat the fruit of all the trees that are in paradise." She, the woman, said to the serpent, "The fruit mipari of the trees in the garden we may eat. But as for the fruit of the tree that is in the midst of paradise, God ordered us not to eat of it or touch it, for fear that we would be in danger of dying." The serpent replied to the woman, "Certainly you will not die, but it is that God knows that as soon as you have eaten of that fruit, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." The woman then considered that the fruit of that tree would be good to eat, that it was pleasant to look at, and having taken it, she ate it, and gave it to her husband to eat also. She, the woman, saw that the tree was good as food, and that the tree was desirable for understanding, least skill, and she took of its fruit, etc. And because they heard the voice of the Lord God, who was strolling in paradise after midday, as a mild breeze was blowing, they withdrew to the midst of the trees of paradise in order to hide from his face. Then the Lord God called to Adam and said to him, "Where are you?" Adam answered, "I heard your voice in paradise and was afraid because I was naked. That is why I hid myself." The Lord responded, "And how did you know that you were naked, unless it was because you ate the fruit of the tree which I forbade you to eat?" Adam answered, "The woman whom you gave me as a companion gave me the fruit of that tree, and I ate it." The Lord God said to the woman, "Why did you do that?" She responded, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate of that fruit." Then the Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, you are cursed among all the animals and all the beasts of the earth. You shall crawl upon your belly, and you shall eat the earth all the days of your life. I shall put enmity between you and the woman, between her race and yours. She shall smash your head, and you shall try to bite her heel." God said to the woman also, "I shall afflict you with many ills during your pregnancy. You shall give birth with pain. You shall be under the domination of your husband, and he shall dominate you." Next he said to Adam, "Because you listened to the voice of your wife, and you ate of the fruit of the tree of which I forbade you to eat, the earth shall be cursed because of what you have done, and only with much labor shall you take your food from it throughout your whole life. It shall produce thorns and briars, and you shall eat the plants of the earth, and you shall eat your bread with the sweat of your face, until you return to the earth from which you were taken, for you are dust, and to dust you shall return." And Adam gave his wife the name Eve, which means life, because she was the mother of all the living. The Lord God also made for Adam and his wife garments of skins, with which they clothed themselves. And he said, "Adam has become as one of us, knowing good and evil. Therefore let us prevent him from taking from the tree of life, so that he does not take of its fruit also. And upon eating that fruit, he shall live forever." Yahweh Elohim said, "Thus the man has become as one of us, for the knowledge of good and evil, and now he can stretch out his hand and take from the tree of life, Viata pen ishlayado vilayek mehesh yachahim. He will eat from it and live forever." The Lord God made him leave the garden of delights in order to work at cultivating the earth from which he was taken, and having expelled him, he placed cherubim in front of the garden of delights. They made a flaming sword shimmer to guard the way that led to the tree of life. 15. Beneath a puerile and sometimes ridiculous imagery, if we stop at the form, an allegory often hides the greatest truths. At first sight, has there ever been a more absurd fable than that of Saturn, a god devouring stones that he took as being his sons? However, at the same time, there can be nothing more profoundly philosophical and true than this figure if we search for its moral meaning. Saturn is the personification of time. Since all things are the work of time, he is the father of everything that exists, but everything is also destroyed with time. Saturn devouring the stories is a symbol of destruction over time of the most lasting objects, his sons, since they were formed with time. And who escapes such destruction according to the same allegory? Jupiter, the symbol of higher intelligence, of the spiritual principle which is indestructible. This image is so natural that in modern language and without allusion to this ancient fable, it is said of a thing that has deteriorated over a stretch of time, that it has been devoured by time, gnawed and ravaged by it. In reality, all pagan mythology is nothing more than a huge allegorical picture of the various good and evil facets of humankind. For whoever searches for the spirit in it, it is a complete course in the highest philosophy, as is also the case with our modern fables. Absurdity would be to take the form as being the substance. 16. The same applies to Genesis, where it is necessary to see great moral truths beneath the material figures, which, if taken literally, would be as absurd as if, regarding our own fables, we were to take literally the scenes and dialogues attributed to animals. Adam is the personification of humankind. His wrong individualizes the weakness of human beings, where the material instincts that they are unable to resist predominate. It is well known nowadays that the Hebrew word Adam is not a proper name, but means humans in general, humankind, which destroys any structure erected upon the personage of Adam. Author. The tree, as in the tree of life, is the symbol of spiritual life. Like the tree of knowledge, it is the consciousness of good and evil that humans acquire in order to develop their intelligence and free will, and by means of which they choose between the two. It signals the point at which the human soul ceases to be guided solely by the instincts, takes possession of its freedom, and incurs responsibility for its acts. The fruit of the tree is the symbol of the material object of human desire. It is the allegory of greed and ambition. In a single picture, it sums up the reasons for the inducement to evil. Eating it is to yield temptation. It grows in the middle of the garden of delights to show that seduction is at the center of pleasure, and to remind us that if humans give preponderance to material pleasures, they are kept bound to the earth and far from their spiritual destiny. Nowhere in the text is the fruit specified as an apple. This word is to be found only in puerile versions. The term in the Hebrew text is peri, which has the same meanings as in French, without specifying the species, and could be taken in the material, moral, or allegorical sense, both per se and figuratively. Among the Israelites, there was no obligatory interpretation. When a word had many meanings, each person could understand it as he or she wished, provided that the interpretation was not contrary to proper grammar. The term peri was translated into Latin as malum, which could mean an apple or any other kind of fruit. It derives from the Greek melon, the participle of the verb melo, to interest, to take care of, to attract. Author. The death with which Adam is threatened if he transgresses the prohibition is a warning of the inevitable physical and moral consequences resulting from violating the divine laws that God has engraved on his conscience. It is quite obvious that the subject here is not bodily death, because after his wrong, Adam continued to live for a long time. Rather, it refers to spiritual death, or in other words, the loss of the assets that result from the moral advancement, a loss that is symbolized in his expulsion from the Garden of Delights. 17. Nowadays, the serpent is far from personifying slyness. Thus here, with respect to its form rather than its character, it is an allusion to the perfidy of bad counsel, which slithers like a serpent, and so, for that very reason, is often not to be trusted. Furthermore, if the serpent was condemned to crawl upon its belly for having deceived the woman, this would mean that it formerly had legs, and in that case, it was not actually a serpent. Why then impose on the naive and credulous faith of children such obvious allegories as truth, and which, in violating their reason, will make them later regard the Bible as a web of absurd fables? Additionally, one should note that the Hebrew word nahash, translated as serpent, comes from the root nahash, which means to cast spells, to divine occult matters, and thus can mean spellcaster, diviner. It is found with this meaning in Genesis 44, 5 and 15, in reference to the goblet that Joseph ordered to be hidden in Benjamin's bag. The goblet that you have stolen is that from which my Lord drinks, and which he uses to divine, Nahash. Would this fact lead us to think that the Egyptians knew about mediumship involving a glass of water? Revue Spirite, June 1868, page 161, author. The article in Revue Spirite describes facts related to a type of seeing mediumship, clairvoyance, consistent in the ability of a medium to see things in a glass of water, which could be explained as fluidic images projected in the water by spirits. Translator. Did you not know that no one is my equal in the knowledge of divination? Nahash. In Numbers 23:23, it states, there are no spells in Jacob, nor diviners in Israel. Consequently, the word Nahash also had the meaning of serpent or reptile, which spellcasters pretended to be able to enchant, or which they used in their spell casting. It was only in the Septuagint version, which, according to Hutchinson, corrupted the Hebrew text in several places, written in Greek in the 2nd century BC, that the word Nahash was translated as serpent. The inaccuracies of this version are no doubt connected to modifications that the Hebrew language had gone through from time to time, because the Hebrew of Moses' time was by then a dead language that differed from Common Hebrew, just as ancient Greek and literary Arabic differ from modern Greek and Arabic. The term Nahash existed in the Egyptian language with the meaning of black, probably because blacks had the gift of spellcasting and divination. This was also perhaps why the sphinxes of Assyrian origin were represented by the figure of a black. Author. Hence, it is likely that Moses understood the seducer of the woman to be the indiscreet desire to know about secret matters aroused by the spirit of divination, which is in agreement with the original meaning of the word Nahash, diviner, and on the other hand, with these words, God knows that as soon as you have eaten the fruit, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like gods. The woman saw that the tree was desirable for understanding, legal, and she took of its fruit. One must not forget that Moses wanted to prescribe among the Hebrews the art of divination in use among the Egyptians, hence his prohibition against questioning the dead and his prohibition regarding the spirit of Python. See Heaven and Hell according to Spiritism, chapter 12. 18. The passages where it is stated that the Lord strolled through paradise after midday when a soft wind was blowing is a naive image and a bit puerile, which criticism has not failed to point out. However, there is nothing surprising in it if we recall the idea the Hebrews of early times had about the divinity. For such unsophisticated minds incapable of conceiving abstractions, God had to have a concrete form, and they related everything to humanity as their sole point of comparison. That is why Moses spoke to them as children by using discernible images. In the case at hand, the supreme power was personified, just as the pagans personified the virtues, vices, and abstract ideas with allegorical figures. Later on, humans rid themselves of the idea of form, like a child who becomes an adult and seeks the moral meaning in the tales with which he or she used to be wrought to sleep. Thus, one must regard this passage as an allegory of the divinity itself, watching over the objects of creation. The great Rabbi Woge translated it this way: they heard the voice of the eternal God moving through the garden from the side from which the day comes. 19. If Adam's wrong consisted literally in having eaten a fruit, such wrong due to its almost puerile nature incontestably could not justify the harshness with which he was struck, nor could one any more rationally believe that the event would have been as it is generally supposed. Otherwise, by considering the incident as an unforgivable crime, God would be condemning his own work, since he had created the man for propagation. If Adam had understood in this sense the prohibition against touching the fruit of the tree, and had scrupulously conformed to it, where would humankind be, and what would have become of the Creator's designs? God did not create Adam and Eve to remain alone on the earth, and the proof of this is in the very words that he speaks to them right after having formed them, and when they were still in the earthly paradise. God blessed them and said, "Increase and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it." Genesis 1:28. Since the multiplying of human beings was already a law in the earthly paradise, their expulsion from it could not have been caused by the supposed incident. What has given credibility to this supposition is the feeling of shame that Adam and Eve felt before God, and which led them to hide themselves. However, this very shame is a figure of comparison. It symbolizes the confusion that all guilty persons feel in the presence of someone they have offended. 20. What then exactly was that wrong which was so great that it could cause the perpetual reprobation of all the descendants of the one who committed it? The fratricidal Cain was not dealt with so severely. No theologian can define it logically because they all take it literally and thus go around in a vicious circle. Today we know that this wrong was not an isolated personal act by an individual, but that beneath a unique allegorical event it comprises the whole of the sins for which imperfect earthly humankind is guilty, and which are summed up in these words: the infraction of God's laws. This is why the wrong of the first man, symbolizing all humankind, is portrayed as an act of disobedience. 21. By telling Adam that he would take his food from the earth with the sweat of his brow, God symbolizes the obligation of labor. But why does he make labor a punishment? What would human intelligence be if it were not developed through labor? What would the earth be if it were not fertilized, transformed, and made habitable through intelligent human labor? Genesis 2, 5, and 7 states, "The Lord God had not yet caused it to rain upon the earth, and there were no human beings to work it. Then the Lord formed man from the clay of the earth." These words, much like "fill the earth," show that from their beginning, humans were intended to occupy all the earth and cultivate it, and that moreover, the terrestrial paradise was not a circumscribed place in one corner of the globe. If the cultivating of the earth had been the consequence of Adam's wrong, it would follow that if Adam had not sinned, the earth would have remained uncultivated, and that God's objectives would not have been accomplished. Why did God tell the woman that because she had committed her wrong, she would give birth in pain? How could the pain of childbirth be a punishment, since it is the consequence of the organism, and that it is physiologically proven that it is necessary? How could something that is in accordance with the laws of nature be a punishment? This is what the theologians have not yet been able to explain, and they will never be able to explain it as long as they do not abandon the point of view where they have placed themselves. Nonetheless, those seemingly contradictory words can be explained. 22. First of all, we notice that if at the moment of Adam and Eve's creation their souls were taken from nothingness, as is still taught, they would have been inexperienced in all things. They could not have known what it meant to die. Since they were alone on earth while they lived in the earthly paradise, they never could have seen anyone die. Then how could they have understood what God's death threat entailed? How could Eve have understood that giving birth in pain would be a punishment, since she herself had just been born to life, had never had children, and was the only woman in the world? Therefore, God's words would have made no sense to Adam and Eve. Since they had just been taken from nothingness, they could not have known how or why they had come from it. They could have understood neither the Creator nor the reason for his prohibition. Without any experience of life's conditions, they sin like children who act without discernment, which makes even more incomprehensible the terrible responsibility that God laid upon them and upon the whole of humankind. 23. What comprises an impasse for theology, Spiritism explains without difficulty and in a rational manner by means of the pre-existences of the soul and the plurality of existences, a law without which everything is a mystery and an anomaly in human life. In fact, let us believe that Adam and Eve had lived previously, and everything is justified. God did not speak to them as children, but as beings capable of understanding God, and who did understand, obvious proof that they had previous knowledge. Furthermore, let us admit that they had lived on a more advanced and less material world than ours, where the labor of the spirit supplants the labor of the body, that because of their rebellion against God's law, portrayed in their disobedience, they had been excluded and exiled as a punishment on the earth, where, due to the nature of the globe, humans are subject to bodily labor. Then God would have been right in telling them, in the world where you are going to live from now on, you shall cultivate the land and take from it your food with the sweat of your brow. And to the woman you shall give birth in pain, because such is the condition of this world. See chapter 11, Numbers 31, and so forth. The earthly paradise whose vestiges have been pointlessly searched for on earth, with a symbol for the happy world where Adam used to live, or rather the race of the spirits whom he personified, the expulsion from paradise marks the moment in which these spirits came to incarnate among the inhabitants of the world, and the change in the situation that ensued. The angel armed with a flaming sword and who blocked the entrance to paradise symbolizes the impossibility for spirits of lower worlds to enter higher ones before having merited it through purification. See below chapter 14, numbers 8 and so forth. 24. Cain, after the death of Abel, answered the Lord, "My iniquity is too great for me to obtain forgiveness. You have expelled me today from upon the earth, and I will go hide myself from your face. I will be a fugitive and wayfarer upon the earth, and therefore anyone who finds me will kill me." The Lord responded, "No, this shall not happen, for whoever kills Cain shall be most severely punished." And the Lord put a sign upon Cain, so that those who found him would not kill him. After having withdrawn from the face of the Lord, Cain became a wayfarer upon the earth, and lived in the region east of Eden. And having known his wife, she conceived and gave birth to Enoch. Cain built, Wave Bone, literally was building, a city which he called Enoch, the name of his son. Genesis 4:13 through 16. 25. If one takes Genesis literally, these are the conclusions. Adam and Eve were alone in the world after their expulsion from the earthly paradise. Only afterward did they have their sons, Cain and Abel. Now, having killed his brother, Cain left for another region and did not see his father and mother again. They were alone once more. It was only much later, at 130 years of age, that Adam had a third son named Seth. After the birth of Seth, he continued to live, according to the biblical genealogy, 800 years and had more sons and daughters. Thus, when Cain settled to the east of Eden, there were only 3 persons on the earth, his father and mother, and he himself, alone away from them. Nonetheless, Cain had a wife and a son. What woman could that have been, and where could he have found her? The Hebrew text says he was building a city and not he built, which implies an ongoing action and not a completed one. However, a city presupposes inhabitants, because one could not presume that Cain would build it for himself, his wife, and son, nor could he have built it by himself. One must therefore infer from this very narrative that the region was already populated, and it could not have been populated with the descendants of Adam, who did not have any descendants other than Cain. The presence of other inhabitants are equally inferred by these words of Cain. "I shall be a fugitive and a wayfarer, and whoever finds me will kill me." And by God's response to him, of whom could he have been afraid would kill him, and what use would have been the sign that God put upon him to save him if there was no one who would find him? Thus, if there had been other humans on the earth apart from Adam's family, it is because such humans were already there before him, which leads to this result taken from the text of Genesis itself. Adam was neither the first nor the only father of humankind. See chapter 11, number 34. This idea is not new. La Peyrère, the learned theologian of the 17th century, in his book Pre Adamate, written in Latin and published in 1655, drew from the original biblical text, adulterated through translation, obvious proof that the earth was inhabited before Adam arrived. This opinion is currently that of many enlightened clerics. Author. 26. The understanding brought by Spiritism concerning the relations of the spiritual principle and the material principle, the nature of the soul, its creation in a state of simplicity and unawareness, its union with the body, its unending evolutionary march through successive existences and through worlds that represent the many degrees on the path toward perfection, its gradual liberation from the influence of matter through the use of free will, the cause of its good or evil inclinations and of its aptitudes, the phenomena of birth and death, the state of the spirit in the errant state, and finally the future as a reward for its efforts to improve itself and for its perseverance in the good, have been necessary to shed light on all parts of the spiritual genesis. Thanks to this light, men and women can know henceforth where they have come from, where they are going, why they are on the earth, and why they suffer. They know that the future is in their own hands and that the duration of their captivity on this world depends on them. Rid of restrictive and trivial allegory, Genesis appears grand and worthy of the majesty, the goodness, and the justice of the Creator. Considered from this point of view, it will confound disbelief and shall triumph over it. Genesis Part 2, Miracles. Chapter 13. Characteristics of miracles. Miracles in the theological sense. Spiritism does not perform miracles. Does God perform miracles? The supernatural and religions. Miracles in the theological sense. 1. Etymologically, the word miracle, from mirari, to admire, means admirable, something extraordinary, surprising. The Academy defines this word as an act of divine power, contrary to the known laws of nature. In its normal acceptation, this word, like so many others, has lost its original meaning. From having a more generalized meaning, it has become restricted to a particular order of phenomena. In the thinking of the masses, a miracle implies the idea of a supernatural event. In the theological sense, it is a derogation from the laws of nature through which God manifests the divine power. This is actually its common acceptation, which has become its proper meaning, and it is only by comparison and metaphor that it is applied to the ordinary circumstances of life. One of the characteristics of a miracle per se is that it is inexplicable for the very fact that it occurs outside natural laws. This is so much the idea that has been attached to it that if a miraculous event can be explained, it is no longer a miracle, no matter how surprising it may have been at first. What gives credit to miracles in the eyes of the Church is precisely their supernatural origin and the impossibility of explaining them. The Church is so set on this point that any likening of miracles to the phenomena of nature is considered heresy, an attack against the faith. The Church has excommunicated and even burned people at the stake for not having wanted to believe in certain miracles. Another characteristic of the miracle is that it is unusual, isolated, and exceptional. The moment a phenomenon is reproduced, whether spontaneously or intentionally, it shows that it is subject to a law, and henceforth, whether that law is known or not, it is no longer a miracle. 2. Science performs miracles every day in the eyes of the unlearned. If a man who was really dead were called back to life through divine intervention, it would be a true miracle, because it is an event contrary to the laws of nature. However, if the man only appears to be dead, if there is still within him a vestige of latent vitality, and if science or magnetic action manages to reanimate him, then to knowledgeable persons it is a natural phenomenon, whereas in the eyes of unlearned folk, the event will pass as miraculous. If in the midst of certain peasants a physicist launches an electric kite and causes lightning to hit a tree, this new Prometheus will certainly be looked at as being armed with a diabolical power. However, Joshua's stopping the movement of the sun, or rather the earth, if one accepts the event as factual, would be a true miracle, for there is no magnetizer endowed with power great enough to perform such a wonder. Centuries of ignorance were steeped in miracles, because anything whose cause was unknown passed as supernatural. To the degree that science revealed new laws, the circle of the extraordinary tightened. Nevertheless, science had not yet explored the entire realm of nature, and consequently there was still a large part of it left to the extraordinary. 3. Having been expelled from the domain of materiality by science, the extraordinary took refuge in that of spirituality, which has been its last sanctuary. By demonstrating that the spirit element is one of the living forces of nature, a force incessantly acting concurrently with the material force, Spiritism brings the phenomena that result from its workings back into the realm of natural effects, because, like the others, they are too subject to the laws of nature. When the extraordinary is expelled from spirituality, it will have no more reason to exist, and only then will it be said that the time of miracles has passed. See Chapter 1, number 18. Spiritism does not perform miracles. 4. Therefore, Spiritism has come to do in its own turn what each science has done when it first appeared, to reveal new laws and consequently to explain the phenomena that are within the jurisdiction of such laws. Of course, these phenomena are attached to the existence of spirits and their intervention in the material world. Well, it is said that is precisely what is supernatural about them. However, it would have to be proven that the spirits and their manifestations are contrary to the laws of nature, that in this case there is not, nor can there be, an application of one of those laws. A spirit is nothing but a soul that has survived the body. Since the spirit does not die, it is the principal being, whereas the body is only an accessory that is destroyed. Thus, the soul's existence is as natural after incarnation as it is during. It is subject to the laws that govern the spiritual principle, just as the body is subject to those that govern the material principle. However, since these two principles have a necessary affinity, since they incessantly react on each other, and since their simultaneous action results in the movement and harmony of the whole, it follows that spirituality and materiality are two parts of the same whole, one as natural as the other, and that the former is not an exception, an anomaly in the order of things. 5. During its incarnation, the spirit acts on matter by means of its fluid body or perispirit. The same happens outside incarnation. As a spirit and according to its capabilities, it does what it used to do as a man or woman. However, since it no longer has the corporeal body as its instrument, it uses, when necessary, the physical organs of an incarnate, who then becomes what is called a medium. It is like someone who cannot write by himself, and thus employs the hand of a secretary, or someone who does not know a particular language, and thus makes use of an interpreter. A secretary and an interpreter are mediums for an incarnate, just as a medium is a secretary or interpreter for a spirit. 6. Since the environment in which spirits act and their means of doing so are not the same as in the state of incarnation, the effects are different. Such effects seem supernatural only because they are produced with the help of agents that are not the same as the ones that serve us. However, since these agents are to be found in nature, and since the manifestations occur due to certain laws, there is nothing supernatural or extraordinary about them. Before the properties of electricity were known, electrical phenomena passed as wonders in the eyes of certain people, but after their cause became known, the extraordinary disappeared. The same applies to spirit phenomena, which are no more outside natural laws than are the electric, acoustical, luminous, and other types of phenomena that have served as a source for a multitude of superstitious beliefs. 7. Nevertheless, it will be said, you believe that a spirit can raise a table and hold it up in the air without any point of support. Is that not a derogation from the law of gravity? Yes, from the law that is known, but do we know every law? Before experiments were performed in telling the lifting power of certain gases, who would have said that a heavy apparatus carrying several people could overcome the power of gravity? In the eyes of the common folk, would that not have seemed extraordinary, diabolical? A century ago, if anyone had proposed transmitting a message 500 leagues and receiving a response within a few minutes, that person would have been regarded as insane, and if it had been done, people would have believed that the devil was at the person's command, because back then only the devil was capable of traveling so quickly. Nowadays, however, not only is such a thing acknowledged as being possible, but it seems most natural. Why then could not an unknown fluid in certain circumstances have the property of counterbalancing the effect of gravity, just as hydrogen counterbalances the weight of a balloon? Actually, that is exactly what happens in the case of the table. See the Medium's Book, Part 2, Chapter 4. 8. Because they exist as part of nature, spirit phenomena have been produced throughout time, but precisely because they could not be studied through the material means available to ordinary science, they remain for a much longer time than other phenomena within the realm of the supernatural, whence Spiritism has now extracted them. Based on inexplicable appearances, the supernatural has free rein over the imagination, which wanders around in the unknown, giving rise to superstitious beliefs. A rational explanation founded on the laws of nature brings people back down to the ground of reality, sets up a stopping point for the detours of the imagination, and destroys superstition. Far from extending the realm of the supernatural, Spiritism restricts it to its furthest limits and takes away its last refuge. If it encourages belief in the possibility of certain phenomena, it hinders the belief in many others, for it demonstrates within the sphere of spirituality, just as science does within the sphere of materiality, what is possible and what is not. However, since it does not pretend to hold the final word on all things, not even those that are within its jurisdiction, it does not present itself as the absolute regulator of what is possible and takes into account knowledge that is reserved for the future. 9. Spirit phenomena consist in the different modes of manifestation of the soul or spirit, whether during incarnation or in the errant state. It is through its manifestations that the soul reveals its existence, its survival after death, and its individuality. It is judged by its effects, and since the cause is natural, the effect is also natural. It is these effects that comprise the special object of Spiritist research and study, so as to arrive at as complete an understanding as possible concerning the nature and attributes of the soul, as well as the laws that govern the spiritual principle. 10. To those who deny the existence of the independent spiritual principle and consequently that of the individual and surviving soul, all nature is limited to tangible matter. All phenomena that are connected with spirituality are, from their point of view, supernatural and consequently chimerical. By not accepting the cause, they cannot accept the effect, and when the effects are patent, they attribute them to imagination, illusion, and hallucination, and refuse to delve into them. Hence among them the preconceived opinion that renders them incapable of judiciously appraising Spiritism, because they start from the principle of denying everything that is not matter. 11. From the fact that Spiritism accepts the effects that are the consequence of the existence of the soul, it does not follow that it accepts all the effects qualified as being extraordinary, or that it proposes to justify them and give them credibility, or that it is the champion of all dreamers, utopias, theoretical eccentricities, or miraculous legends. One would have to know very little about it to think this way. Its adversaries think they have opposed it with an irrefutable argument when, after having done erudite studies on the convulsionaries of Saint Bernard, the Camisards of Cevennes, or the nuns of Ledun, they discover patent incontestable evidence of fraud. But are such tales the gospel of Spiritism? Have its adherents ever denied that charlatanism has exploited certain incidents to its own advantage, that the imagination created them, and that fanaticism has highly exaggerated them? It is not liable for the extravagances committed in its name, any more than science is liable for the abuses of ignorance, or true religion for the excesses of fanaticism. Many critics have judged Spiritism based on fairy tales and popular legends, which are only fictions. It is the same as judging history based on historical romances or tragedies. 12. Spirit phenomena are most often spontaneous and are produced without any preconceived idea on the part of the persons who least think about them. Under certain circumstances, they can be precipitated by agents known as mediums. In the former case, mediums are unconscious of what is produced through their intermediation. In the latter, they act with full knowledge of the fact, hence the distinction between conscious and unconscious mediums. The latter are the most numerous and are frequently found among the most obstinate disbelievers, who thus practice Spiritism without realizing it or wanting to. For this reason, spontaneous phenomena are of crucial importance because those who obtain them cannot be suspected of deceit. Such is the case with somnambulism, which in certain individuals is natural and unintentional, while in others it is brought on by means of magnetic action. Regardless of whether or not the phenomena are the result of an act of the will, the primary cause is exactly the same, and in no way does it deviate from natural laws. Therefore, mediums produce absolutely nothing supernatural. Consequently, they perform no miracles. Even instantaneous healings are no more miraculous than other effects because they are due to the action of a fluidic agent performing the role of a therapeutic agent whose properties are no less natural for having been unknown until today. The epitaph thaumaturge, a worker of wonders or miracles, according to Webster's Dictionary, 1991, translator, given to certain mediums through criticism that is ignorant of the principles of Spiritism, is thus completely improper. The characterization of miracle given by comparison to certain types of phenomena can only lead to error regarding its true character. 13. The intervention of unseen intelligences in spirit phenomena do not render them any more miraculous than all the other phenomena caused by invisible agents, because the unseen beings who populate space are one of the forces of nature, a force whose action is as incessant upon the physical world as it is upon the moral world. By enlightening us about this force, Spiritism gives us the key to a multitude of matters inexplicable by any other means, and which might have passed as miracles in days gone by. Just like magnetism, Spiritism reveals a law, if not unknown, at least poorly understood, or better stated, the effects are known because they have been produced throughout time. However, the law governing them has not been, and it is the ignorance of this law that has engendered superstition. Once this law became known, the extraordinary disappeared, and the phenomena entered the order of natural things. Thus, spirits perform no more of a miracle by making a table turn or the dead to right than doctors do when they bring a moribund back to life, or physicists when they make lightning hit. Those who, with the aid of this science, claim to perform miracles would be either an ignoramus about the matter or a charlatan. 14. Since Spiritism rejects all pretension of producing extraordinary things, are there miracles outside of it in the usual acceptation of the word? First of all, let us state that among all the supposedly miraculous events that occurred before the coming of Spiritism, and which still occur nowadays, most, if not all, find their explanation in the new laws that it has come to reveal. These events, therefore, albeit under another name, are included in the order of spirit phenomena, and as such represent nothing supernatural. It is well understood that we are dealing only with authentic events, and not those which, under the label miracles, are the product of despicable knavery aimed at exploiting gullibility. Nor are we referring to certain legendary events which could have had some truth to them originally, but which superstition enlarged to the absurd. It is these particular events on which Spiritism has come to shed a light by furnishing the means for separating error from truth. Does God perform miracles? 15. As for miracles per se, since nothing is impossible for God, they could of course be performed by God. Has this happened? In other words, does God derogate from the laws that God has established? It is not up to humans to prejudge the acts of the divinity and to subject them to the weakness of their understanding. Nonetheless, regarding divine matters, we have God's own attributes as the criteria for our judgment. Supreme power is combined with supreme wisdom, from which one must conclude that God does nothing pointless. Why then would God perform miracles? To attest to God's power, it is said. However, does not God's power manifest much more impressively through the magnificent whole of the works of creation, through the providential wisdom presiding over the tiniest parts as well as the greatest, and through the harmony of the laws that govern the universe, than through a few tiny and childish derogations that any sleight-of-hand artist knows how to imitate? What would be said of a skillful craftsman who, in order to demonstrate his ability, dismantled the clock he had built, a scientific masterpiece, just to show that he could undo what he had made? On the contrary, would his knowledge not result more from the regularity and precision of the movements? The matter of miracles per se is not therefore within the jurisdiction of Spiritism. However, supported on the reasoning that God does nothing pointless, it states the following opinion. Since miracles are not necessary for the glorification of God, nothing in the universe deviates from the general laws. God does not perform miracles because, since the divine laws are perfect, God has no need to derogate from them. If there are occurrences that we do not understand, it is because we still lack the necessary knowledge. 16. If we were to believe that for reasons indiscernible to us God could derogate unexpectedly from the laws God has established, such laws would no longer be immutable, but at least it is rational to think that only God has such power. One could not believe, however, without denying God's omnipotence, that such power would have been given to the spirit of evil to undo the work of God by performing his own wonders in order to seduce even the elect, for that would imply the idea of a power equal to God's. Nevertheless, that is what is taught. If Satan has the power to suspend the course of natural laws, which are the divine work, without God's permission, then he is more powerful than God. Hence, God would not be omnipotent. If God delegates such power to him as proposed to lead people into evil more easily, God would no longer be supremely good. In either case, there is a denial of one of the attributes without which God would not be God. The Church also distinguishes good miracles which come from God from evil miracles which come from Satan. But what is the difference? Whether a miracle is satanic or divine, it would nonetheless be a derogation from the laws issued by God alone. If an individual is healed by a supposed miracle, whether by God or Satan, the person is healed nonetheless. One would have to have a very poor idea about human intelligence to think that such doctrines could be accepted nowadays. Recognizing the possibility of certain reputedly miraculous phenomena, one must conclude that whatever the source attributed to them, they are natural effects, which, like everything else, both spirits and incarnates may use, as they can their own intelligence or scientific knowledge, for either good or for evil, depending on their goodness or perversity. A perverse being making use of his or her knowledge can thus do things that pass as wonders in the eyes of the uninformed. However, when such effects result in something good, it would be illogical to attribute them to a diabolical origin. 17. But it is said religion is founded on phenomena that are neither explained nor explainable. Unexplained, perhaps; unexplainable, that is a different matter. Who knows what discoveries and knowledge the future reserves for us? Without mentioning the miracle of creation, the greatest of all without argument, which today has entered the realm of universal law, do we not see under the control of magnetism, somnambulism, and spiritism, ecstasies, visions, apparitions, perception at distance, instantaneous healings, suspensions in the air, oral and other types of communications with beings from the invisible world, phenomena known since time immemorial, considered yesterday as extraordinary, but shown today as belonging to the order of natural things in conformance with the constitutive law of beings. The sacred books are full of incidents of this kind, qualified as supernatural. However, since similar and even more extraordinary phenomena may be found in all the pagan religions of antiquity, then if the veracity of a religion depended on the number and nature of such incidents, then there is no telling which one would have prevailed. The supernatural and religions. 18. To insist that the supernatural is the necessary foundation of all religion, that it is the cornerstone of the Christian edifice, is to uphold a dangerous thesis. Making the basis of Christianity rest on the sole base of the extraordinary is to give it a fragile support whose stones are coming loose every day. This thesis, of which eminent theologians have made themselves defenders, leads directly to the conclusion that at a given time, religion will no longer be possible, not even the Christian religion. If what is considered supernatural were shown to be natural, because no matter how many arguments are packed into it, one will not be able to maintain the belief that a particular incident is a miracle when it has been proven not to be. So the proof that an event is not an exception to natural laws occurs when it can be explained by those same laws, and when, by being able to be reproduced through the intermediation of any individual, it ceases to be the privilege of saints. It is not the supernatural that is necessary for religions, but rather the spiritual principle which has erroneously been confused with the extraordinary, and without which no religion is possible. Spiritism considers the Christian religion from a more elevated point of view. It gives it a more solid base than miracles, the immutable laws of God which govern both the spiritual principle and the material principle. This base defies both time and science, because both time and science will come to sanction it. God is no less worthy of our admiration, our recognition, or our respect for not having derogated from the divine laws, which are great especially because of their immutability. There is no need of the supernatural to render to God the worship God is due. Is nature not powerful enough by itself? What else must yet be added to it to prove the supreme power? Religion will encounter fewer disbelievers the more it is sanctioned by reason at every point. Christianity has nothing to lose with such a sanction. On the contrary, it has only to gain. If there has been anything that could harm it in the opinion of certain individuals, it is precisely the abuse of the supernatural and the extraordinary. 19. If we take the word miracle in its etymological acceptation in the sense of something wonderful, we will have unending miracles before our eyes. We breathe them in the air and walk over them with our feet because everything in nature is a miracle. Does one wish to give people, the unlearned, the poor in spirit, an idea of God's power? Show them that the infinite wisdom presides over everything, in the admirable organism of everything that lives, the fruitification of plants, and the appropriation of all the parts of each being for its needs, according to the environment into which it has been called to live. Show them God's action in the sprig of a bush, and the flower that blooms, and in the sun that gives life to everything. Show them God's goodness and God's kindness for all creatures, no matter how tiny they may be, in God's providence, in the reason for each thing to exist, none of which are useless, and in the good that always comes out of an apparent and temporary evil. Especially enable them to understand that true evil is the work of human beings and not of God. Do not seek to scare them with a picture of eternal flames, which they no longer believe in and which makes them question God's goodness. Instead, encourage them with the certainty that they will be able someday to redeem themselves and right the evil they might have committed. Show them the discoveries of science as revelations of the divine laws and not as works of Satan. Finally, teach them to read the book of nature that is constantly open right in front of them, in that inexhaustible book where the wisdom and goodness of the Creator is inscribed on each page. Then they will comprehend that a being who is so great and concerned about everything, who watches over everything and foresees everything, must be supremely powerful. Farmers will see God whenever they plow their furrows, and the unfortunate will bless God in their afflictions, because they say to themselves, "If I am unhappy, it is my own fault." Then men and women will be truly religious, and rationally religious especially, much more so than if they believe in stones that sweat blood, or statues that blink their eyes and shed tears. Genesis Part 2, Chapter 14, The Fluids. 1. name and properties of the fluids, the fluidic elements, the formation and properties of the pure spirit, the action of spirits upon the fluids, fluidic creations, thought photography, qualities of the fluids. 2. Explanation of certain phenomena reputed to be supernatural, spirit or psychic sight, second sight, somnambulism, dreams, catalepsy, resurrections, healings, apparitions, transfigurations, physical manifestations, mediumship, obsession, and possession. 1. Nature and properties of the fluids. The fluidic elements. 1. Science has provided the key to the miracles that result most particularly from the material element, either by explaining them away or by demonstrating their impossibility by means of the laws that govern matter. However, the phenomena in which the spiritual element plays a preponderant part cannot be explained solely by means of the laws of nature, and are thus outside the investigation of science. This is why they possess, more than the others, the apparent characteristics of the extraordinary. Hence, it is within the laws that govern the spirit life that the key to the miracles of this category may be found. 2. As it's already been demonstrated, the universal cosmic fluid is the primitive elementary matter whose modifications and transformation comprise the innumerable variety of bodies found in nature. See Chapter 10. As the universal elementary principle, it offers two distinct states: authorization or imponderability, which may be considered the normal primitive state, and materialization or ponderability, which is in a certain way only consecutive to the former. The intermediary point is the transformation of the fluid into tangible matter. However, even then there is not a brusque transition, because our imponderable fluids may be regarded as a halfway phase between the two states. See Chapter 4, number 10, and so forth. Each of these two states necessarily gives rise to special phenomena. To the latter belong those of the visible world, and to the former those of the invisible world. Some called material phenomena are within the jurisdiction of science per se, the others qualified as spirit or psychic phenomena because they are most specially connected with the existence of spirits, fall within the attributions of Spiritism. Nonetheless, since the spirit life and the corporeal life are constantly in contact with each other, the phenomena of these two orders often appear simultaneously. While in the incarnate state people can perceive only the psychic phenomena that are linked to the corporeal life, those of the exclusive domain of the spirit life are outside the physical senses and can be perceived only in the spirit state. The label psychic phenomena more precisely expresses this thought than the label spirit phenomena, keeping in mind that such phenomena rest upon the properties and attributes of the soul, or rather the pure spiritual fluids, which are inseparable from the soul. This qualification connects them more closely with the order of natural phenomena, governed by laws. Thus they may be accepted as psychic effects without being accepted under the label miracles. Author. 3. In the state of authorization, the cosmic fluid is not uniform. Without ceasing to be ethereal, it undergoes modifications, highly varied in kind and perhaps more numerous than in the state of tangible matter. These modifications comprise the different fluids, which, even though proceeding from the same principle, are endowed with special properties and give rise to the particular phenomena of the invisible world. Since everything is relative, these fluids have for spirits who are fluid themselves an appearance as material as that of tangible objects for incarnates, and are to them what the substances of the terrestrial world are to us. They prepare and combine them to produce certain effects, just as incarnates do with their materials, although by means of different processes. There, as in this world, however, only the most enlightened spirits are able to comprehend the role performed by the constitutive elements of their world. The unlearned spirits of the invisible world are as incapable of explaining the phenomena they witness, and in which they are often mechanically take part, as the unlearned of the earth are of explaining the effects of light or electricity, or of explaining how it is that they can see and hear. 4. The fluidic elements of the spirit world are outside the scope of our analytical instruments and the perception of our senses, which have been made for tangible matter and not ethereal matter. There are those that belong to an environment that is so different from our own that we cannot imagine them except by comparisons that are as imperfect as those by which a person blind from birth would try to get an idea about the theory of colors. Nonetheless, among such fluids, there are some that are intimately connected with corporeal life and which belong in a certain manner to the earthly environment. Even though they cannot be perceived directly, their effects can be observed, just like the effects of the fluid of a magnet which has never been seen, but whose nature may be understood with certain precision. Such study is essential because it is the key to a multitude of phenomena that cannot be explained solely by the laws of matter. 5. The starting point for the universal fluid is its degree of absolute purity, about which nothing can give us an idea. The opposite point is its transformation into tangible matter. Between these two extremes are innumerable transformations that approximate one extreme or the other to varying degrees. The fluids closest to materiality and consequently the least pure comprise what may be called the spiritual atmosphere of the earth. It is within this environment, also comprised of various degrees of purity, that the incarnate and discarnate spirits of the earth absorb the elements needed for the economy of their existence. As subtle and tangible as these fluids may be to us, they are nevertheless of a rather coarse nature when compared to the ethereal fluids of the higher spheres. The same occurs on the surface of all worlds, except for the differences in their constitution and the conditions of vitality proper to each one. The less material the life on them, the less affinity the spiritual fluids have with matter per se. The characterization spiritual fluids is not strictly precise because in reality they are still in fact matter that is quintessentialized to varying degrees. There is nothing truly spiritual except the soul or intelligent principle. The spiritual fluids are thus designated as such for comparison because of their special affinity with spirits. One could say that they comprise the matter of the spirit world, which is why they are called spiritual fluids. 6. Besides, who knows the innermost composition of tangible matter? Perhaps it is compact only in relation to our senses. This may be demonstrated by the case with which spiritual fluids and spirits pass right through it. It offers no more of an obstacle to them what transparent objects offer to light. Having as its primitive element the ethereal cosmic fluid, tangible matter should be able to return to the state of authorization upon disaggregation, just as the diamond, the hardest substance known, can be volatilized into tangible gas. The solidification of matter is in reality only a transitory state of the universal fluid, which can return to its primitive state when the conditions needed for cohesion cease. Who knows whether in the state of tangibility matter is not susceptible to acquiring a sort of authorization that endows it with particular properties? Certain phenomena that seem to be authentic would tend to support such an idea. For now, however, we only possess the indicators of the invisible world. The future undoubtedly holds for us the knowledge of new laws that will enable us to understand what is still a mystery. The formation and properties of the perispirit. 7. The perispirit, or the fluidic body of spirits, is one of the most important products of the cosmic fluid. It is a condensation of that fluid around a focal point of intelligence, or soul. We have already seen that the corporeal body also has its origin in this same fluid, condensed and transformed into tangible matter. In the perispirit, the molecular transformation operates differently because the fluid retains its imponderability and ethereal qualities. The perispiritual body and the corporeal body thus have their source in the same primitive element. Both are matter, although in two different states. 8. Spirits extract their perispirit from the environment in which they find themselves, which means that this envelope is formed from environmental fluids. The result is that the compositional elements of the perispirit must vary according to the different worlds. Since Jupiter is indicated as being a highly evolved world when compared to Earth, and is an orb where corporeal life does not have the materiality of our own, perispiritual envelopes there must be of an infinitely more quintessentialized nature than upon the earth. So, just as we could not exist on that world with our corporeal body, neither could our spirit go there with its earthly perispirit. When the spirit emigrates from the earth, it also leaves behind its fluidic envelope and puts on another that is suited to the world where it is going. 9. The nature of the fluidic envelope always has to do with the spirit's degree of moral advancement. Less of all spirits cannot change envelopes at will, and consequently cannot go from one world to another at will. There are some whose fluidic envelope, even though quite ethereal and imponderable with respect to tangible matter, is still too heavy, if we may so express ourselves, with respect to the spirit world, to allow them to leave their environment. In this category, one must include those whose perispirit is so dense that they confuse it with their corporeal body, and who for that reason believe they are still among the living. These spirits, and there is a great number of them, remain on Earth's surface like incarnates, believing they are still minding their earthly concerns. Others, although a little more dematerialized, are not sufficiently so to ascend above the terrestrial realms. Examples of spirits who think they are still in this world. Revue Spirite, December 1859, page 310, November 1864, page 339, April 1865, page 117. Author. Highly evolved spirits, on the other hand, can go to lower worlds and can even incarnate on them. They draw from the compositional elements of the world they enter the materials to form the fluidic or corporeal envelope that is appropriate to the environment in which they find themselves. They are like great lords who leave their fine clothes in order to don temporarily the garb of serfs, but without ceasing to be great lords because of it. This is how spirits of the highest order can manifest themselves to Earth's inhabitants or incarnate on a mission amongst them. Such spirits do not bring their envelope with them, but rather their remembrance through intuition of the regions whence they have come, and which they see by means of thought. They are seers amongst the blind. 10. The layer of spiritual fluids that surround the earth may be compared to the lower layers of the atmosphere, which are heavier, denser, and less pure than the upper layers. These fluids are not homogeneous. They are a mixture of molecules of diverse qualities, among which one necessarily finds the elementary molecules that form their base, although altered to various degrees. The effects produced by these fluids will result from the sum of the pure parts they contain. Such as, for comparison, alcohol distilled or mixed in different proportions with water or other substances. Its specific density increases with its mixture, while at the same time its strength and inflammability decrease, even though in the whole there is pure alcohol. The spirits called to live in this environment draw their perispirits from it. However, depending on whether the spirit itself is more purified or less so, its perispirit is formed of purer or denser parts of the fluid suitable for the world where it incarnates. There the spirit produces, always by comparison and not by assimilation, the effect of a chemical reaction that attracts to itself the molecules that are in keeping with its nature. From this, a crucial fact may be drawn. The inner composition of the perispirit is not identical among all the incarnate or discarnate spirits that populate the earth or the space surrounding it. However, the same does not apply to the corporeal body, which, as has been shown, is formed of identical elements, however highly or little evolved the spirit may be. Also, the effects produced by the body are the same for everyone, and their needs are the same, whereas everybody is different with respect to their perispirit. A further result, the perispiritual envelope of the same spirit changes with its progress in each incarnation, even if it incarnates in the same environment. In the exceptional case where high-order spirits incarnate on missions on a less evolved world, they have a less dense perispirit than the indigenous inhabitants of that world. 11. The environment always has to do with the nature of the beings that must live in it. Fish are in the water, land beings in the air, and spirit beings in the spiritual or ethereal fluid, even on earth. The ethereal fluid is to the needs of spirits what the atmosphere is to the needs of incarnates. So just as fish cannot live in the air and land animals cannot live in an atmosphere too rarefied for their lungs, low-order spirits cannot bear the radiance and impact of the most ethereal fluids. They would not die while in such fluids because the spirit does not die, but an instinctive force keeps them away, just as incarnates stay away from a very hot fire or a very bright light. That is why they cannot leave the environment that is suited to their nature. In order to change environments, they must first change their nature. They must rid themselves of the material instincts that keep them in material environments. In other words, they must purify and transform themselves morally. Then they will gradually identify with a more purified environment, which becomes a need for them, a necessity, like the eyes of someone who has lived in darkness for a long time, imperceptibly grow accustomed to the light of day and the brilliance of the sun. 12. Thus everything in the universe is connected. Everything forms a chain. Everything is subject to the grand and harmonious law of unity, from the most physically dense to the most spiritually purified. The earth is like a vessel from which a thick smoke escapes. As it rises higher, its rarefied particles become lost in infinite space. The divine power shines in every part of this grandiose whole, but in order for God to attest to God's might in a more impressive way and not being content with what God has already done, there are some who would have God come and upset such harmony. They would have God stoop to the role of a stage magician through childish effects worthy of a sleight-of-hand artist. In addition, there are those who would dare propose Satan himself as God's rival in skillfulness. Truly, the divine majesty has never been so lowered, and yet we are still astounded at the progress of disbelief. You are right to say, faith is dead, but it is the faith in anything that shocks common sense and reason that is dead. The faith similar to the kind that used to make people say, the gods are dead. However, faith in serious matters, the faith in God and immortality, has always lived in the human heart, and even if it has been suffocated under the childish stories that have overburdened it, it reveals itself all the stronger from the moment it is liberated like a withered plant, rises again as soon as it receives the sun. Yes, everything in nature is a miracle, because everything is wonderful and bears witness to the divine wisdom. Such miracles are for the whole world, for all who have eyes to see and ears to hear, not for just a few. No, there are no miracles in the meaning that has been connected with the word, because everything derives from the eternal laws of creation, and such laws are perfect. The action of spirits upon the fluids, fluidic creations, thought photography. 13. The spiritual fluids which comprise one of the states of the universal cosmic fluid are, properly stated, the atmosphere for spirit beings. It is the element from which they draw the matter upon which they operate. It is the environment where special phenomena occur, perceptible to the spirit's sight and hearing, but beyond the corporeal senses, which are impressed solely by tangible matter. It is where the light which is particular to the spirit world is formed, and which is different from ordinary light through its causes and its effects. Finally, it is the vehicle for thought, like the air is the vehicle for sound. 14. Spirits act upon the spiritual fluids, but they do not manipulate them like humans manipulate gases. Instead, they use the help of thought and will. Thought and will are for spirits what hands are to humans. By means of thought, they impress upon the fluids this or that direction. They agglomerate, combine, or disperse them. They form them in ensembles having a single appearance, shape, and certain coloration. They alter their properties as a chemist alters gases or other substances, combining them according to certain laws. It is the great workshop or laboratory of the spirit life. Sometimes these transformations are the result of intent. Frequently, however, they are the product of an unconscious thought. It is enough for a spirit to think about something in order for it to be produced, just as it is enough for the spirit to intone a melody in order for it to resound in the atmosphere. For example, this is how a spirit makes itself visible to an incarnate endowed with psychic sight, appearing in the same form it had while alive at the time in which it was known, even if it has had many incarnations since then. It presents itself in the same clothing and with the same outward signs, infirmities, scars, amputated limbs, etc., that it had then. A beheaded person will appear without a head. This does not mean that it has retained such an appearance. Certainly not. For a spirit, it is not lame, maimed, cross-eyed, or headless, but going back in thought to the time in which it had been this way, its perispirit instantly takes on the appearance, just as it will instantly drop it the moment the thought ceases. Hence, if it had been black at one time and then white at another, it will present itself as black or white, depending on which of the two incarnations for it is being evoked, and to which it goes back in thought. Through a similar effect, the spirit's thought fluidically creates the objects that it had had the habit of using. A miser will finger gold, a soldier will bear arms and wear a uniform, a smoker will use a pipe, a laborer will have his plow and cattle, and an old woman her distaff, the staff on which wood or flax is wound before spinning. Translator. Such fluidic objects are as real to the spirit, who is also fluidic, as they are in the material state to the live individual. However, since they are creations of its thought, their existence is as fleeting as the thought itself. See Revue Spirite, June 1859, page 184, The Spiritist Book, Part 2, Chapter 8. Author. 15. Since the fluids are the vehicle for thought, thought acts upon the fluids as sound acts upon the air. Fluids bring thought to us just as the air brings sound. One could truthfully state, therefore, that in these fluids there are waves and rays of thought that crisscross one another without mixing, just as in the air there are sound waves and rays. There is more, as thought creates fluidic images. It is reflected in the paraspiritual envelope as in a mirror. There it takes on a body and photographs itself somehow. Suppose that a certain man, for example, gets the idea to kill another. As impassive as his physical body may be, his fluidic body goes into action by means of the thought, which reproduces all the nuances. It fluidically executes the motion, the act that he has the desire to accomplish. The thought creates the image of the victim, and the entire scenario is painted like a picture, just as it exists in his mind. This is how the most secret movements of the soul reverberate in the fluidic envelope, how one soul can read another soul like a book and see what is imperceptible to the body's eyes. However, in seeing the intent, the soul can foresee the fulfillment of this act that will result from it, but it cannot determine the moment when it will be fulfilled, ascertain the details, or even affirm that it will actually occur, since ulterior circumstances may modify the plans and change the dispositions. It cannot see what is not yet in the thought. What it does see is the habitual preoccupation of the individual, his or her desires, plans, and good or evil intentions. Qualities of the fluids. 16. The action of spirits upon the spiritual fluids has consequences of crucial and direct importance for incarnates. Since these fluids are the vehicle for thought, which can modify their properties, it is obvious that they must be impregnated with the good or evil qualities of the thoughts that set them in motion, and they change according to the purity or impurity of sentiments. Evil thoughts corrupt the spiritual fluids just as harmful miasmas corrupt breathable air. The fluids that surround evil spirits or which are projected by them are therefore noxious, whereas those that receive the influence of good spirits are as pure as the spirit's degree of moral perfection allows. 17. It would be impossible to draw up an enumeration or classification of good and bad fluids, or to specify their respective characteristics, because of the fact that their diversity is as great as is the diversity of thoughts. The fluids do not possess qualities sui generis, but rather acquire them within the environment where they are developed. They are modified by the emanations of that environment, like the air is modified by exhalations, and water by the salts of the surfaces it crosses. According to the circumstances, their qualities are like those of air and water, temporary or permanent, which makes them especially suited to producing these or those particular effects. The fluids do not have special labels. Like odors, they are designated according to their properties, effects, and original type. From a moral point of view, they bear the mark of the sentiments of hate, envy, jealousy, pride, selfishness, violence, hypocrisy, goodness, benevolence, love, charity, tenderness, etc. From the physical point of view, they are exciting, calming, penetrating, acerbic, irritating, soothing, soporific, narcotic, toxic, respiratory, expelling, etc. They become a force for transmission, propulsion, etc. A table of the fluids would thus contain all the passions, virtues, and vices of humankind, and all the properties of matter corresponding to the effects they produce. 18. Since humans are incarnate spirits, they have a portion of the attributes of the spirit life because they live that life as well as the corporeal life, primarily during sleep, but often in the wakened state as well. Upon incarnating, the spirit retains its perispirit with the qualities proper to it, and the perispirit, as we know, is not circumscribed by the body, but radiates all around and envelops it as in a fluidic atmosphere. Through its intimate union with the body, the perispirit performs an extremely important role in the organism. Through its expansion, it puts the incarnate spirit in a more direct relationship with discarnate spirits and also with other incarnate ones. The thoughts of the incarnate spirit acts upon the spiritual fluids in the same way as does the thought of discarnate spirits. It is transmitted from spirit to spirit through the same means, and depending on whether it is good or evil, it cleanses or contaminates the surrounding fluids. If the ambient fluids are modified by the projection of the thoughts of the spirit, its perispiritual envelope, which is a constituent part of its being, and which directly and permanently receives the impression of its thoughts, must bear the mark of its good or evil qualities even more. Fluids contaminated by emanations from evil spirits can be purified by expelling such spirits, but their perispirit will always be what it is as long as the spirit itself does not change. Since the perispirit of incarnates is of a nature identical to the spiritual fluids, it assimilates them easily like a sponge soaking up a liquid. These fluids exert an action upon the perispirit all the more direct, since due to its expansion and radiation, the perispirit is mixed together with them. As fluids act upon the perispirit, it in turn reacts upon the physical organism, which it is in molecular contact. If its emanations are good in nature, the body gets a healthy feeling from them. If they are evil, the feeling is painful. If the evil emanations are continuous and fierce, they can cause physical disorders. Certain diseases have no other cause. The environments where evil spirits abound are thus impregnated with harmful fluids, which are absorbed by all the perispirit's pores, just as pestilent miasmas are absorbed by the pores of the body. 19. This is what explains the effects that are produced in meeting places. A gathering is a focal point where different thoughts radiate. It is like an orchestra, a choir of thoughts where each one produces a note. The result is a multitude of fluidic currents and emanations from which each participant receives an impression through the spiritual sense, just as in a musical choir each singer receives the impressions of sounds through the hearing sense. However, just as there are harmonious and discordant sounds, there are also harmonious and discordant thoughts. If the group is harmonious, the impression is pleasant. If it is discordant, the impression is uncomfortable. Moreover, there is no need for thought to be formulated using words. The fluidic radiation exists nonetheless, whether expressed or not. Such is the cause for the feeling of satisfaction that is experienced in a sympathetic meeting animated by good and benevolent thoughts. There a healthy moral atmosphere reigns where one may breathe easily. There one feels comforted because he or she is imbued with healthy fluidic emanations. But if there is a mixture of a few bad thoughts, they produce the effect of a current of icy air in a warm environment, or a raw note in a concerto. This also explains the anxiousness, the indefinable ill-at-ease feeling that may occur in an antipathetic environment where malevolent thoughts provoke currents of nauseating fluid. 20. Thought thus produces a kind of physical effect that reacts upon one's moral state, something that Spiritism alone can make comprehensible. Persons feel this instinctively since they look for homogeneous or sympathetic meetings where they know they can absorb new moral strength. One could say that in such meetings, they recuperate the fluidic losses suffered daily due to the radiation of thought, just as through nourishment they recuperate the losses of the physical body. Actually, thought is an emission that causes a real loss of spiritual fluids, and consequently physical fluids, in such a way that persons need to re-strengthen themselves in the emanations they receive from the outside. When one says that doctors heal their patients with good words, this is an absolute truth, for a benevolent thought brings with it repertory fluids that act as much upon the physical as the mental state. 21. It is, of course, possible, one might say, to avoid persons known to be ill-intentioned, but how can we avoid the influence of the evil spirits who swarm around us and intrude everywhere without being seen? The way to do so is quite simple because it depends on the will of persons themselves who hear within them the necessary protection. Fluids are combined due to the similarity of their natures. Dissimilar fluids repel one another. There is incompatibility between good and bad fluids, just as there is between water and oil. What do we do when the air is contaminated? We cleanse it and purify it by destroying the concentration of the miasmas, by expelling the malevolent emanations with stronger currents of healthy air. The invasion of deleterious fluids must therefore be opposed with good fluids, and since we all have in our own perispirit a permanent fluidic source, we have the remedy within us. It takes nothing more than purifying this source and giving it such qualities that it may become a repellent of bad influences instead of being an attracting force. The perispirit is therefore armor that must be given the best possible caliber. Thus, because the qualities of the perispirit result from the qualities of the soul, it is necessary to work on improving it because it is the soul's imperfections that attract evil spirits. Flies go where concentrations of decay attract them, destroy the concentrations, and the flies will disappear. Similarly, evil spirits go where evil attracts them, eliminate the evil, and they will stay away. Truly good spirits, whether incarnate or discarnate, have nothing to fear from the influence of evil ones. 2. Explanation of certain phenomena reputed to be supernatural. Spirit or psychic sight, second sight, somnambulism, dreams. 22. The perispirit is the link between the corporeal and the spirit life. It is through it that the incarnate spirit is in a continuous relationship with discarnate spirits. In some, it is through the perispirit that special phenomena occur in certain humans. The primary cause of these phenomena is not to be found in tangible matter, and for that reason, they might appear to be supernatural. It is in the properties and radiation of the perispiritual fluids that one must search for the cause of second sight or spirit sight, which may also be called psychic sight, with which many persons are endowed, frequently without their being aware of it, just as occurs with somnambulistic sight. The perispirit is the spirit's sensory organ. Through its intermediation, the incarnate spirit perceives spirit-related things that are outside the corporeal senses. Through the body's organs, sight, hearing, and the various other sensations are localized and limited to the perception of physical things. Through the spiritual or psychic sense, they are generalized. That is, the spirit sees, hears, and feels in its entire being everything that is within the sphere of its perispiritual fluidic radiation. In humans, such phenomena are the manifestation of the spirit life. The soul is acting outside the organism, and second sight or perception through the psychic sense. They do not see through the eyes of the body, although often out of habit, they direct them toward the point on which they have set their attention. They see through the eyes of the soul, the proof of this being that they see just as well with their eyes closed, and they also see beyond the reach of their line of vision. They read the thought portrayed figuratively in the fluidic ray. See number 15. Occurrences of second sight and somnambulistic lucidity are reported in Revue Spirite, January 1858, page 25, November 1858, page 213, July 1861, page 197, November 1865, page 352. Author. 23. Although during life the spirit is held captive to the body by the perispirit, it is not so enslaved that it cannot stretch its chain and go to a distant point, whether on the earth or in space. The spirit is only reluctantly attached to its body because its normal life is one of freedom, whereas its corporeal life is that of a serf attached to the glebe. Consequently, the spirit is happy upon leaving its body, like a bird leaving its cage. It seizes every occasion to free itself from it, and hence take advantage of every instant in which its presence is not needed for its life of relationships. This is the phenomena designated by the name emancipation of the soul. It always occurs during sleep. Every time the body is at rest, when the senses are inactive, the spirit disengages itself. See the Spirit's Book, Part 2, Chapter 8. During these moments, the spirit lives the spirit life, whereas the body lives only the vegetative life. It is partly in the state it will be in after death. It travels space and converses with its friends and other spirits who are either discarnate or incarnate. The fluid tie that holds the spirit to the body is permanently broken only at death, and complete separation occurs only with the absolute extinction of the vital principle's activity. While the body is alive, the spirit, whatever distance away it might be, is instantly called back once its presence is necessary. It then resumes the course of its outward life of relationships. Sometimes, upon waking, it retains a memory of its pilgrimages, a precise or imprecise image which comprises the dream. In any event, it brings back intuitions that suggest new ideas and thoughts, justifying the proverb, "The night brings counsel." This also explains certain characteristic phenomena, such as natural and magnetic somnambulism, catalepsy, lethargy, ecstasy, etc., which are none other than the manifestations of the spirit life. Examples of lethargy and catalepsy, Revue Spirite, Madame Schwabenhaus, September 1858, page 255, La Jeune Cataleptique de Schwab, January 1866, page 18. Author. 24. Since spirit sight does not operate by means of the eyes of the body, it follows that the perception of things does not occur by means of ordinary light. In fact, material light is made for the material world. For the spirit world, there is a special light whose nature is unknown to us, but which is undoubtedly one of the properties of the ethereal fluid, impacting the visual perceptions of the soul. Thus, there is material light and spiritual light. The former has focal points circumscribed in luminous objects, whereas the latter has its focal point everywhere. That is why there are no obstacles to spirit sight. It is limited by neither distance nor opacity of matter. Darkness does not exist for it. The spirit world is therefore illuminated by spirit light, which has its own effects, just as the physical world is illuminated by the solar light. 25. Enveloped by its perispirit, the soul thus carries its own luminous principle, and since it penetrates matter due to its ethereal essence, there are no objects opaque to its sight. Nevertheless, spirit sight entails neither the same extent nor the same penetration in all spirits. Only pure spirits possess spirit sight in all its power. In low-order spirits, it is weakened by the relative density of the perispirit, which imposes itself like a kind of fog. Spirit sight manifests to different degrees in incarnate spirits through the phenomena of second sight, whether in natural or magnetic somnambulism, or whether in the wakened state. According to the degree of this faculty's power, it is said that its lucidity is greater or lesser. It is with the help of this faculty that certain persons can see inside the human body and describe the causes of illnesses. 26. Spirit sight therefore provides special perceptions that are not centered in the physical organs, but rather operate under different conditions than corporeal sight. That is why one cannot expect identical effects from it or experiment with it using the same procedures. Since it occurs outside the organism, it has a mobility that frustrates all predictions. It is necessary to study it as to its effects and causes, and not compare it to ordinary sight, which is not meant to replace except in exceptional cases that are not to be taken as the general rule. 27. Spirit sight is necessarily incomplete and imperfect in incarnate spirits, and consequently it is subject to aberrations. Since its seat is in the soul itself, the state of the soul must influence the perceptions it provides. According to the degree of its development, the circumstances, and the moral state of the individual, spirit sight can provide either during sleep or during the wakened state. 1. The perception of certain real physical events, such as knowledge of events that occur far away, details describing a locality, the causes of an illness, and appropriate remedies. 2. The perception of things equally real in the spirit world, such as being able to see spirits. 3. Fantastic images created by the imagination, analogous to the fluidic creations of thought. See above, number 14. Such creations always go hand in hand with the moral dispositions of the spirit that creates them. It is thus that the thoughts of persons who are strongly imbued and preoccupied with certain religious beliefs portray hell, its furnaces, its tortures, and its demons just as they imagine them to be. Sometimes it is an entire epopee. Pagans saw Olympus and Tartarus just as Christians saw heaven and hell. If upon waking or upon leaving the ecstatic state, such individuals retain an exact memory of their visions, they take them as realities and confirmations of their beliefs, whereas they see nothing more than a product of their own thoughts. This explains the visions of Sister Elmerick, who, alluding to the time of Christ's death, said she had seen material things that in fact have never existed except in the books she had read, those of the Madame Canarelle, Revue Spirite, August 1866, page 240, and some of those of Swedenborg, author. Hence, ecstatic visions must be strictly examined before accepting them. Under this aspect, the remedy for excessive credulity is the study of the laws that govern the spirit world. 28. Dreams per se display the three types of visions described above. The first two belong to prophetic dreams, presentiments, and warnings. See below Chapter 16, Theory of Prescience, numbers 1 through 3. Author. It is in the third, that is, in the fluidic creations of thought, that one can find the cause of certain fantastic images that have nothing real about them as far as the material life is concerned, but which for the spirit have a reality that is sometimes such that the body suffers its repercussion. Hair has even turned white under the impression of a dream. Such creations can be provided by eccentric beliefs, by retrospective memories, by lights, desires, passions, fear, or regret, by habitual preoccupations, by bodily needs, or by a breakdown in the functions of the organism. And finally, by other spirits with either a benevolent or malevolent purpose, depending on their nature. See Revue Spirite, June 1866, page 172, September 1866, page 284, The Spirit's Book, Part 2, Chapter 8, number 400. Author. Catalepsy, Resurrections. 29. Inert matter cannot feel, nor can the paraspiritual fluid. However, the latter transmits sensation to the sensory center, which is the spirit. Painful corporeal lesions thus impact the spirit like the electric shot through the intermediation of the paraspiritual fluid, for which the nerves seem to be conducting wires. It is the nervous influx of the physiologists who, unaware of the relationship of this fluid with the spiritual principle, are not able to explain all its effects. This interruption can take place due to the separation of a limb or the cutting of a nerve, but also partially or generally and without any lesion. In the moments of the spirit's emancipation, great overexcitement or preoccupation, in this state the spirit no longer thinks of the body, and in its feverish activity it attracts to itself, so to speak, the paraspiritual fluid, which in withdrawing from the surface produces a momentary numbness there. One could further state that in certain circumstances, a molecular modification is produced in the paraspiritual fluid, and this modification temporarily deprives it of transmitting ability. That is why many times in the heat of battle, a soldier does not notice that he has been wounded, that a person whose attention is concentrated on an endeavor does not hear the noise that is spread all around. It is an analogous effect, but more pronounced, that takes place with certain somnambulists during lethargy or catalepsy. Finally, it is what may explain the insensibility of convulsionaries and certain martyrs. See Revue Spirite, January 1868, Etudes sur les Asseois. Paralysis does not have the same cause at all. The effect is totally organic. It results from the fact that the nerves themselves, which are the conducting wires, are no longer suitable for the fluidic circulation. The strains of the instrument have been altered. 30. In certain pathological states, when the spirit is no longer in the body and the paraspirit adheres to it only at a few points, the body displays all the appearances of death, and it is the absolute truth to say that life is hanging on by only a thread. Such a state may last for a longer or lesser length of time. Some parts of the body may even begin decomposing without life having permanently gone out. As long as the last thread has not yet been broken, the spirit can, whether by an energetic action of its own will or whether by an equally powerful outside fluidic influx, be called back to the body. This can explain certain prolongations of life against all odds, and also certain supposed resurrections. It is like a plant that sometimes sprouts from only a sprig of a root. Nevertheless, when the last molecules of the fluidic body have disengaged from the corporeal body, or when the latter is in an irreparable state of decay, any return to life becomes impossible. Examples: Revue Spirite, Le Dr. Cardon, August 1863, page 251, La Femme Course, May 1866, page 134, author. Healings. 31. As has been seen, the universal fluid is the primitive element of both the corporeal body and the paraspirit, which are merely transformations of it. By its very nature, this fluid condensed in the paraspirit can supply repertory elements to the body. The driving agent is the incarnate or discarnate spirit that ingests a portion of the substance of its fluidic envelope into a deteriorating body. The healing occurs by replacing an unhealthy molecule with a healthy one. The curative power is thus a direct result of the purity of the injected substance. It also depends on the energy of the will, which causes a more abundant fluidic emission and gives the fluid a greater penetrating power. Finally, it depends on the intentions that animate the one who wants to do the healing, whether a person or a spirit, the fluids that emanate from an impure source, or like adulterated medicinal substances. 32. The effects of the fluidic action upon the ill are extremely varied depending on the circumstances. This action is sometimes slow and requires a prolonged treatment, as in the case of ordinary magnetism. At other times, it is quick, like an electric current. There are individuals endowed with the power such that they perform instantaneous healings on the ill simply by laying their hands on them, or even solely through an act of their will. Between the two poles of this faculty, there are infinite variations. All healings of this kind are varieties of magnetism and differ only in intensity and speed of action. The principle is always the same. It is the fluid that performs the role of therapeutic agent and whose effects depend on its quality and the particular circumstances. 33. The magnetic action can be produced in several ways. 1. By the magnetizer's own fluid. This is magnetism per se, or human magnetism, whose action depends on the power and especially the quality of the fluid. 2. By the fluid of spirits acting directly and without intermediary upon an incarnate, whether to heal or lessen some kind of suffering, whether to bring about spontaneous somnambulistic sleep, or to exert any physical or mental influence on the individual. This is spirit magnetism, whose quality is the direct result of the qualities of the spirit. Examples: Revue Spirite, February 1863, page 64, April 1865, page 113, September 1865, page 264. Author. 3. By the fluids that spirits pour out on the magnetizer, who serves as the conductor. This is mixed or semi-spirit magnetism, or if preferred, spirit-human magnetism. Combined with the human fluid, the spiritual fluid gives it the qualities it lacks. In such circumstances, the participation of spirits is sometimes spontaneous, but more often is brought about at the request of the magnetizer. 34. The faculty of healing via fluidic influence is very common and may be developed through practice, but instantaneous healing through the laying on of hands is rarer, and possessing it to the highest degree may be regarded as exceptional. Nonetheless, in many ages and amongst nearly all cultures, individuals appeared who possessed it to a high degree. In these latter times, many noteworthy examples have appeared whose authenticity cannot be contested. Since healings of this kind rest on a natural principle, and since the power to perform them is not a privilege, it follows that they do not operate outside of nature, and they are miraculous in appearance only. Examples of instantaneous healings reported in Revue Spirite: Le Prince de Hohenlohe, December 1866, page 368, Jacob, October and November 1866, pages 312 and 345, October and November 1867, pages 306 and 339, Simonet, August 1867, page 232, Cade Hassa, October 1867, page 303, Le Cure Gasnier, November 1867, page 331, author. Apparitions, Transfigurations. 35. In its normal state, the pure spirit is invisible to us, but since it is formed of ethereal matter, the spirit can in certain circumstances and through an act of its will cause it to undergo a molecular modification that renders it momentarily visible. This is how apparitions are produced, which, like all other phenomena, do not occur outside the laws of nature. This is no more extraordinary than steam, which is invisible when highly rarefied, but becomes visible when condensed. Depending on the degree of condensation of the paraspiritual fluid, an apparition is sometimes vague and vaporous. At other times, it is more clearly defined, and finally, at other times, it has all the appearance of tangible matter. It can even attain true tangibility to the point that the observer is fooled as to the nature of the being in front of him or her. Vaporous apparitions are common and occur frequently when individuals present themselves in such manner to their loved ones after having died. Tangible apparitions are rarer, although there have been numerous perfectly authenticated cases of them. If a spirit wants to make itself known, it gives its envelope all the outward markings that it had while living. 36. It should be noted that tangible apparitions have only the appearances of corporeal matter. They could not possess its qualities. Due to their fluidic nature, they cannot have the same cohesion as matter because in reality they are not made of flesh. They form instantly and disappear the same way, or they evaporate through the disaggregation of their fluidic molecules. The beings that appear under such conditions are not born, nor do they die like human beings. They are seen and no longer seen without the observer knowing where they have come from, how they have come, or where they are going. No one could kill, shackle, or imprison them, since they have no corporeal body. Trying to hit them would result in striking a vacuum. Such is the nature of a generates with whom one may communicate without suspecting what they are, but who do not stay very long, and cannot partake in the habitual sharing of food at homes, not be counted among the members of a family. Moreover, in their entire person and their steps, there is something strange and unusual that derives from their materiality and spirituality. Their gaze, vaporous and penetrating at the same time, does not have the clarity of the gaze through corporeal eyes. Their speech is brief and almost always terse, possessing nothing of the luster or volubility of human speech. Their proximity makes one feel an odd, indefinable sensation of unease that inspires a sort of fear, and taken as individuals like all others, one may say unintentionally, "Now that is a peculiar person." 37. Since the pure spirit is the same both in incarnates and discarnates by means of a completely identical effect, an incarnate spirit can, during a moment of freedom, appear in a place different than where its body is lying, and display its customary mannerisms and all the marks of its identity. The phenomena, of which there are many authenticated examples, has given rise to the belief in human doubles. 38. One particular effect of this type of phenomena is that vaporous and even tangible apparitions are not perceptible to everyone indiscriminately. Spirits show themselves only when they want and to whom they want. Thus a spirit could appear to a group or to one or more of those present without being seen by the others. This happens because these types of perceptions occur by means of spirit sight and not physical sight, because not only is spirit sight not given to all persons, but it can be taken away by an act of the spirit's will from whoever it does not wish to show itself, just as it can give it temporarily if it deems it necessary. The condensation of the paraspiritual fluid in apparitions, even to the point of tangibility, lacks the properties of ordinary matter. Otherwise, apparitions would be perceptible to the eyes of the body, and then everyone present would see them. One must accept only with extreme reserve the tales of purely individual apparitions, which in certain cases could be the effect of an overly excited imagination, and at times an invention with ulterior motives. Hence, one must scrupulously take into account the circumstances and the trustworthiness of the person, as well as any interest he or she may have in abusing the credulity of overly trusting individuals. Author. 39. Since the spirit can perform transformations within the contours of its paraspiritual envelope, and since its envelope radiates all around the body like a fluidic atmosphere, a phenomena similar to an apparition can be produced on the surface of the body itself. Under the fluidic layer, the real images of the body can be erased more completely or less so, and take on other traits, or the original traits seen through the modified fluidic layer, as through a prism, can take on a different expression. If, while setting aside the everyday world, the incarnate spirit identifies itself with things of the spirit world, the semblance of a homely face can become beautiful, radiant, and at times even luminous. On the other hand, if the spirit is enticed by evil passions, an attractive face can take on a horrendous appearance. This is what happens during transfigurations, which are always a reflection of the predominant qualities and sentiments of the spirit. This phenomena is therefore the result of a fluidic transformation. It is a type of paraspiritual apparition that may even be produced upon a living body, and sometimes at the moment of death instead of at a distance, as in apparitions per se. What distinguishes the apparitions of this kind is that they are usually perceptible to everybody watching and by the physical eyes, precisely because they are based on visible corporeal matter, whereas in purely fluidic apparitions, there is no tangible matter. Physical manifestations, mediumship. 40. The phenomena of turning and talking tables, the suspension of heavy objects in the air, and mediumistic writing are as ancient as the world itself. More common nowadays, they provide the key to some of the spontaneous similar phenomena due to ignorance about the law that governs them, have been attributed a supernatural and miraculous character. Such phenomena rest on the properties of the paraspiritual fluid of either incarnate or discarnate spirits. 41. It is with the help of its paraspirit that the spirit acts upon its living body. Furthermore, it is with this same fluid that it can manifest itself by acting upon inert matter, which produces noises and the movement of tables and other objects that it lifts, drops, or carries. These phenomena contain nothing surprising, considering that among us the most powerful motors may be found in the most rarefied and even imponderable fluids, such as air, steam, and electricity. It is also with the help of its paraspirit that the spirit enables mediums to write, speak, or draw. Since it no longer has a tangible body for acting ostensibly whenever it wants to manifest, it borrows the organs of the medium's body, which by means of the fluidic emanation that it points out on it, may act as if it were its own body. 42. It is by the same means that the spirit acts upon a table, whether to make it move without any predetermined meaning, or whether to make it produce intelligent raps by indicating letters of the alphabet in order to form words and sentences, a phenomenon known as typology. The table is merely an instrument the spirit utilizes, as someone would utilize a pencil to write with. The spirit endows it with a momentary vitality by means of the fluid it injects into it. However, it does not become identified with it. Persons who, in their emotion upon seeing a loved one manifest, embrace the table perform a foolish act, because it is as if they were embracing the stick that a friend uses to strike. The same applies to those who talk directly to the table as if the spirit were contained within the wood, or as if the wood had become the spirit. When communications occur in this way, we must realize that the spirit is not within the table, but to the side, just as it would be if it were alive, and just as it would be seen if at that moment it could make itself visible. The same applies to written communications. The spirit could be seen beside the medium, guiding the hand or transmitting its thought by means of a fluidic current. 43. When the table leaves the floor and floats in the air without any point of support, the spirit does not lift it with its arms. It envelops it and injects it with a kind of fluidic atmosphere that neutralizes the effect of gravity, as the air does with balloons and kites. The fluid with which the table is injected momentarily gives it greater specific lightness. When it remains stuck to the floor, it is in a state like that of the pneumatic bell jar that has had a vacuum created inside it. These are only comparisons for us to show a similarity of effects and not an absolute similarity of causes. See the Medium's Book, Part 2, Chapter 4. Consequently, one should understand that it is no more difficult for a spirit to lift a person than for it to lift a table, to carry an object from one place to another, or to throw it somewhere. All these phenomena are produced by the same law. Such is the principle of the phenomena of apportations, a phenomena that is quite real, but which should not be accepted except with extreme reservation, because it is one of those phenomena that lend themselves most easily to imitation and fraud. The undeniable honesty of the person who obtains them, his or her absolute material and moral disinterestedness, and the interplay of accompanying circumstances must be taken into consideration. It is especially necessary to distrust the excessive ease with which such effects are produced, and to be wary of those who recur too frequently and, so to speak, at will. Sleight-of-hand artists can do the most extraordinary things. The levitating of a person is a no less provable phenomena, but much rarer perhaps because it is more difficult to imitate. It is well known that Mr. Home levitated himself more than once up to the ceiling and then came down again. They say that St. Cuthbertson possessed the same ability, which is no more miraculous for one than the other. Author. When the table chases someone, it is not the spirit who is running, because it can remain peacefully in the same spot. It gives impulse to the table by means of a fluidic current with the help of its will. When raps are heard within tables or elsewhere, the spirit is not striking it with its hand or some other object. It directs a stream of fluid to the point where the noise comes from, and this produces the effects of an electric jolt. A spirit can change the sound just as one can modify the sounds produced by the air. 44. A highly frequent phenomenon in mediumship is the ability of certain mediums to write in a language unknown to them, or to address subjects orally or by writing that are beyond the reach of their education. It is not rare to see those who write correctly without ever having learned how to write. Others who compose poems without ever having learned how to compose a verse. Others who draw, paint, sculpt, compose music, or play an instrument without knowing design, painting, sculpting, or the art of music. It often happens that writing mediums reproduce flawlessly the handwriting and signature that the spirits who communicate through them used while alive, even though such mediums had not known them. This phenomena is no more extraordinary than that of seeing children write by guiding their hand. One can make them write what one wants. Anyone can be made to write in any language by dictating the words to him or her letter by letter. One can understand how the same would apply to mediumship if one recalls the way in which spirits communicate with mediums who are actually for them no more than passive instruments. If mediums possess the mechanism, if they have overcome the practical difficulties, if they are familiar with the various terms, and if, finally, they have in their brains the elements of whatever it is that the spirit wants them to execute, they are in the situation of someone who knows how to read and write correctly. The work is easier and quicker. The spirit only has to transmit the thought that its interpreter reproduces through the means at hand. The aptitude of mediums for things foreign to them is also frequently connected with the knowledge they possessed in another existence, and of which their spirit has retained an intuition. For example, if they were poets or musicians, it will be easier to assimilate the poetic or musical thought that a spirit wants them to reproduce. Languages unknown today could have been known in another existence, hence a greater aptitude for writing mediumistically in that language. The aptitude that certain individuals display for languages they know, so to speak, without having learned them, has no other cause than an intuitive memory of the language they knew in another existence. The example of the poet Mary, reported in Revue Spirite of November 1864, page 328, is evidence of this. It is obvious that if Mr. Mary had been a medium in his childhood, he would have written in Latin as easily as in French, and would have been proclaimed a prodigy. Author. Obsession and possession. 45. Evil spirits swarm all around the earth as a result of the moral backwardness of its inhabitants. The malevolent action of such spirits makes up part of the calamities to which humankind is exposed on this world. Obsession, which is one of the effects of this action, like infirmities and all the other tribulations of life, should therefore be regarded as a trial or an expiation, and accepted as such. Obsession is the persistent action that an evil spirit exerts upon a particular individual. It presents highly diverse characteristics, from a simple mental influence without perceivable outward signs, to the complete disruption of the organism and the mental faculties. It obliterates all mediumistic faculties. In auditory and psychographic mediumship, it results from the obstinacy of a spirit manifesting itself to the exclusion of all others. 46. Just as infirmities are the result of physical imperfections that render the body accessible to pernicious outside influences, obsession is always the result of a moral imperfection that allows entry to an evil spirit. A physical cause may be opposed by a physical force. A moral cause must be opposed by a moral force. In order to protect oneself from infirmities, one must strengthen the body. To guard oneself against obsession, one must strengthen the soul. Thus, the need of those who are the object of an obsession to work on their self-improvement, which is often enough to rid themselves of an obsessor without the help of outside persons. Such help becomes necessary when the obsession degenerates into subjugation and possession, because when the patient sometimes loses his or her will and free will. Obsession is nearly always an expression of vengeance taken by a spirit. It most frequently has its source in the relationships between the obsessed and obsessor in a previous life. In cases of severe obsession, the obsessed is as if enveloped and impregnated with a pernicious fluid that neutralizes the action of healthy fluids and repels them. It is this fluid from which the obsessed must be disencumbered. Now, an evil fluid cannot be repelled by an evil fluid. By means of an action identical to that of a healing medium in cases of illness, it is necessary to expel the evil fluid with the aid of a better one. This is the mechanical action, but it is not always enough. Above all, it is also necessary to act upon the intelligent being with whom one must have the right to speak with authority, and such authority is not given except by moral ascendancy. The greater the ascendancy, the greater the authority. However, that is not all. In order to assure deliverance, it is necessary to lead the perverse spirit to renounce its evil designs. It is necessary to awaken in its repentance and the desire of the good, together with the aid of skillfully guided instructions through particular evocations aimed at its moral education. One can then have the sweet satisfaction of having freed an incarnate and having converted an imperfect spirit. The task becomes easier when the obsessed understand their situation and bring the concourse of their will in prayer. Such is not the case when the obsessed, seduced by the deceiving spirit, are deluded as to the qualities of their obsessor and take pleasure in the error in which they are immersed. Because then, far from being of any help, they reject all assistance. This is a case of fascination, which is always infinitely more troublesome than the most violent subjugation. See the Medium's Book, Part 2, Chapter 23. In all cases of obsession, prayer is the most powerful help in acting against an obsessor spirit. 47. In obsession, the spirit acts outwardly with the help of its paraspirit, which becomes identified with that of the incarnate. The latter then finds him or herself entwined in a mesh and constrained to act against his or her will. In possession, instead of acting outwardly, the possessor spirit replaces, so to speak, the incarnate one. It chooses to make his or her body its home, but without the possessed person abandoning it for good, since such can happen only at death. Consequently, possession is always temporary and intermittent, because a discarnate spirit cannot permanently take the place of an incarnate one, since the molecular union of the paraspirit and the body can occur only at the time of conception. See Chapter 11, number 18. Temporarily possessing the incarnate's body, the spirit uses it as though it were its own. It speaks through its mouth, sees through its eyes, and acts with its arms just as it would when alive. This is not the same as in the case of speaking mediumship, where the incarnate spirit speaks by transmitting the thought of a discarnate spirit. In this case, it is the discarnate spirit who speaks and acts, and if one knew it when it was alive, one would recognize it by its language, its voice, its gestures, and even its facial expressions. 48. Accession is always the act of a malevolent spirit. Possession can be the act of a good spirit who comes to speak, and in order to make a greater impression on its listeners, borrows the body of an incarnate who loans it voluntarily to it, just as if he or she were lending his or her garments. This occurs without any disturbance or discomfort, and during this time the incarnate spirit finds itself at liberty, as during the state of emancipation, but more often it stands beside its replacement in order to listen to it. When the possessor spirit is evil, things are otherwise. It does not borrow the body, it seizes it if its owner does not have the moral power to resist. It does so through a nasty action toward the incarnate, whom it tortures and torments in all sorts of ways, even so far as to murder him or her either by strangulation or by throwing him or her into the fire or other dangerous places. It makes use of the organs and limbs of the unfortunate patient. It blasphemes, insults, and mistreats those who are nearby. It hands its victims over to eccentricities and acts that display all the characteristics of rage and insanity. Occurrences of this type, in different degrees of intensity, are quite numerous, and many cases of insanity have no other cause. Frequently, they are accompanied by pathological disorders that are merely consequential and against which medical treatments are powerless as long as the originating cause persists. By making known this source of a part of human miseries, Spiritism indicates the means to remedy it. The way is to act upon the author of the evil, who, as an intelligent being, must be treated by the intelligence. 49. Obsession and possession most frequently involve individuals, but at times they are epidemic. Whenever a cloud of evil spirits descends upon a locality, it is as if a troop of enemy forces has come to invade it. In this case, the number of affected individuals may be considerable. It was an epidemic of this kind that attacked the village of Morzine in Savoy a few years ago. See the full report in the Revue Spirite, December 1862, page 353, January, February, April, and May 1863, pages 133, 101, 133. Author. Part 2, Chapter 15, Miracles in the Gospel. The superiority of Jesus' nature, dreams, the star of the Magi, second sight, healings, possessions, resurrections, Jesus walks on water, the transfiguration, Jesus calms the storm, the wedding at Cana, the multiplication of the loaves, the temptation of Jesus, wonders surrounding Jesus' death, the apparition of Jesus after his death, the disappearance of Jesus' body. The superiority of Jesus' nature. 1. The phenomena reported in the Gospel and which until now have been confirmed miraculous belong in their majority to the order of psychic phenomena, that is, those that have the faculties and attributes of the soul as their primary cause. In comparing them to those that were described and explained in the preceding chapter, one will have no difficulty in realizing that between the two groups there is an identity of cause and effect. History has shown that similar phenomena have occurred in all times and among all cultures, the reason being that since there are incarnate and discarnate souls, the same effects must have been produced. It is true that one might contest the trustworthiness of history on this point. However, today the phenomena are being produced right before our eyes, and we might add naturally and by individuals who have nothing exceptional about them. The very fact that a phenomena can be reproduced under identical conditions is sufficient to prove that it is possible and that it is subject to a particular law. Thus, from that point on, it is no longer miraculous. As we have seen, the principle of psychic phenomena tests upon the properties of the paraspiritual fluid, which constitutes the magnetic agent upon the manifestations of the spirit life during incarnation and after death, and finally upon the compositional state of spirits and their role as an active force of nature. Once these elements are known and their effects proven, one must consequently accept the possibility of certain phenomena that were rejected as long as they were attributed to a supernatural origin. 2. Without any preconceptions as to the nature of Christ, which is beyond the scope of this investigative work, and considering him hypothetically only as a highly evolved spirit, we must nonetheless recognize him as one of the highest order, and that due to his virtues, he is placed far above earthly humanity. Because of the immense results that it produced, his incarnation on this world would only have been one of those missions that are entrusted to the direct messengers of the divinity in order to fulfill its designs. Even supposing that Christ was not God per se, but a messenger from God sent to transmit God's word, he would be more than a prophet, for he would be a divine Messiah. As a man, he had the bodily composition of corporeal beings, but as a pure spirit detached from matter, he would have lived the spirit life more than the corporeal life, the weaknesses of which he would not have had. The superiority of Jesus over other humans was not linked to the particularities of his body, but to those of his spirit, which dominated matter completely, and that of his perispirit, which was drawn from the most quintessential portion of earth's fluids. See chapter 14, number 9. His soul must not have been connected to his body except by strictly indispensable ties, and since it was constantly detached, it must have given him a second sight that was not only continuous, but exceptionally penetrating and far superior to anything seen among ordinary human beings. Such must have also been the case regarding all the phenomena that depend on the paraspiritual or psychic fluids. The quality of these fluids endowed him with an immense magnetic power, seconded by his incessant desire to do good. Did he act as a medium in the healings he performed? Could he be considered as a powerful healing medium? No, because a medium is an intermediary, an instrument that discarnate spirits use. Christ, however, had no need of assistance. He was the one who assisted others. Therefore, he acted by himself in virtue of his own personal powers, just as incarnates can do in certain cases and according to the measure of their abilities. Moreover, what other spirit would have dared to insufflate him with its own thoughts and charge him with transmitting them? If he did receive an outside influx, it could only have been from God. According to the definition given by one spirit, Christ was God's medium. 3. Dreams. The Gospel states that Joseph was warned by an angel who appeared to him in a dream and told him to flee to Egypt with the child. Matthew 2:19-23. Warnings through dreams play a major role in the sacred writings of all religions. Without guaranteeing the preciseness of all the facts recorded, and without discussing them, the phenomena itself has nothing abnormal about it if one knows that the time of sleep is when the spirit disengages itself from the bonds of matter, and momentarily re-enters the spirit life, where it finds itself amongst those whom it used to know. It is often at such times that protector spirits choose to manifest themselves to their wards and give them more direct counsels. The authenticated examples of warnings through dreams are numerous, but one must not infer from this that all dreams are warnings, and even less that everything seen in a dream has some special meaning. The art of interpreting dreams should be ranked among the superstitious and absurd beliefs. See chapter 14, numbers 27 and 28. The Star of the Magi. 4. It is said that a star appeared to the Magi who came to worship Jesus, that it had gone before them, pointing the way, and that it stopped when they arrived. Matthew 2:1-12. Since there is no means of verification, the issue does not involve knowing whether the event narrated by Matthew is real or if it is only an image indicating that the Magi were guided in a mysterious way to the place where the child was. Rather, it involves knowing if an event of this nature is actually possible. What is certain is that in this instance, the light could not have been a star. Such could have been believed at the time because it was thought that the stars were luminous points attached to the firmament and that they could fall to earth. But nowadays, we know their true nature. Even though the event did not have the cause attributed to it, the occurrence of the apparition of light that looked like a star is nonetheless something possible. A spirit can appear in a luminous form or can transform part of its paraspiritual fluid into a luminous point. Many recent and perfectly authenticated occurrences of this kind have no other cause, and such cause has nothing supernatural about it. See chapter 14, Numbers 13, and so forth. Second sight. The entry of Jesus into Jerusalem. 5. When they had come close to Jerusalem and had arrived in Bethany near the Mount of Olives, Jesus sent 2 of his disciples ahead, and he said to them, "Go to the village ahead of you, and arriving there you will find a donkey tied up and her foal with her. Untie her and bring them to me. If anyone says anything to you, tell him that the Lord has need of them, and he will immediately allow you to take them." Now all of this took place so that this word of the prophet could be fulfilled. "Say to the daughter of Zion, Behold your king, who comes to you full of tenderness, mounted on a donkey, and upon a foal of her that is under the yoke." Zechariah 9, verses 9 and 10. The disciples then went and did what Jesus had ordered, and having brought the donkey and her foal, they covered them with their garments and had him mount them. Matthew 21, verses 1 through 7. Judas's kiss. 6. Rise, let us go, for he who must betray me is at hand. He had no sooner finished these words when Judas, one of the 12, arrived, and with him a troop of men armed with swords and clubs, and who had been sent by the chief priests and the elders of the people. Now he who would betray him had given them a signal in order to recognize him, saying to them, "The one whom I kiss, he is the one you seek. Seize him." Then he quickly approached Jesus and said to him, "Master, I greet you," and he kissed him. Jesus answered him, "My friend, what have you come here to do?" At that moment, all the others came forward, seized Jesus, and arrested him. Matthew 26, verses 46 through 50. Miraculous fishing. 7. One day when Jesus was on the bank of Lake Gennesaret, finding himself pressed by the crowd of people huddled together to hear the word of God, he saw 2 boats moored at the edge of the lake. The fishermen had gotten out of them and were washing their nets. He then got into one of the boats, which was Simon's, and asked him to put out a little ways from the land. And having sat down, he taught the people from atop the boat. When he had finished speaking, he said to Simon, "Go out into deep water and cast your nets in order to fish." Simon answered, "Master, we have worked all night without catching anything, but because you say so, I will cast the net." Having cast it, they caught such a large quantity of fish that the net tore. They waved to their companions in the other boat to come and help them. They came and filled up their boat so much that they nearly began to sink. Luke 5, verses 1 through 7. The calling of Peter, Andrew, James, John, and Matthew. 8. Now Jesus was walking along the shore of the Sea of Galilee and saw 2 brothers, Simon called Peter, and Andrew his brother, who were casting their nets into the sea, for they were fishermen. And he said to them, "Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men." They immediately left their nets and followed him. Continuing on from there, he saw 2 more brothers, James, son of Zebedee, and John, his brother, who were in a boat with Zebedee, their father, mending their nets, and he called to them. They immediately left their nets and father and followed him. Matthew 4, verses 18 through 22. Upon leaving there, Jesus saw a man who was called Matthew seated in the tax collector's office and said to him, "Follow me," and he immediately rose and followed him. Matthew 4, 9. 9. These events contain nothing surprising when one knows about the power of second sight and the very natural cause behind this faculty. Jesus possessed it to a high degree, and one could say that it was his normal state, to which a large number of acts during his life attest, and which today have been explained by magnetic phenomena and Spiritism. The fishing incident, regarded as miraculous, may also be explained by second sight. Jesus did not spontaneously produce fish where there were none. Rather, he saw as could someone lucidly alert by means of soul sight, the place where the fish were, and could confidently tell the fishermen to cast their nets there. Perception of thought and consequently certain predictions are the result of spirit sight. When Jesus called Peter, Andrew, James, John, and Matthew, he would have had to have known their inner dispositions in order to know that they would follow him and that they were capable of carrying out the mission that he would entrust to them. It would be necessary for them to have had an intuition about such mission in order to hand themselves over to him. The same occurred on the day of the Last Supper, when he stated that one of the 12 would betray him, and pointed him out by saying that it would be the one who put his hand into the dish, and also when he said that Peter would deny him. In many passages in the Gospel it says, "But Jesus, knowing their thought, said to them." Now, how could he know their thought if it were not by means of the fluidic radiation of those thoughts, and at the same time by means of the spirit sight that enabled him to read individuals' innermost dispositions? Thus, quite often, when we believe that a thought is deeply hidden in the folds of our soul, we do not suspect that we carry within us a mirror that reflects it, a revelator in its own fluidic radiation impregnated by it. If we were to see the mechanism of the invisible world that surrounds us, the diffusion of the conductor wires of thought that connect all corporeal and incorporeal intelligent beings, the fluidic emanations charged with imprints of the mental world, and which like aerial currents crisscross space, we would be less surprised by certain effects that ignorance has attributed to chance. See chapter 14, numbers 15, 22, and so forth. Healings, the loss of blood. 10. Then a woman who had been afflicted with the loss of blood for 12 years, who had suffered much at the hands of several physicians, and who, having spent all her assets without having received any relief, but had only gotten worse, having heard about Jesus, came up from behind the crowd and touched his garments. For she said to herself, "If I could only touch his garments, I would be healed." At that instant, the source of the blood she was losing dried up, and she felt within her body that she was healed of the illness. At that same instant, Jesus felt that power had gone out of him, and he turned to the crowd and asked, "Who touched my garments?" The disciples said to him, "You can see that the crowd is pressing in on you from all sides, and you ask who touched you." But he was looking all around to see who had touched him. However, the woman who knew what had happened to her trembled with fear and came to throw herself at his feet and told him the whole truth. Jesus said to her, "My daughter, your faith has saved you. Go in peace and be healed of your illness." Matthew 5, verses 25 through 34. 11. Those words, feeling that power had gone out of him, are significant. They express the fluidic movement that had gone from Jesus to the infirm woman. Both felt the action that had just been produced. It is noteworthy that the effect was not caused by any act of Jesus' own will. Neither magnetization nor laying on of hands had occurred. A normal fluidic radiation was enough to work the healing. But why was that radiation directed toward this woman rather than toward the others, since Jesus was not thinking about her and since he was surrounded by the crowd? The reason is quite simple. Given as therapeutic matter, the fluid must reach the organic disorder in order to repair it. It can be directed toward the illness by the healer's will, or it can be attracted by the ardent desire, the trust, in other words, the faith of the ill person. With respect to the fluidic current, the former acts like a force pump, whereas the latter acts like a suction pump. Sometimes it is necessary for both actions to occur simultaneously, while at others one is enough. The latter is what took place in this situation. Jesus was right in saying, "Your faith has saved you." One should understand that faith here is not some mystical virtue, as certain people understand it, but a truly attracting power. Those who do not possess it oppose the fluidic current with a repelling force, or at least the force of inertia, which paralyzes the action. From this, one can understand that of two individuals suffering from the same infirmity, when in the presence of a healer, one may be healed but not the other. This is one of the most important principles of healing mediumship, and it uses a very natural cause to explain certain apparent anomalies. See chapter 14, numbers 31 through 33. The blind man of Bethsaida. 12. Having reached Bethsaida, they brought him a blind man who asked him to touch him. Taking the blind man by the hand, he led him outside of the village. He put saliva on his eyes, and laying his hands on him, asked if he could see anything. The man looked around and said to him, "I see men walking around that look to me like trees." Jesus placed his hands upon the man's eye once more, and he began to see better. Finally, he was healed in such a way that he saw everything distinctly. Then Jesus sent him home, saying to him, "Go home, and if you enter the village, do not tell anyone what has happened to you." Mark 8, verses 22 through 26. 13. Here the magnetic effect is obvious. The healing was not instantaneous, but gradual, the result of a firm and repeated action, although more rapid than in ordinary magnetism. The first sensation of the man was precisely what blind persons experience when they recover their sight. Because of an optical effect, objects seem to have an exaggerated size. The paralytic. 14. Having gotten into a boat, Jesus crossed the lake and came to his own town, Capernaum. And when he was presented with a paralytic lying on a cot, Jesus, seeing their faith, said to the paralytic, "My son, take heart, your sins are forgiven." Immediately some of the scribes said to one another, "This man blasphemes." But Jesus, knowing what they were thinking, asked them, "Why do you harbor evil thoughts in your hearts? Which is easier to say, 'Your sins are forgiven,' or to say, 'Get up and walk'? Now, so that you may know the Son of Man has the power to forgive sins on earth, get up," he said to the paralytic, "take your cot and go home." The paralytic immediately got up and went home, and upon seeing the miracle, the people were filled with fear and gave glory to God for having given such power to men. Matthew 9, verses 1 through 8. 15. What could be the meaning of those words, "Your sins are forgiven," and in what way could they be used for healing? Spiritism provides the key to this, just as it does to an infinite number of other words misunderstood until now. By means of the law of the plurality of existences, it teaches us that the ills and afflictions of life are often expiations of the past, and that we suffer in the present life the consequences of wrong we committed in a previous one, the different lives being in solidarity with one another until we have paid the debt for their imperfections. Therefore, if the infirmity of this man was a punishment for the evil he might have committed, by saying to him, "Your sins are forgiven," Jesus was saying to him, "You have paid your debt. The cause of your infirmity is erased by your present faith. Consequently, you deserve to be free of your infirmity." That is why he said to the scribes, "Which is easier to say, 'Your sins are forgiven,' or to say, 'Get up and walk'?" Once the cause ceases, the effect must cease. The case is the same as for a prisoner to whom one has come to say, "Your crime has been expiated and pardoned," which would be the same as saying, "You can leave prison." The 10 lepers. 16. One day as he was going toward Jerusalem, he passed by the outskirts of Samaria and Galilee, and as he was about to enter a village, 10 lepers came before him, and keeping their distance, they raised their voices, saying to him, "Jesus, our Lord, have mercy on us." When he saw them, Jesus said to them, "Go, show yourselves to the priests." And as they were going, they were healed. Seeing that he was healed, one of them retraced his steps, praising God in a loud voice. And he came and threw himself at Jesus' feet, with his face pressed to the ground, giving thanks to him, and this one was a Samaritan. Jesus then asked him, "Were not all 10 healed? Where then are the other 9? None have returned to give glory to God except this foreigner." And he said to him, "Get up, go, your faith has saved you." Luke 17, verses 11 through 19. 17. The Samaritans were schismatics, more or less like Protestants with respect to Catholics, and despised by the Jews as heretics. By indiscriminately healing Samaritans and Jews, Jesus was giving both a lesson on tolerance and an example of it. And by emphasizing the fact that only the Samaritan had returned to give glory to God, he was showing that he had more real faith and recognition than those who regarded themselves as orthodox. By adding, "Your faith has saved you," he was showing that God looks into the depths of the heart and not at the outward form of worship. Even so, he healed the others. He did so for the lesson he wanted to give, and also to demonstrate their ingratitude. But who knows what resulted from this, and what benefit they attained from the grace they were granted. By saying to the Samaritan, "Your faith has saved you," God implies that the same was not the case with the others. The withered hand. 18. At another time, Jesus entered the synagogue where he found a man who had a withered hand, and they watched Jesus to see if he would heal on the Sabbath, so they would have a reason to accuse him. He said to the man who had the withered hand, "Get up and stand there in their midst." Then he asked them, "On the Sabbath, is it permissible to do good or evil, to save life or take it?" They remained silent. However, looking at them with indignation, he pitied them for the blindness of their hearts, and said to the man, "Stretch out your hand." He stretched it out, and it became whole. Immediately the Pharisees left and held counsel with the Herodians against him as to how to cause his downfall. However, Jesus withdrew with his disciples to the sea, to where a large crowd of people had followed him from Galilee and Judea, from Jerusalem, Idumea, and from beyond the Jordan. And having heard about the things he was doing, those from the area surrounding Tyre and Sidon came in large numbers to meet him. Mark 3, verses 1 through 8. The stooped woman. 19. Jesus taught in a synagogue every Sabbath. One day he saw a woman possessed by a spirit who had made her infirm for 18 years, and she was so stooped over that she could not look up at all. Upon seeing her, Jesus called to her and said, "Woman, you are free of your infirmity." At the same time, he placed his hands on her, and she immediately straightened up and gave thanks to God. But the head of the synagogue was indignant because Jesus had healed on a Sabbath, and he said to the people, "There are 6 days meant for work. Come here on one of those days to be healed, and not on one of the Sabbaths." The Lord then said to him, "Hypocrite, which one of you does not untie his ox or donkey from the manger on the Sabbath to lead it to drink? So why should this daughter of Abraham, whom Satan has bound for 18 years, not be freed on the Sabbath from her bonds?" At those words, all his adversaries became confused, and all the people were thrilled at seeing him do such glorious things. Luke 13, verses 10 through 17. 20. This incident shows that at that time most infirmities were attributed to a demon, and that, as today, possessions were confused with illnesses, but in a reverse sense. That is, nowadays, those who do not believe in evil spirits confuse obsessions with pathological illnesses. The paralytic by the pool. 21. Afterward, the celebration of the Jews having arrived, Jesus went to Jerusalem. Now in Jerusalem was the sheep pool called Bethesda in Hebrew, which had 5 colonnades, where a large number of infirm, blind, and lame persons and others with withered hands lay. All were waiting for the waters to become agitated, for at a certain time the angel of the Lord would descend to the pool and stir up the water, and whoever entered first after the water was stirred up was healed of whatever infirmity he had. Now there was a man there who had been an invalid for 38 years. Upon seeing him lying there and knowing that he had been an invalid for such a long time, Jesus asked him, "Do you want to be healed?" The invalid answered, "Sir, I do not have anyone to throw me into the pool after the water is stirred up, and by the time it takes me to get there, someone else gets in ahead of me." Jesus said to him, "Get up, take your mat, and walk." Immediately the man was healed, and taking his mat, he began to walk. Now it was a Sabbath day. The Jews thus said to the one who had been healed, "Today is the Sabbath. You are not allowed to carry your mat." The man responded, "The one who healed me said, 'Take your mat and walk.'" They asked him, "Where is this man who told you, 'Take your mat and walk'?" But the one who had been healed did not know, because Jesus had withdrawn from the crowd. Afterward, Jesus found the man in the temple and said to him, "You can see that you are healed. Do not sin in the future, or else something worse may happen to you." The man went to find the Jews and told them that it was Jesus who had healed him. For that reason, the Jews persecuted Jesus, because he was doing such things on the Sabbath. Then Jesus said to him, "My Father has not ceased working even now, and I too work without ceasing." John 5, verses 1 through 17. 22. Among the Romans, it is said that pools, from the Latin piscis, fish, were originally tanks or aquariums where fish were raised. Later, the meaning of the word was extended to the tanks where people bathed in common. The pool at Bethesda in Jerusalem was a cistern close to the temple and was fed by a natural spring whose water seemed to have had healing properties. Undoubtedly, it was an intermittent spring that at certain times forcefully gushed forth and stirred up the water. According to common belief, that was the most favorable moment for healings. In reality, it could have been that at the moment the water gushed forth, it had a more active property, or that the agitation caused by the gushing water carried minerals that were helpful for certain infirmities. Such effects are quite natural and well known nowadays, but back then the sciences were little advanced, and a supernatural cause was seen behind the majority of misunderstood phenomena. Thus the Jews attributed the stirring up of the water and to the presence of an angel, and this belief seemed all the more well-founded because at that moment the water was more salutary. After having healed the man, Jesus said to him, "Do not sin in the future, or else something worse may happen to you." With these words, he gave him to understand that his infirmity was a punishment, and that if he did not improve himself, he could be punished again even more harshly. This doctrine is in complete conformance with what Spiritism teaches. 23. Jesus seems to have taken the task of performing such healings on the Sabbath in order to have the opportunity to protest against the strictness of the Pharisees with respect to observing that particular day. He wanted to show them that true piety does not consist in observing outward practices and formalities. Rather, piety lies in the sentiments of the heart. He justified this by declaring, "My Father has not ceased working even now, and I too work without ceasing." What he meant was that God does not quit working or acting on the things of nature on the Sabbath. God continues to do whatever is necessary for your nourishment and your health, and I am God's example. The man blind from birth. 24. As Jesus was walking along, he saw a man who had been blind since birth, and his disciples asked him this question, "Lord, was it the sin of this man or the sin of those who brought him into the world that caused him to be born blind?" Jesus responded, "It is not he who sinned, nor those who brought him into the world, but it is to that the works of God's power might shine in him. It is necessary that I do the works of the one who has sent me while it is still day. Night is coming in which no one can work. While I am in the world, I am the light of the world." Having said this, he spit on the ground, and having made clay with his saliva, he anointed the eyes of the blind man with the clay, and said to him, "Go and wash in the pool of Siloam," which means sent. Then he went there, washed, and returned, seeing clearly. His neighbors and those who had seen him previously begging for alms said, "Is this not he who used to sit and beg for alms?" Some answered, "It is him." Others said, "No, it is someone who looks like him." But the man said to them, "It is I." Then they asked him, "How were your eyes opened?" He responded, "It was that man called Jesus. He made clay, and with it he anointed my eyes, saying, 'Go to the pool of Siloam and wash there.' I went there, washed, and now I see." They asked him, "Where is he?" He answered, "I do not know." Then they took the man who had been blind to the Pharisees. Now it was on a Sabbath that Jesus had made the clay and opened his eyes. The Pharisees also questioned him in order to find out how he had recovered his sight. He said to them, "He put clay on my eyes, I washed, and now I can see." To which some of the Pharisees said, "That man has not been sent from God, since he does not keep the Sabbath." Others, however, said, "How could an evil man perform such wonders?" Hence there was dissension among them. They again asked the blind man, "And you, what do you say about the man who opened your eyes?" He responded, "I would say that he is a prophet." But the Jews did not believe that the man had been blind, and that he had received his sight until his father and mother came, whom they questioned, saying, "Is that your son, whom you say has been blind from birth? How then can he see now?" His father and mother answered, "We know that he is our son, and that he has been blind from birth, but we do not know how he can see now, and we do not know who opened his eyes. Ask him. He is of age and can answer for himself." His father and mother spoke like this because they were afraid of the Jews, for the Jews had resolved together that whoever acknowledged Jesus as being the Christ would be thrown out of the synagogue. This is what motivated the father and mother to respond, "He is of age, ask him." Once more they called the man who had been blind and told him, "Render glory to God. We know that this man is a sinner." He responded, "Whether or not he is a sinner, I know nothing about that. All I do know is that I was blind, but now I can see." They asked him again, "What did he do to you, and how did he open your eyes?" He answered, "I have already told you, and you heard. Why do you want to hear it again? Do you want to become his disciples?" At that they hurled insults at him and said, "You can be his disciple. As for us, we are disciples of Moses. We know that God spoke to Moses, but as for this man, we do not even know where he came from." The man responded, "It is really surprising that you do not know where he came from, and that he opened my eyes. Now we know that God does not listen to sinners, but if anyone honors him and does his will, he listens to him. Ever since the world has existed, no one has ever heard it said that someone has opened the eyes of a man blind from birth. If this man had not been sent by God, he could not do all the things that he has done." The Pharisees said to him, "You have been nothing but a sinner from your mother's womb, and you want to teach us?" And they threw him out. John 9, verses 1 through 34. 25. This narrative, so simple and naive, bears within it an obvious character of truth. There is nothing fantastic or extraordinary about it. It is a scene from real life, taken from a fact. The language of the blind man is precisely that of simple folk, in whom knowledge is supplanted by common sense, and who respond to the arguments of their adversaries with straightforwardness, and for reasons that lack neither justice nor appropriateness. Is not the tone of the Pharisees that of the proud, who believe in nothing above their own intelligence, and who become indignant at the sole idea that a man of the people could show them a thing or two? Except for the local character of the situation, the same could apply to our times as well. Being thrown out of the synagogue was like being put out of the church. It was a kind of excommunication. Spiritists, whose doctrine is that of Christ interpreted according to the progress of today's knowledge, are treated like the Jews who acknowledge Jesus as the Messiah. In being excommunicated, they are set outside the church. It is just like what the scribes and Pharisees did to the followers of Christ. Thus, here is a man who was thrown out because he cannot believe that the one who has healed him is possessed by a demon, and because he glorifies God for having been healed. Is that not what is done in regards to Spiritists? Whatever they obtain, whether wise counsels from spirits, a return to God and to goodness, or healings, all this is the work of the devil, and an anathema is published against them. Have we not seen priests declare from atop the pulpit that it would be better to remain a disbeliever than to return to faith through Spiritism? Has it not been said to the infirm that they must not be healed by spirits who possess this gift because it is satanic? are others who preach that the needy should not accept the bread distributed by Spiritists because it is the bread of the devil. Besides, what else did the Jewish priests and Pharisees say and do? What is more, it has been stated that everything today must happen as it did in the time of Christ. The disciples question, was it the sin of this man that caused him to be blind from birth? Indicates an intuition about a previous existence. Otherwise, it would not make sense, because a sin that would cause an infirmity from birth would have had to have been committed before birth, and therefore in a previous existence. If Jesus had seen it as being a wrong idea, he would have said, how could this man have sinned before being born? Instead, he said that the man was blind, not because he had sinned, but so that God's power could shine on him. That is, that he would be the instrument for a manifestation of God's power. If his blindness was not an expiation of the past, it was a trial that would serve for his advancement, because God, who is just, would not have imposed suffering without compensation. As for the means employed to heal him, it is obvious that the kind of clay made from saliva and dirt could not have had any power except through the action of the healing fluid with which it was imbued. Thus it is that the most insignificant substances, water for example, may acquire powerful and effective qualities under the action of the spiritual or magnetic fluid, for which they serve as a vehicle, or if you prefer, a reservoir. Several healings by Jesus. 26. Jesus was going through all Galilee, teaching in the synagogues, preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing all weakness and infirmities among the people. And since his reputation was spreading throughout Syria, all those who were infirm and diversely afflicted with pains and ills, the possessed, the insane, and paralytics, were presented to him, and he healed them. And a large crowd of people followed him from Galilee, the Decapolis, Jerusalem, Judea, and from beyond the Jordan. Matthew 4, verses 23 through 25. 27. Of all the events that bear witness to Jesus' power, the most numerous are undoubtedly the healings. Through them, he wanted to show that true power is that which does good, and that his objective was to make himself useful, not to satisfy the curiosity of the indifferent with extraordinary things. By alleviating suffering, he connected with people through their heart and made more numerous and more sincere proselytes than if they had been impressed only by his visual spectacles. In this way, he made himself loved, whereas if he had limited himself to producing impressive physical effects, as the Pharisees asked of him, most people would have seen him only as a sorcerer or a skillful magician, whom the idol would have gone to see in order to be entertained. Thus, when John the Baptist sent his disciples to ask him if he was the Christ, he did not say, "Yes, I am," because any impostor could have said that. He did not speak of wonders or extraordinary things, but answered them simply, "Go tell John that the blind see, the infirm are healed, the deaf hear, and the gospel is being proclaimed to the poor." This was telling them, "Recognize me by my works, judge the tree by its fruit," because that was the true character of his divine mission. 28. It is also by means of the good it does that Spiritism provides its providential mission. It heals physical ills, but heals moral infirmities especially, and therein lie the greatest wonders through which it affirms itself. Its most sincere adherents are not those who have been impressed by the sight of extraordinary phenomena, but those who have been touched in their souls by its consolation, those who have been freed from the torments of doubt, those whose courage has been revealed in affliction, who have gained strength in the certainty of the future that it has brought them, the knowledge of their spiritual being and their destiny. These are the ones whose faith is unshakable because they feel and comprehend. Those who see in Spiritism only physical effects cannot comprehend its moral power, neither can disbelievers who know Spiritism only by the phenomena, whose primary cause they do not accept, and who see in Spiritists nothing more than sleight of hand, artists, and charlatans. Hence it will not be through wonders that Spiritism will triumph over disbelief. Instead, it will be through the increase of its moral benefits, because even if disbelievers do not believe in the wonders, they, like everyone else, do know suffering and affliction, and no one turns down relief and consolation. Possessions. 29. Next they came to Capernaum, and on the Sabbath Jesus entered the synagogue and began to teach them. They marveled at his doctrine, because he was teaching them as one having authority, and not as the scribes. Now in the synagogue there was a man possessed by an unclean spirit, who was exclaiming, "What is there between you and us, Jesus of Nazareth? Have you come to destroy us? I know who you are. You are the Holy One of God." Jesus, however, said to him threateningly, "Be quiet and come out of that man." Then the unclean spirit threw the man into violent convulsions, let out a loud scream, and came out of him. All were so surprised by this that they asked one another, "What is this? What is this new doctrine? He orders with authority, even unclean spirits obey him." Mark 1, verses 21 through 27. 30. After they had left, they presented him with a mute man possessed by a demon. The demon having been cast out, the mute man spoke, and the people were filled with wonder, saying, "We have never seen such a thing in Israel." But the Pharisees were saying otherwise. "It is by the prince of demons that he casts out demons." Matthew 9, verses 32 through 34. 31. When he came to where his other disciples were, he saw a large crowd of people around them, and several scribes were arguing with them. Upon seeing Jesus, all the people were immediately taken by surprise and fear. They ran to greet him. Then he asked, "What are you arguing about?" And a man in the midst of the people said, "Master, I have brought you my son who is possessed with a mute spirit, and whenever it seizes him, it throws him to the ground, and the boy foams at the mouth, gnashes his teeth, and becomes rigid. I asked your disciples to cast it out, but they could not." Jesus answered them, "O disbelieving people, how long will I be with you? How long must I endure you? Bring him to me." They brought him, and as soon as he saw Jesus, the spirit began to shake him violently. He fell to the ground, where he rolled around, foaming at the mouth. Jesus asked the boy's father, "How long has this been happening?" "Since infancy," said the father, "and the spirit sometimes cast him into the fire, and sometimes into the water in order to kill him. If you can do something, have compassion and help us." Jesus responded, "If you can believe, all things are possible for him who believes." Immediately the boy's father exclaimed to him in tears, "Lord, I believe, help me in my disbelief." And seeing that a crowd was coming nearer, Jesus spoke threateningly to the unclean spirit, saying, "You deaf and mute spirit, I order you to come out of the boy and not to enter him again." Then the spirit, having let out a loud cry, and having shaken him with violent convulsions, came out, and the boy remained as if dead, and many said that he was dead. But after Jesus took him by the hand and lifted him up, he stood up. While Jesus was going home, his disciples asked him in private, "Why could we not cast the demon out?" He answered, "That kind of demon can be cast out only through prayer and fasting." Mark 9, verses 13 through 28. 32. Then they presented him with a possessed man who was also blind and mute, and he healed him, so they began to talk and see. All the people were filled with wonder at this, and asked, "Is this not the son of David?" But when the Pharisees heard this, they said, "The man cast out demons only by the power of Beelzebub, the prince of demons." Now Jesus, knowing their thoughts, said to them, "Every kingdom divided against itself will be ruined, and every city or house divided against itself cannot stand. If Satan cast out Satan, he is divided against himself. Therefore, how will his kingdom stand? And if it is by Beelzebub that I cast out demons, by whom do your sons cast them out? Thus they themselves shall be your judges. But if I cast out demons by the Spirit of God, the kingdom of God has thus come to you." Matthew 12, verses 22 through 28. 33. Along with the healings, the liberating of the possessed figure are among the most numerous acts of Jesus. Among the events of this nature, there are those like the one narrated above in number 30, where possession is not patent. It is probable that at that time, as it is still the case nowadays, the influence of demons was attributed to all infirmities whose cause was unknown, especially muteness, epilepsy, and catalepsy. There are others, however, in which the action of evil spirits cannot be doubted. They have such a striking similarity to those that we witness that we recognize in them all the symptoms of that type of ailment. The proof of the participation of a hidden intelligence in such a case stands out from a material fact. Many radical healings have been obtained in some Spiritist centers solely by means of evoking and moralizing obsessor spirits without magnetization or medication, and frequently with the patient absent and far away. Christ's immense ascendancy gave him such authority over imperfect spirits at the time called demons that all he had to do was order them to come out in such a way that they could not resist his command. See chapter 14, number 46. 34. The incident where the evil spirits were sent into the bodies of pigs is contrary to all possibility. Moreover, it would be difficult to explain the presence of such a large herd of pigs in a country where these animals were regarded with disgust and offered no usefulness as food. An evil spirit is nonetheless a human spirit, although so imperfect that it continues to do evil after death, just as it did before, and it is against the law of nature for it to be able to live in the body of an animal. Hence, one must see here one of those exaggerations that were so common in times of ignorance and superstition, or perhaps an allegory meant to characterize the unclean tendencies of certain spirits. 35. Obsessed and possessed individuals seem to have been quite numerous in Judea at the time of Jesus, which provided him an opportunity to heal many. Undoubtedly, evil spirits had invaded that country and caused an epidemic of possessions. See chapter 14, number 49. Although not an epidemic, individual obsessions are extremely frequent and appear under the most varied aspects, a fact that may be recognized through an in-depth understanding of Spiritism. They can often have deplorable consequences for one's health, whether by aggravating organic afflictions or by causing them. Incontestably, they will someday be classified among the pathological causes that require special curative measures due to their special nature. By revealing the true cause of the malady, Spiritism opens up a new path to the art of healing and furnishes science a way to be successful where it fails frequently only because it does not attack the primary cause of the malady. See the Medium's Book, chapter 23. 36. Jesus was accused by the Pharisees of being assisted by demons in casting out demons. According to them, the good that Jesus was doing was the work of Satan. They did not reflect on the fact that if Satan cast himself out, he would be committing a nonsensical act. It is worth noting that the Pharisees at that time held that every reputedly transcendent, and for that reason supernatural, faculty was the work of the devil. Thus, in their opinion, Jesus himself had received his power from him. This is one more point of similarity with nowadays, and such a doctrine is still that of the Church, which today tries to prevail against spirit manifestations. Not all theologians profess such absolute opinions concerning the demoniac doctrine. Here is one by an ecclesiastic, the value of which the clergy could not dispute. The following passage may be found in the Conferences sur la Religion by Monsignor Francinius, Bishop of Hermopolis, Volume 2, page 341, Paris, 1825. If Jesus had performed such miracles by means of the power of the devil, it would have worked for the destruction of his authority and would have employed his own power against him. Obviously, a devil who sought to destroy the kingdom of vice in order to establish the kingdom of virtue would be a strange devil. That is why Jesus, in order to rebuff the absurd accusation of the Jews, said to them, "If I perform wonders in the name of the devil, then the devil is divided against himself and seeks to destroy himself," a response that needs no reply. This is precisely the argument that Spiritists use to oppose those who attribute to the devil the good counsels they receive from spirits. The devil would be like a professional thief who returned everything he has stolen and exhorted other thieves to become honest individuals. Author. Resurrections. Jairus' daughter. 37. Jesus again crossed over by boat to the other side, and a large crowd gathered around him as soon as he was close to the sea. And a head of the synagogue named Jairus came looking for him, and finding him, he threw himself at his feet, begging vehemently, saying, I have a daughter who is about to die. Come and put your hands on her in order to heal her and save her life. Jesus went there with them, followed by a large crowd who pressed around him. While Jesus was still speaking, some of the head of the synagogue's house came and said to him, Your daughter is dead. Why do you want to put the master to the trouble of going any further? Upon hearing this, however, Jesus said to the head of the synagogue, Do not be troubled, only believe. And he allowed no one to accompany him except Peter, James, and John, James's brother. Having arrived at the home of the head of the synagogue, he saw a distraught group of people who were crying and wailing. Entering the home, he said to them, Why are you making so much noise, and why are you crying? The girl is not dead, she is only sleeping. They scoffed at him. Having made everyone leave, he took the child's father and mother and those who had come with them, and he went into the place where the girl was lying. He took her hand and said, Talitha Kumi, that is, my child, I order you to get up. At that instant the girl got up and began walking. She was 12 years old, and they were marvelously astonished. Mark 5, verses 21 through 24 and 35 through 43. The son of the widow from Nain. 38. The next day, Jesus went to a town called Nain, and his disciples accompanied him with a large crowd of people. When he was close to the city's gate, a dead person was being readied for burial. He was the only son of his mother, who was a widow, and a large number of people from the town were with her. When he saw her, the Lord was touched with compassion and said to her, Weep no more. Then approaching the coffin, he touched it, and those who were carrying it stopped. Then Jesus said, Young man, I order you to get up. Immediately he who was dead sat up and began to speak, and Jesus gave him back to his mother. All those present were taken with fear and glorified God, saying, A great prophet has appeared in our midst, and God has visited his people. Word of the miracle spread throughout Judea and all the neighboring regions. Luke 7, verses 11 through 17. 39. The occurrence of the return to corporeal life by a truly dead individual would be contrary to the laws of nature and consequently miraculous. However, it is not necessary to resort to that order of phenomena to explain the resurrections performed by Christ. If appearances sometimes deceive even professionals nowadays, instances of this sort must have been much more frequent in a country where no precautions were taken and where burial was immediate. Proof of this custom may be found in Acts 5:5 and so forth. When Ananias heard these words, he fell over and gave up his spirit, and all who heard about it were taken with great fear. Immediately some young men came to get his body, and after wrapping it, they buried it. Around 3 hours later, his wife, Sapphira, who did not know what had happened, came in, and Peter said to her, etc. At that very moment she fell at his feet and gave up her spirit. The young men entered and found her dead, and wrapping her, they buried her together with her husband. Author. Thus there is all probability in the two cases cited above. There was only syncope or lethargy involved. Jesus himself obviously said this about Jairus' daughter. The girl is not dead, but is only asleep. As a consequence of the fluid power that Jesus possessed, there is nothing surprising that this vivifying fluid, directed by a powerful will, had reanimated numbed senses that he had even been able to call back to the body as long as the paraspiritual tie was not definitely broken, the spirit that was ready to abandon it. For people at that time who believed a person was dead as soon as the breath stopped, there was a resurrection, and they could affirm it in good faith. However, in reality, there was a healing and not a resurrection in the true meaning of the word. 40. No matter what may be said, the resurrection of Lazarus in no way invalidates this principle. It is stated that he had been in the tomb for 4 days. However, it is well known that there are lethargies that last 8 days or more. One might add that Lazarus already smelled bad, which is a sign of decomposition. This allegation also proves nothing, keeping in mind that in certain individuals there is partial decomposition of the body even before death, and they give off a rotten smell. Death arrives only when the organs essential to life are stricken. And who could affirm that Lazarus in fact smelled rotten? It is his sister Martha who says so, but did she know it for a fact? Lazarus had been buried for 4 days, so she assumed it, but there was no way she could have been certain. See chapter 14, number 29. The following incident proves that decomposition sometimes precedes death. In the convent of the Good Shepherd, founded in Toulon by penal colony chaplain Abbot Marin for repentant women, there was a girl who had borne the most horrible sufferings with the composure and impassiveness of an expiatory victim. In the midst of her pain, she seemed to smile as if she were having a heavenly vision. Like St. Teresa, she asked to suffer even more, her flesh in tatters and gangrene destroying her limbs. Out of wise forethought, the doctors have recommended that they inter the body right after death. How strange. As soon as she let out her last breath, the whole process of decomposition stopped. The cadaverous exhalations ceased, and for 36 hours she remained exposed to the prayers and veneration of the community. Author. Jesus walks on water. 41. Immediately, Jesus had his disciples get into a boat to go to the other side ahead of him while he sent away the multitudes. After having sent them away, he went up on a mountain by himself to pray, and since evening had fallen, he found himself alone there. Meanwhile, the boat was being buffeted by the waves in the middle of the sea because the wind was against it. Nevertheless, during the 4th watch of the evening, Jesus came to them walking on the sea. When they saw him walking on the sea, they became confused and said, "It is a ghost," and they cried out in fear. Immediately Jesus then said to them, "Peace be with you. It is I. Do not be afraid." Peter responded, "Lord, if it is you, order me to come to you walking on the water." Jesus said to him, "Come." And Peter got out of the boat and walked on the water to go to Jesus. However, a strong wind arose, and he was afraid, and when he began to sink, he exclaimed, "Lord, save me." Jesus immediately extended his hand, took hold of him, and said, "O man of little faith, why did you doubt?" And when they had gotten back into the boat, the wind stopped. Then those who were in the boat drew close to him and worshipped him, saying, "You are truly the Son of God." Matthew 14, verses 22 through 33. 42. This phenomena finds its natural explanation in the principle set forth above in chapter 14, number 43. Similar examples demonstrate that it is neither impossible nor miraculous, since it lies within the laws of nature. It can be produced in 2 ways. Although he was alive, Jesus could appear on the water in tangible form while his body was elsewhere. This is the most probable hypothesis. In the story, one can even recognize certain signs that are characteristic of tangible apparitions. See chapter 14, numbers 35 through 37. On the other hand, his body could possibly have been up and gravity neutralized by the same fluid force that holds a table in the air without a point of support. The same effect has often been produced involving human bodies. The Transfiguration. 43. 6 days later, Jesus took Peter, James, and John and led them along with him to a high mountain in an isolated place where he was transfigured in front of them. And while he was praying, his face appeared completely different. His garments turned brilliantly luminous and as white as snow, such that no bleach on earth could have made them so white. And Elijah and Moses appeared and began conversing with Jesus. Then Peter said to Jesus, "Lord, it is good that we are here. Let us make 3 shelters, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah." For he did not know what he was saying, being so afraid. At the same time a cloud appeared which covered them, and from the cloud a voice came proclaiming these words, "This is my beloved Son, listen to him." Immediately upon looking around, they saw no one except Jesus, who remained alone with them. When they were coming down from the mountain, he ordered them not to tell anyone about what they had seen until the Son of Man was raised from the dead. And they kept these things secret, asking each other what he had meant by the words, "until the Son of Man was raised from the dead." Mark 9, verses 1 through 9. 44. It is once more in the properties of the paraspiritual fluid that the explanation of this phenomena may be found. Transfiguration, explained in chapter 14, number 39, is a very common phenomena, which as a result of fluidic radiation can change an individual's appearance. However, the purity of Jesus' paraspirit enabled his spirit to give him an exceptional brilliance. As for the apparition of Moses and Elijah, it falls completely within the realm of all the phenomena of the same genre. See chapter 14, numbers 35, and so forth. Of all the faculties revealed in Jesus, there were none which were found outside the conditions of humanity, or which could not be found in the most ordinary individuals, because such faculties are part of nature. However, because of the superiority of his moral essence and his fluidic qualities, such faculties attain proportions in him far above those of the common folk. Apart from his corporeal envelope, they would represent for us the state of the pure spirits. Jesus calms the storm. 45. One day he was in a boat with his disciples and said to them, "Let us go to the other side of the lake." Then they set out, and while they were crossing he fell asleep. A great windstorm suddenly struck the lake, so that their boat, filling with water, was in danger. The disciples approached him and woke him up, saying, "Master, we are perishing." Jesus got up, spoke threateningly to the wind, and the raging waves, they subsided, and there was a great calm. Then he said to them, "Where is your faith?" However, they were full of fear and wonder, and asked one another, "Who is this who orders the wind and waves in such a way, and they obey him?" Luke 8, verses 22 through 25. 46. We do not yet know enough about the secrets of nature to say whether or not there are hidden intelligences that preside over the action of the elements. If such a hypothesis were affirmed, the phenomena in question could have been the result of an act of authority over such intelligences, and would demonstrate a power that has not been given to any man or woman to exercise. In any case, Jesus sleeping peacefully during the storm attests to a confidence that may be explained by the fact that his spirit saw that there was no danger, and that the storm would subside. The wedding at Cana. 47. This miracle, mentioned only in the Gospel of John, is presented as being the first one Jesus performed, and as such it must have been one of the most noteworthy. However, it seems to have had very small impact because none of the other evangelists mention it. An event so extraordinary should have caused the highest degree of wonder among the guests, and especially the owner of the house, but they do not seem to have noticed it at all. Considered by itself, the incident has little importance in comparison with those that truly attest to Jesus' spiritual qualities. Supposing that things occurred as they are narrated, it is remarkable that this is the only phenomena of this genre that he produced. He was of a nature too high to become involved with purely physical effects, suitable only to stimulate the curiosity of the crowd, who would have likened him to a magician. He knew that useful things would win him more sympathy and would bring him more followers than those that could pass a sleight of hand without touching the heart. See number 27. Although this incident could possibly be explained up to a certain extent by a fluidic action, which, like the examples offered by magnetism, would have changed the properties of the water, giving it the flavor of wine, this hypothesis is not very probable, considering in such a case the water, having only the taste of wine, would have retained its color, a fact which would not have failed to be noticed. It is more reasonable to see in this one of those parables that are so frequent in the teachings of Jesus, like that of the prodigal son, the wedding feast, the unrighteous rich man, the withered fig tree, and such others, which nonetheless have the character of actual events. During the meal, he could have made an allusion to wine and water, deriving a teaching from both. What justifies this opinion are the words addressed by the steward on this subject. Every man first serves the good wine, and after much has been drunk, inferior wine is served. As for you, you have saved the good wine until now. Between these two hypotheses, one must choose the most rational, and Spiritists are not so gullible as to see only manifestations everywhere, nor are they so extreme in pretending to explain everything by fluids. The multiplication of the loaves. 48. The multiplication of the loaves is one of the miracles that have most intrigued commentators. At the same time, it has incited the eloquence of disbelievers. Without going to the trouble of probing its allegorical meaning, they see it as only a childish story. However, the majority of serious persons have seen in this narrative, although in an unusual form, a parable comparing the spiritual nourishment of the soul with the nourishment of the body. Nonetheless, one may see in it more than an allegory, and from a certain point of view, one may accept the reality of a factual event without having to resort to a miracle. It is known that intense mental preoccupation or attention given to a matter can make one forget hunger. Now, those following Jesus were individuals eager to listen to him. Consequently, there is nothing surprising that, fascinated by what he was saying, and also perhaps by the powerful magnetic action he was exerting on them, they had not felt the physical need to eat. Because he had foreseen this result, Jesus could thus put his disciples at ease by telling them in his usual figurative language that the loaves, assuming there really were a few loaves, would suffice to satiate the crowd. At the same time, he was providing his disciples with a lesson. You yourselves give them something to eat, he said. He was thus teaching them that they too could provide nourishment by means of the word. In this way, besides the moral allegorical meaning, a natural, very common physiological effect was produced. The miracle in this case lies in the ascendancy of Jesus' words, which was powerful enough to capture the attention of a huge crowd to the point of making them forget to eat. Such moral power proves Jesus' superiority much more than would the purely physical occurrence of the multiplying of the loaves, which must be taken as an allegory. Moreover, this explanation is confirmed by Jesus himself in the following two passages. The yeast of the Pharisees. 49. Now his disciples, having crossed to the other side, forgot to bring bread along. Jesus said to them, Take care to guard yourselves against the yeast of the Pharisees and Sadducees. But they thought and said to each other, It is because we did not bring any bread. Jesus knew what they were thinking and said, Men of little faith, why are you telling each other that you did not bring any bread? Do you still not understand, and do you not remember that 5 loaves were enough for 5,000 men, and how many baskets full you collected? Why do you not understand that I was not talking to you about bread when I told you to guard yourselves against the yeast of the Pharisees and Sadducees? Then they understood that he was not telling them to guard themselves against the yeast that is added to bread, but the doctrine of the Pharisees and Sadducees. Matthew 16, verses 5 through 12. The bread of heaven. 50. On the following day, the people who had remained on the other side of the sea noticed that there was no other boat there, and that Jesus had not gotten into the one with his disciples, but that only the disciples had gone. And since other boats from Tiberiades had arrived later, close to the place where the Lord had fed them with the 5 loaves after giving thanks, and since they finally realized that neither Jesus nor his disciples were there, they got into the boats and went to Capernaum in search of Jesus. When they found him on the other side of the sea, they said to him, "Lord, when did you get here?" Jesus answered them, "Verily, verily, I say to you that you have come looking for me, not because of the miracles you saw, but because I gave you bread to eat, and you were satisfied. Were it not in order to have food that perishes, but food that endures to eternal life, and which the Son of Man will give to you, because it is upon him that God the Father has placed his seal and character." They asked him, "What must we do to do the works of God?" Jesus replied, "The work of God is that you believe in him whom he has sent." They further asked him, "Then what miracle will you perform so that in seeing it we may believe in you? What will you do that is extraordinary? Our ancestors are manna in the desert, according to what is written. He gave them bread from heaven to eat." Jesus responded, "Verily, verily, I say to you that Moses did not give you bread from heaven, but it is my Father who gives you the true bread from heaven. For the bread of God is he who has descended from heaven and gives life to the world." Then they said to him, "Lord, give us always of this bread." Jesus answered, "I am the bread of life. He who comes to me shall not hunger, and he who believes in me shall never thirst. But I have already told you, you have seen me, but you have not believed. Verily, verily, I say to you, he who believes in me has eternal life. I am the bread of life. Your ancestors are manna in the desert, and they are dead. But here is a bread that has come down from heaven, so whoever eats it shall not die." John 6:22 through 36, 47 through 50. 51. In the first passage, Jesus recalling the effect produced previously clearly means that he had not dealt with physical loaves. Otherwise, the comparison he had made with the yeast of the Pharisees would have lacked an object. "Do you still not understand?" he said. "And do you not remember that 5 loaves were enough for 5,000 men, and that 7 loaves were enough for 4,000? How is it that you do not understand that I was not speaking to you about bread when I told you to guard yourselves against the yeast of the Pharisees?" This comparison would have been meaningless in the event of a physical multiplication. The incident was extraordinary enough in and of itself to have struck the imagination of his disciples, who, however, did not seem to remember it. This is what is emphasized no less clearly in Jesus' discourse on the bread of heaven, in which he tries to make the true meaning of spiritual food understood. Work, he said, not in order to have food that perishes, but food that endures to eternal life, and which the Son of Man will give to you. This food is his word, which is the bread that has come down from heaven and gives life to the world. "I am the bread of life," he declares. "He who comes to me shall not hunger, and he who believes in me shall never thirst." Such distinctions, however, were too subtle for those unrefined natures, who could understand only tangible things. For them, the manna that had fed the bodies of their ancestors was the true bread from heaven. That was a miracle. Thus, if the incident of the multiplication had occurred materially, how could these same persons for whom it had been produced a few days earlier have been so little impressed as to say to Jesus, "What miracle will you perform, so that by seeing it we may believe in you? What will you do that is extraordinary?" It is because they understood miracles to mean the wonders that the Pharisees asked for, that is, signs in the sky at Jesus' orders, as if by a magician's wand. What Jesus did was very simple and did not depart from the laws of nature. The healings themselves did not display a character sufficiently strange or extraordinary. Spiritual miracles did not hold enough substance for them. The temptation of Jesus. 52. Jesus being taken by the devil to the pinnacle of the temple and then to a mountain to be tempted by him is one of those parables that were characteristic of him and which public credulity has transformed into an actual event. The following explanation is the textual reproduction of a Spiritist teaching concerning the narrative. Author. 53. Jesus was not actually taken, but only wanted to enable men and women to understand that humans are subject to failure and that they must always be on guard against evil inspirations to which their weak nature leads them to yield. Hence, the temptation of Jesus is an allegory, and one would have to be blind to take it literally. How could you believe that the Messiah, the Word of God incarnate, was submitted for even a short amount of time to the suggestions of the devil, and that, as it says in the Gospel of Luke, the devil left him for a while, which would imply that he was submitted further to the devil's power? No, you must better understand the teachings that have been given to you. The spirit of evil could do nothing with respect to the essence of the good. No one ever affirmed having seen Jesus on the mountain or the pinnacle of the temple. That would certainly have been an incident worth spreading amongst all the people at the time. The temptation was not therefore a material, physical act. As for the moral act, could you believe that the spirit of darkness, who knew Jesus' origin and power, could say, "Worship me, and I will give you all the kingdoms of the earth"? If so, the devil would have been unaware as to whom he was making such an offer, which is improbable. If he did know who Jesus was, his proposals were nonsense, because he would have known very well that they would be rejected by the one who had come to destroy his rule over humankind. Therefore, you must understand the meaning of this parable, because that is all that it is. Like the parables of the prodigal son and the good Samaritan, the former shows us the dangers that people face if they do not resist that inner voice that clamors to them unceasingly. You can be more than you are. You can possess more than you have. You can thrive, acquire, yield to the voice of ambition, and all your desires will be satisfied. It shows us the danger and the means to avoid it by saying to such evil inspirations, "Be gone, Satan," or in other words, "Be gone, temptation." The two other parables that I have mentioned show you what may still await those who, because they are too weak to keep the devil away, succumb to his temptations. They show us the mercy of the family father, laying his hand on his repentant son's brow and lovingly granting him the forgiveness he has begged for. They show us that the guilty, the schismatic, those rejected by their siblings, are more valuable in the eyes of the supreme judge than those who scorn them, because they practice the virtues taught by the law of love. Weigh well the teachings given in the gospel, know how to distinguish between what is literal and what is figurative, and the errors that have blinded you for so many centuries will be erased little by little, giving way to the shining light of the truth. John the Evangelist, Bordeaux, 1862. Wonders surrounding Jesus' death. 54. Now from the 6th hour of the day until the 9th, the whole earth was covered in darkness. At the same time, the veil in the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. The earth shook, the rocks split, the graves were opened, and many bodies of saints who were in the sleep of death came back to life, and leaving their graves after Jesus' resurrection, they came to the holy city and were seen by many people. Matthew 27, verse 45, and verses 51 through 53. 55. It is strange that such wonders occurring at the same moment in which the city's attention was fixed upon Jesus' death, the event of the day, went unnoticed, for no historian makes the least reference to them. It seems impossible that an earthquake and the whole earth covered in darkness for 3 hours in a country where the sky is always perfectly clear could have gone unnoticed. The length of such darkness was nearly that of an eclipse of the sun, but eclipses of that type occur only during the time of the new moon, and Jesus' death occurred during the full moon on the 14th day of the month of Nisan, the day of the Jewish Passover. The darkening of the sun could also have been caused by sunspots, which may be observed on its surface. In such case, the brilliance of its light is weakened noticeably, but never to the point of causing obscurity and darkness. Admitting that a phenomena of this kind had actually occurred at that time, it would have had to have had a perfectly natural cause. On the sun's surface, there are always certain sunspots which follow its rotational movement and which have served to determine the duration of this movement. At times, however, these sunspots increase in number, extent, and intensity, and it is then that there is a decrease in light and heat. This increase in the number of sunspots seems to coincide with certain astronomical phenomena and the relative position of certain planets, which determine their periodic reappearance. The length of such darkening is highly variable. Sometimes it lasts only 2 or 3 hours, but in 535 there was one that lasted 14 months. Author. As for the dead who come back to life, it could be that a few persons had seen visions or apparitions, which is not unusual. However, since they were not aware of the cause of such phenomena, they supposed that the figures they saw had come from the grave. Distressed by the death of their Lord, Jesus' disciples undoubtedly connected it with a few particular events to which on any other occasion they would not have paid any attention. It would have been enough for a piece of rock at that moment to have split apart, for individuals inclined to the extraordinary to have regarded it as a wonder, and who, exaggerating the fact, stated that the rocks had split apart. Jesus is great due to his works, and not due to fantastic imagery with which enthusiasm with little enlightenment believed it necessary to surround him. The apparition of Jesus after his death. 56. Shielding tears, Mary Magdalene, however, remained outside close to the tomb, and as she was weeping, she bent down to look inside the tomb and saw 2 angels dressed in white and seated in the place where Jesus' body had been, one at the head and the other at the feet. They said to her, "Woman, why are you weeping?" She answered, "They have taken my Lord, and I do not know where they have put him." Having said this, she turned around and saw Jesus standing there, but she did not know that it was Jesus. Then he said to her, "Woman, why are you weeping? Who are you looking for?" Thinking he was the gardener, she said to him, "Sir, if you are the one who took him, tell me where you have put him, and I will take him." Jesus said to her, "Mary." She immediately turned toward him and said, "Rabboni," that is, "my Lord." Jesus responded, "Do not touch me, for I have not yet ascended to my Father, but to my brethren, and tell them for me, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God." Mary Magdalene then went to tell the disciples that she had seen the Lord, and that he had told her these things. John 20, verses 11 through 18. 57. On that same day, 2 of them were going toward a town called Emmaus, which was about 60 stadia from Jerusalem. They were talking about everything that had happened, and while they were talking and discussing the matter, Jesus himself came to join them and began walking with them. But their eyes were restrained so they could not recognize him. He asked them, "What have you been talking about as you walk along, and where have you come from that you are so sad?" One of them, named Cleopas, asked him, "Are you so foreign to Jerusalem that you do not know what has happened these last few days?" "What has happened?" he asked. They answered, "Regarding Jesus of Nazareth, who was a powerful prophet before God and before all the peoples, and about the way in which the chief priests and our elders handed him over to be condemned to death and crucified him. We were hoping that he was the one who would redeem Israel, but now this is the 3rd day after such things occurred. It is true that certain women of those who used to be with us have surprised us, for they went to his tomb before daybreak, and not having found his body, they came back to say that angels had appeared to them, saying that he was alive. And some of us also went to the tomb and found everything according to what the women had told them, but as far as him, they did not find him." Then he said to them, "O foolish ones, whose hearts are slow to believe in everything that the prophets have said. Did not the Christ have to suffer all those things in order to enter into his glory?" And beginning with Moses and then with all the prophets, he explained to them what all the scriptures had said about him. When they were near the town to which they were headed, he seemed as if he were going to go further, but they urged him to tarry, saying, "Stay with us, for it is late, and the day is already fading." He went in with them. With them at the table, he took the bread, blessed it, broke it, and gave it to them. At that moment their eyes were opened, and they recognized him. However, he disappeared before their eyes. Then they said to each other, "It is not true that our hearts burned within us as he was speaking with us on the road, and as he was explaining the Scriptures to us." And rising at that instant, they returned to Jerusalem, and saw that the 11 apostles and those who continued with them were assembled. They said, "The Lord has truly risen, and he appeared to Simon." Then the two also related what had happened to them on the road, and how they had recognized him when he broke the bread. While they were talking about this, Jesus himself appeared in their midst and said to them, "Peace be with you. It is I. Do not be afraid." However, in the confusion and fear that gripped them, they imagined they were seeing a spirit. And Jesus said to them, "Why are you troubled? Why do such thoughts arise in your hearts? Look at my hands and fists, and know that it is I. Touch me, and remember that a spirit does not have flesh or bones as you see that I have." Having said this, he showed them his hands and feet. But since they still did not believe, because they were so taken with joy and wonder, he said to them, "Do you have anything here to eat?" They gave him a piece of baked fish and some honeycomb. He ate in front of them, and taking the rest, he gave it to them, saying, "This is what I told you when I was still with you, that it was necessary for everything that was written about me in the law of Moses, the prophets, and the Psalms to be fulfilled." At the same time, he opened their minds so that they could understand the Scriptures, and he said to them, "Thus it is written, and thus it would be necessary for the Christ to suffer, and that he would rise from the dead on the third day, and that repentance and remission of sins would be preached in his name to all nations, beginning in Jerusalem. Now you are witnesses of these things. I will send you the gift of my Father, which was promised to you, but for now remain in the city until I have clothed you with power from on high." Luke 24, verses 13 through 49. 58. However, Thomas, called Didymus, one of the 12 apostles, was not with them when Jesus came. The other disciples said to him, "We have seen the Lord." But he said to them, "Unless I see the nail marks in his hands, place my finger in the nail holes, and put my hand in the hole in his side, I shall not believe." 8 days later, the disciples were in the same place, and Thomas was with them. Jesus appeared to them while the doors were closed, and stood in their midst, and said to them, "Peace be with you." Then he said to Thomas, "Place your finger here, and look at my hands. Also stretch out your hand, and place it in my side, and be no longer disbelieving, but faithful." Thomas responded and said to him, "My Lord and my God." Jesus said to him, "Thomas, you believe because you have seen. Blessed are they who believe without having seen." John 20, verses 24 through 29. 59. Afterward, Jesus also showed himself again to his disciples on the shore of the Sea of Tiberias. He showed himself in this way. Simon Peter and Thomas, called Didymus, Nathanael, who was from Cana in Galilee, the sons of Zebedee, and 2 other disciples were all together. Simon Peter said to them, "I am going fishing." They said to him, "We are going with you." They got into a boat, but they did not catch any fish that night. When morning came, Jesus appeared on the shore, but his disciples did not realize that it was Jesus. He said to them, "My sons, have you nothing to eat?" They answered, "No." He said to them, "Cast your net on the right side of the boat, and you will find some." They cast it right away, and could not haul it in because it was so loaded with fish. Then the disciple whom Jesus loved said to Peter, "It is the Lord." And realizing that it was the Lord, Simon Peter put on his clothes, because he was naked, and jumped into the sea. The other disciples came with the boat, and since they were no more than 200 cubits from the shore, they dragged the net full of fish. John 21, verses 1 through 8. 60. Afterward he led them to Bethany, and having raised his hands, he blessed them. And having blessed them, he left, and was taken up into heaven. As for them, after they had worshipped him, they returned to Jerusalem full of joy. They were constantly in the temple, praising and blessing God. Amen. Luke 24, verses 50 through 53. 61. The apparition of Jesus after his death are narrated by the evangelists with circumstantial details that allow for no doubt as to their reality. What is more, the apparitions are perfectly explained by the fluidic laws and the properties of the pure spirit, and present nothing abnormal with the phenomena of the same genre, of which ancient and contemporary history offer numerous examples. To the point of not even excluding tangibility, if one would observe the circumstances that accompanied his many apparitions, one would recognize in him at such moments all the characteristics of a fluidic being. He appears unexpectedly and disappears in the same way. He is seen by some but not by others, under appearances that make him unrecognizable even to his disciples. He shows himself in closed rooms where a corporeal body could not enter. Even his language lacks the verve of a corporeal being. It has a brief and succinct manner peculiar to spirits who manifest in that way. In other words, all his attitudes denote something that is not of the terrestrial world. Seeing him causes both surprise and fear at the same time. His disciples cannot speak with him with the same freedom as before. They sense that he is no longer a man. Jesus, however, showed himself with his pure spiritual body, which explains why he was seen only by those whom he wanted to see him. If he had had his corporeal body, he would have been seen by the first one who came to him, just as when he was alive. His disciples, being unaware of the primary cause of the phenomena of apparitions, did not perceive their particularities, which they probably did not notice. Since they saw Jesus and touched him, to them this must have been his resuscitated body. See chapter 14, verse 14 and 35 through 38. 62. While disbelief rejects all the phenomena performed by Jesus because they have a supernatural appearance, and without exception regards them as legends, Spiritism provides a natural explanation for most of such phenomena. It demonstrates how they are possible, not only by means of the theory of the fluidic laws, but by means of their identity with similar phenomena caused by a large number of individuals under the most ordinary circumstances. Since the phenomena are more or less in the public domain, they prove nothing in principle concerning the exceptional nature of Jesus. The numerous contemporary phenomena involving healings, apparitions, possessions, second sight, and others, which are reported in the Revue Spirite and recalled in the above observations, offer, even in the most detailed circumstances, such a patent analogy with those that the Gospel narrates that the similarity of both the effects and the causes becomes obvious. Hence it must be asked why the same phenomena would have a natural cause today, but a supernatural one yesterday, diabolical for some, divine for others. If it were possible here to place them side by side, the comparison would be easier. However, the number and the explanations that most of them would require would not allow it. Author. 63. The greatest of the miracles that Jesus performed, the one that truly attests to how highly evolved he was, is the revolution that his teachings have caused throughout the world, in spite of the limits of his field of action. Actually, Jesus, obscure, poor, born in the most humble circumstances amongst a people with no might, nearly ignored and without any political, artistic, or literary clout, preached for only 3 years. Throughout that short span of time, he was unacknowledged, slandered, treated as an impostor, and persecuted by his fellow citizens. He had to flee in order not to be stoned to death. He was betrayed by one of his own disciples and denied by another. He was abandoned by all of them at the moment he fell into the hands of his enemies. He practiced only the good, but that did not protect him from the malevolence that turned the very services he rendered against him. Condemned to a death reserved for criminals, he died ignored by the world. Contemporary history is silent on this account. Only the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus says anything about it, and very little at that. Author. He wrote nothing, nonetheless aided by a few individuals who were as obscure as he was. His word was sufficient to regenerate the world. His doctrine slew all-powerful paganism and became the flame of civilization. Against him was everything that makes human beings fail, which is why we have said that the triumph of his doctrine was the greatest of his miracles, while at the same time it proved his mission to have been divine. If instead of social and regenerative principles founded upon humankind's spiritual future, he had offered posterity only a few extraordinary phenomena, perhaps today hardly anyone would recognize his name. The disappearance of Jesus' body. 64. The disappearance of Jesus' body after his death has been the subject of numerous commentaries. It is attested to by the four evangelists based on the report of the women who went to his tomb on the third day, only to find that he was not there. Some have only seen a miraculous event in this disappearance, others attribute it to a clandestine removal. According to another opinion, Jesus did not have a corporeal body at all, but only a fluidic one. Throughout his entire life, he was only a tangible apparition, in other words, a kind of a generate. See reference in next paragraph, translator. His birth, death, and all the physical acts of his life were only in appearance. Thus it has been said that his body, having returned to the fluidic state, could disappear from the tomb, and it was with this same body that he showed himself after his death. Without a doubt, such a fact is not radically impossible, according to what is known today about the properties of the fluids. However, it would at the least be completely exceptional and in formal opposition to the character of a generates. See chapter 14, number 36. The issue is therefore to determine if such a hypothesis is acceptable and whether it is confirmed or contradicted by the facts. 65. Jesus' state on the earth entails two periods, that which precedes his death and that which follows it. In the former, from the moment of conception to birth, everything regarding his mother happens as it does in the normal condition of life. We are not speaking about the mystery of the incarnation, with which we do not have to concern ourselves here, but which will be examined at a later time. Author. From his birth until his death, everything about his acts, his language, and the various circumstances of his life reveals the unequivocal characteristics of corporeality. The psychic phenomena that occur in him are unexpected, but there is nothing abnormal about them, since they can be explained by the properties of the pure spirit, and may be found in different degrees among other individuals. After his death, on the other hand, everything about him reveals a fluidic being. The difference between these two states is so noticeable that they cannot be compared. The corporeal body has the properties inherent to matter per se, properties that differ essentially from those of the ethereal fluids. In matter, breakdown occurs because of the rupture of molecular cohesion. A cutting instrument can penetrate the physical body and divide its tissues. If the organs essential to life are attacked, the body stops functioning and death follows, that is, the death of the body. Since this cohesion does not exist in fluidic bodies, life does not lie in the functioning of special organs. Disorders analogous to those of the physical body cannot be produced. A cutting instrument or any other can penetrate a fluidic body like a cloud of vapor without causing any sort of lesion. That is why bodies of this kind cannot die, and why fluidic beings called agenerates cannot be killed. After the death of Jesus, his inert and lifeless body was entombed like any other body, and anyone could see and touch it. After his resurrection, when he was ready to leave earth behind, he did not die again. Instead, his body rose, dissipated, and vanished without leaving a trace. Obvious proof that that body was of a different nature than the one that perished on the cross. Hence, one must conclude that if Jesus could die, it was because he had a body of flesh. Due to its material properties, the corporeal body is the seat of sensation and physical pain, which reverberate within the sensitive center or spirit. It is not the body that suffers, it is the spirit, which receives a counterblow from the lesions or alterations in the organic tissues. In a body deprived of the spirit, sensation is lacking entirely. For the same reason, the spirit that has no physical body cannot experience suffering, which is the result of the alteration of matter. Hence, one must also conclude that if Jesus suffered physically, which cannot be doubted, it was because he had a physical body of a nature similar to everybody else's. 66. The strongest moral considerations must be added to the physical events. If during his life Jesus existed in the state of fluidic beings, he would have felt neither pain nor bodily needs. To suppose such to have been the case is to take from him all the merit of the life of privation and suffering that he chose and is an example of resignation. If everything in his life was only an appearance, all the events of his life, his repeated statements regarding his death, the dolorous scene in the Garden of Olives, his prayer to God to remove the cup from his lips, his passion and death, everything up to the last cry when he delivered up his spirit, would have been only a vain sham of deception regarding his true nature and meant to create a belief in the illusory sacrifice of his life, a farce unworthy of a simple and honest man, and for even more reason of such a highly evolved being. In other words, he would have abused the good faith of his contemporaries and all posterity. Such are the logical consequences of that theory, consequences that are unacceptable because they morally degrade rather than elevate him. Publisher's note. In light of the communications and phenomena appearing after the departure of Kardec, we must conclude that it was not really a vain sham, just as there was no sham when Jesus, after his death, stated the words that are recorded in Luke 24:39, "It is I, touch me and see, for a spirit does not have flesh or bone, as you see that I do." Thus, like any other man, Jesus had both a corporeal body and a fluidic one, a fact attested to by the physical and psychic phenomena that highlighted his life. 67. The idea about the nature of Jesus' body is nothing new. In the 4th century, Apollinarius of Laodicea, head of the Apollinarian sect, claimed that Jesus had not taken a body like ours, but rather an impassible body that descended out of heaven into the lap of the Holy Virgin, but which was not born from her. Thus Jesus had not been born, and had not suffered or died except in appearance. The Apollinarians were anathematized by the Council of Alexandria in 360, the Council of Rome in 374, and the Council of Constantinople in 381. The Gnostics, from the Greek dokein, to appear, a prolific set of Gnostics that survived for the first 3 centuries, held the same belief. Genesis Part 3, Predictions, Chapter 16, The Theory of Foreknowledge. 1. How is cognizance of the future possible? One can understand foreknowledge of events that are the consequence of things from the present state, but not those that have no relation to the present, and even less those that are attributed to chance. It is said that future matters do not yet exist. They are still in nothingness, so how can one know that they will happen? Nonetheless, the examples of predictions coming true are quite numerous, from which one must conclude that it involves a phenomena for which we do not yet have the key, because there is no effect without a cause. It is this cause that we shall attempt to discover, and once again it is Spiritism itself the key to so many mysteries, which will provide the key to this one, and which moreover will show us that even the phenomena of prediction is not outside natural law. For comparison, let us take an example from everyday matters, which will help us to understand the principle that we are going to develop. 2. Let us imagine a man up on a high mountain observing the vast expanse of the plain. In this circumstance, the distance of 1 league would seem very small, and in one glance he could easily take in all the different features of the terrain. from the beginning to the end of the road. The traveler who is taking this road for the first time knows that as he sets out, he will reach the end, a simple foreknowledge of the result of his journey. However, the features of the terrain, the ups and downs, the rivers and forests to cross, the precipices into which he might fall, the thieves that might rob him, and the inns where he might spend the night, all of this is external to him. It is the unknown, the future, because his sight does not extend beyond the small area that surrounds him. As for the amount of time it will take, he measures it by how long it will take to travel the road. Take away his points of reference, and the amount of time disappears. For the man watching the traveler from the top of the mountain, all this is the present, however. Now, let us imagine that this man goes down to the traveler and says to him, "At such and such a moment, you will meet with such and such a matter, you will be attacked and then rescued." He will be predicting the future. For the traveler, it is the future. For the man on the mountain, it is the present. 3. Now, if we leave the sphere of purely physical matters, and if through our thought we enter the realm of the spirit life, we will see the same phenomena occurring on a larger scale. Dematerialized spirits are like the man on the mountain. Space and length of time do not exist for them. However, the extent and penetration of their sight are proportional to their purification and their level in the spirit hierarchy. In comparison to low-order spirits, they are like persons armed with powerful telescopes, alongside those who have only their naked eyes. Among the latter, the range of sight is limited, not only because they can only with difficulty detach themselves from the globe to which they are connected, but also because the coarseness of their perispirit veils far off things, in the same way that fog hides them from the eyes of the body. One can therefore understand that according to its degree of perfection, a spirit can envision a period of few years, a few months, a few centuries, or even several thousand years for what is 1 century in the face of the infinite. Before such a spirit, events do not unroll sequentially like the incidents along the traveler's route. Rather, it sees the beginning and end of the time frame all at once. All the events which, during this time frame, comprise the future for people on earth are the present for the spirit. Consequently, it will be able to tell us assuredly such and such things will happen at such and such time, because I can see the matter just as the man on the mountain can see what awaits the traveler on his journey. It does not do so if it is because foreknowledge of the future might be harmful to human beings. It would compromise their free will and would paralyze them in the endeavor they must accomplish for their progress. By being unknown, the good and evil that await them represent a trial. If such a faculty, even though restricted, may be found among the attributes of the creature, then how much more powerful must it be among those of the Creator, who encompasses the infinite? For the Creator, time does not exist. The beginning and the end of the worlds are the present. Within this enormous panorama, what is the span of one person's life, of one generation, of an entire people? 4. Nonetheless, since human beings must cooperate in the overall progress, and since certain events must result from such cooperation, it might be useful in some cases for them to foreknow these events in order to prepare the way for them, and so that they may be ready to act when the time comes. This is why God at times permits a corner of the veil to be lifted, but always for a useful purpose, and never to satisfy vain curiosity. Therefore, such a mission might not be given to all spirits, since there are those who do not know the future any better than humans do, but to a few spirits who are sufficiently advanced for the task. It should be noted that revelations of this kind are always made spontaneously, and never, or at least very rarely, in response to a direct request. 5. Furthermore, such a mission may be entrusted to certain individuals in the following manner. Without knowing about the matter, those to whom the task is given of revealing a hidden matter may receive inspiration from spirits who do know about it, and they then transmit it mechanically without realizing it. Moreover, whether during sleep or during the waking state, as well as during ecstasies and second sight, it is known that the soul frees itself and to a greater or lesser degree possesses the faculty of a free spirit. If it is an advanced spirit, and especially if, like the prophets, it has received a special mission to that effect, then during the moments of its emancipation, the soul enjoys the faculty of grasping a period of time of a greater or lesser duration, and it sees the events of that time frame as if they were in the present. It may then reveal them in that same instant, or retain the memory of them upon awakening. If such events must remain secret, it will either forget them or will retain only a vague intuition sufficient to guide it instinctively. 6. It is thus that we see this faculty developing providentially on certain occasions during imminent danger, great calamities, and revolutions, and it is thus that most persecuted sects have had numerous seers. Furthermore, it is thus that we have seen great commanders advance resolutely against the enemy, certain of victory, that persons of genius, like Christopher Columbus, for example, pursue an objective, predicting, so to speak, the moment in which they will reach it. It is because they have seen the goal which was not unbeknownst to their spirit. Hence, the gift of prediction is no more supernatural than a multitude of other phenomena. It rests upon the properties of the soul and the law governing the relationship between the visible and invisible worlds, and which Spiritism has come to make known. Perhaps this theory regarding foreknowledge does not completely resolve all the cases that the revelation of the future may involve, but it cannot help but be useful in that it establishes the fundamental principle. 7. Quite often, whether in the ecstatic or somnambulistic state, peoples endowed with the faculty of foreknowledge see events as if they were drawn on a blackboard. This may also be explained by thought photography. Since it is an event in the thought of the spirits that work for its accomplishment, or in the individuals whose actions should cause it, such thought crossing through space like sounds cross through air can draw a picture for the seer. However, since its fulfillment may be hurried up or delayed, depending on the circumstances, the seer sees the event, but without being able to determine the exact time. Sometimes that particular thought might even be only a plan, a desire that might not be fulfilled, hence the frequent errors of fact and date involved in forecasting. See Chapter 14, Numbers 13, and so forth. 8. In order to comprehend spiritual matters, that is, in order to get as clear an idea about them as we could get of a landscape right in front of our eyes, we actually lack a particular sense, just as a blind person lacks the sense needed to comprehend the effects of light, colors, and sight apart from physical contact. Thus, it is not only by an effort of the imagination that we arrive there, but with the help of comparisons drawn from things that are familiar to us. Material things, however, can only provide us with highly imperfect ideas about spiritual things, which is why we cannot take comparisons literally and believe, for example, that the extent of the perceptive faculties of spirits depends on how high up they actually are, and that they must be on a mountain or above the clouds in order to comprehend time and space. Such faculty is inherent to the state of spiritualization, or rather dematerialization, meaning that spiritualization produces an effect that may be compared, although very imperfectly, to that of the full range of sight of the man on top of the mountain. The objective of this comparison is simply to show that events that lie in the future for some lie in the present for others, and they may thus be foretold, which does not imply that the effect is produced in the same way. Therefore, to enjoy this perception, the spirit does not have to go to a particular point in space. A spirit who is at our side here on earth may possess it as fully as if it were 1,000 leagues away. even though we ourselves could see nothing beyond the visual horizon. Sight in spirits works neither in the same way nor with the same elements as it does in human beings. Their visual horizon is entirely different, and it is precisely this sense that keeps us from conceiving it. A spirit compared with an incarnate is like a sighted person compared with a blind person. 9. Furthermore, one must understand that this perception is not limited to distance, but that it entails being able to penetrate everything. We will repeat, it is a faculty inherent and proportional to the spirit state of dematerialization. This faculty is weakened by incarnation. However, it is not annulled completely, for the soul is not enclosed within the body as in a box. The incarnate spirit possesses it, although always to a lesser degree than when it is completely free. This is what gives certain individuals a power of penetration that others lack completely, giving them a more acute moral vision and an easier understanding of extra-material matters. The incarnate spirit not only perceives but also remembers what it has seen in the spirit state, and this remembrance is like a picture drawn in its mind. During incarnation it can see, but only vaguely as if through a veil. In the state of freedom it sees clearly. The principle of sight is not outside it, but within it, which is why it does not need our external light source. Through moral development, its circle of ideas and concepts broadens. Through gradual dematerialization of the pure spirit, it purifies itself from the coarse elements that alter the refinement of its perceptions, from which it is easy to understand that the extension of a spirit's faculties follows its progress. 10. It is the degree of the extension of the spirit's faculties that during incarnation renders it more able or less so to understand spiritual matters. This aptitude, however, is not the necessary consequence of the development of intelligence. Ordinary knowledge does not confer it, which is why we see persons of great knowledge who are as blind to spiritual matters as others are to material ones. The former are resistant to spiritual matters because they do not understand them due to the fact that their progress has not yet been completed in that sense, whereas persons of ordinary education and intelligence may be seen to grasp them more easily, showing that they possess a preformed intuition of such matters. For them, it is a retrospective memory of what they have seen and known, whether in the errant state or during previous lifetimes, just as some persons have an intuition about the languages and sciences that they knew previously. 11. As for the future of Spiritism, we know that the spirits are unanimous in affirming that its triumph is close at hand in spite of the obstacles put up against it. Such foreknowledge is easy for them, first of all because its spread is their personal work. By directly taking part in the movement or by guiding it, they consequently know what they must do. Second, it is enough for them to consider a period of short duration, and in this period they can see the powerful helpers that God furnishes and who will not be long in manifesting. Without having to be discarnate spirits, let Spiritists look no more than 30 years ahead in the midst of the generation that is emerging. From there, let them consider what is occurring nowadays. Let them follow Spiritism's progressive march, and they will see those who believe that they are called to reverse it consumed in a vain effort. They will see them disappear from the scene little by little in light of the tree that is growing big and tall, and whose roots are reaching deeper each and every day. 12. The ordinary incidents of private life are most often the result of the way that each person acts. Some people will succeed according to their capacity, skill, perseverance, prudence, and energy, while others will fail because of their ineptitude. Thus, one can say that each of us is the artisan of his or her own future, a future that is never subject to blind fatalism, independent of the individual. By knowing an individual's character, one can easily predict the fate that awaits him or her on the path he or she has taken. 13. The events that touch upon the overall interests of humankind are governed by providence. When something is in God's designs, it must be accomplished one way or another. Men and women contribute to its execution, but no one is indispensable. Otherwise, God would be at the mercy of God's creatures. If those entrusted with a mission fail to fulfill it, someone else will be assigned to it. No mission is unavoidable. Individuals are always free to fulfill that which has been entrusted to them and which they have voluntarily accepted. If they do not fulfill it, they lose the benefit and assume the responsibility for the delays that might result from their negligence or ill will. If they become an obstacle to its fulfillment, God can snap them with one breath. 14. Thus, the final result of an event may be certain because it lies within God's designs. However, since the details and method of execution are most frequently dependent on the circumstances and human free will, the ways and means may be contingent. Spirits can give us a sense of the whole if it is useful for us to be forewarned, but in order to foresee the actual place and date, they would have to know beforehand the decision that such and such individual will make. Therefore, if this decision is not yet in that individual's mind, then whatever it turns out to be may speed up or delay the accomplishment of the event or modify the secondary means of carrying it out, although everything will still lead to the same result. Thus it is, for example, that by means of the whole of the circumstances, spirits can foresee that an unavoidable war is close at hand or not, but without being able to foresee the exact day on which it will begin or the detailed incidents that may be modified by human will. 15. In order to determine the time of future events, it will also be necessary to take into account a characteristic inherent to the very nature of spirits. Time, like space, cannot be determined except with the help of points of comparison or reference that divide it into measurable periods. On Earth, the natural division of time into days and years is marked out according to the rising and setting of the sun and how long it takes for the Earth to travel around it. The units of time measurement necessarily vary on different worlds since their astronomical periods are different. Consequently, on Jupiter, for example, the days are equivalent to 10 of our hours, and the years are almost 12 Earth years. Thus, for each world, there is a different way for measuring time according to the nature of the sidereal revolutions involved. This is why spirits who are not familiar with our world would have difficulty in determining our dates. However, apart from worlds per se, there are no such means for determining time. For a spirit in space, there is neither a sunrise nor a sunset to mark the days, nor periodic revolutions to mark the years. For such a spirit, there is only the duration of infinite space. See chapter 6, numbers 1, and so forth. Therefore, a spirit who had never seen the earth would possess no knowledge of our calculations, which would be completely useless to it. Moreover, a spirit who had never incarnated on any world at all would have no idea about fractions of time measurement. When a spirit who is foreign to the earth comes to it to manifest itself, it cannot assign dates to events unless it identifies with our usages, which is undoubtedly within its abilities, but which most often it does not deem useful. 16. Spirits who comprise the invisible population of our globe where they have already lived and where they continue to live in our midst naturally identify with our habits, and they continue to retain a memory of them in the errant state. Consequently, they can very easily set dates for future events when they know them, but apart from the fact that it is not always permitted, they are also prevented from doing so because every time in which the details of the circumstances are dependent on free will and contingent human decision-making, a precise date does not actually exist except after the event is carried out. That is why circumstantial predictions cannot offer any certainty and should be accepted only as probabilities, even when they do not bear a seal of legitimate suspicion. Also, truly knowledgeable spirits never make predictions for set times. they limit themselves to telling us beforehand about the result of matters that may be useful for us to know about. To insist on obtaining precise details is to expose oneself to deception by frivolous spirits, who, without any regard for the truth, foretell anything and everything one might want to know about, and who entertain themselves with the terrors and disappointments they cause. 17. The manner generally employed to date with regards to predictions makes them true, often indecipherable enigmas. This mysterious and Kabbalistic form of which Nostradamus provides the most complete example gives them a certain prestige in the eyes of the common folk, who attribute more value to them the more incomprehensible they appear to be. Because of their ambiguity, they lend themselves to many different interpretations, so much so that according to the meaning attributed to certain allegorical or conventional words, or according to the way certain bizarrely complicated calculations of dates are made, together with a little goodwill, one can find shortly afterward almost anything one wants. Whatever the case may be, one cannot deny the fact that some predictions display a serious character and are confounding because of their truthfulness. It is probable that this veiled manner at one time had its reasons for being and even its necessity. Today, however, the circumstances are no longer the same. The positivism of the present century hardly accommodates Sibylline language. Also, predictions nowadays no longer utilize such strange forms. Those made by the spirits have nothing mystical about them. They speak the language of everyone else, just as they would have while alive, since they have not ceased to belong to humankind. They warn us about future personal or general matters whenever it might be useful, and to the degree of discernment with which they are endowed, just as counselors and friends would do. Thus, their predictions are more like warnings that take nothing from free will, rather than predictions per se, which imply an unavoidable fatalism. Moreover, their opinion is nearly always properly explained because they do not want people to use blind faith to disregard their reason, which enables them to evaluate their soundness. 18. Contemporary humankind also has its prophets. More than one writer, poet, literary person, historian, or philosopher has sensed in his or her writings the future march of things that are coming into being today. Undoubtedly, this aptitude often results from a correct judgment that deduces the logical consequences of the present, but frequently it is also the result of a special unconscious clairvoyance or an inspiration coming from the outside. What such individuals did while living, they can more ably and precisely do in the spirit state when their spirit sight is no longer obscured by matter. Genesis, Part 3, Chapter 17, Predictions in the Gospel. No one is a prophet in his hometown. The death and passion of Jesus, the persecution of the apostles, unrepentant cities, the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem, the curse against the Pharisees, my words shall not pass away, the cornerstone, the parable of the murderous vine dressers, only one flock and only one shepherd, the coming of Elijah, the announcement of the Consoler, the second coming of Christ, precursory signs, your sons and daughters shall prophesy, the last judgment. No one is a prophet in his hometown. 1. And having come to his hometown, he taught in the synagogue in such a way that the people were amazed and said, where have this wisdom and these miracles come from? Is this not the son of the carpenter? Is not his mother called Mary, and his brother James, Joseph, Simon, and Judas? Are not all his sisters among us? And they thus made of him an object of scandal. But Jesus said to them, a prophet is dishonored only in his hometown and in his own home, and he did not perform many miracles there because of their disbelief. Matthew 13, verses 54 through 58. 2. Here, Jesus enunciates a truth that became a proverb which is for all time and which could be extended further by saying that no one is a prophet while still alive. In usual language, this maxim applies to the credibility some persons enjoy amongst their own and those in the midst of whom they live, and to the trust that they inspire through the superiority of their wisdom and intelligence. If there are exceptions to this maxim, they are rare and are never absolute in any case. The principle of this truth is a natural consequence of human weakness and can be explained as follows. The habit of being seen from infancy in the ordinary circumstances of life establishes among people a sort of material equality, which quite often makes them refuse to acknowledge the moral ascendancy of someone who has been a companion or dinner guest, someone who has been one of them and whose earlier weaknesses used to be witnessed. Pride suffers at the ascendancy that it is obliged to bear. Those who raise themselves above the ordinary are always the target of jealousy and envy. Those who feel incapable of reaching the same level make an effort to bring them down by means of defamation, slander, and libel. The smaller they feel, the louder they yell, thinking they make themselves bigger and that they can eclipse such individuals by the noise they make. Such has been and always will be the history of humankind, as long as people do not understand their spiritual nature or broaden their moral horizon. This prejudice is also characteristic of narrow-minded and commonplace spirits who compare everything to their own personalities. Moreover, it usually applies to persons who are known only for their mind, an ideal that increases with the distance of time and place. They are almost entirely divested of their humanity. It seems that they should neither speak nor feel like everyone else, that their language and thoughts must constantly be in tune with sublimity, without considering that the mind cannot stay constantly overextended and in a continuous state of overexcitement. In the daily contact of private life, one sees much of the corporeal individual, who is no different from other ordinary persons. The corporeal human being who impacts the senses nearly always eclipses the spiritual human being who impacts only the mind. From a distance, one sees only the sparks of genius. Up close, one sees the mind at rest. After death, there is no longer any comparison. Only the spiritual person remains and seems to be all the greater the more distant the memory of the corporeal person is. This is why those who have marked their passage upon the earth with works of true value are more appreciated after their death than when they were alive. They are judged with more impartiality because envies and jealousies have disappeared, and thus personal animosities no longer exist. Posterity is a disinterested judge that evaluates the work of the mind. It accepts it without blind enthusiasm if it is good, and rejects it without disdain if it is bad, separating the individuality from what it produced. Even Jesus himself could not escape the consequences of this principle inherent to human nature, because he lived in a little enlightened environment among people completely absorbed in material life. His fellow citizens saw in him nothing but the son of a carpenter, the brother of siblings as uneducated as they were, and they asked themselves what it was that could make him superior to them and give him the right to criticize them. Additionally, seeing that his word had less authority over his own people, who despised him, than over foreigners, he went to preach amongst those who would listen to him and those with whom he found sympathy. One can get an idea of the sentiments that incited his family against him by the incident in which his brothers and mother went to a gathering where he was present in order to take custody of him, saying that he had lost his mind. Mark 3, verses 20 and 21, 31 through 35, the Gospel according to Spiritism, chapter 14. Thus, on the one hand, the priests and Pharisees accused him of acting in league with the devil. On the other, he was labeled as crazy by his closest family members. Do we not see the same thing nowadays regarding Spiritists, and do they not complain that they are not being treated any better by their fellow citizens than Jesus was? What was not surprising at all 2,000 years ago amongst an unlearned people seems quite strange in the 19th century amongst civilized nations. The death and passion of Jesus. 3. After the healing of the madman. All were amazed at the great power of God, and when everyone was amazed at what Jesus was doing, he said to his disciples, "Guard well in your hearts what I am about to tell you. The Son of Man must be delivered into the hands of men." However, they did not understand such language. It was so hidden from them that they could not understand any of it, and they were afraid to ask him about it. Luke 9, verses 43 through 45. 4. From then on, Jesus began to reveal to his disciples that he would have to go to Jerusalem, that he would suffer much from the elders, scribes, and chief priests, that he would be put to death and would rise from the dead on the third day. Matthew 16:21. 5. When they were in Galilee, Jesus said to them, "The Son of Man must be delivered into the hands of men, and they will kill him, and he shall rise from the dead on the third day." This grieved them severely. Matthew 17, verses 22 and 23. 6. Now as Jesus was going to Jerusalem, he took his 12 disciples aside and said to them, "We are going to Jerusalem, and the Son of Man will be delivered to the chief priests and the scribes, who will condemn him to death, and they will deliver him to the Gentiles, so that they may mock, flog, and crucify him, and he will rise again on the third day." Matthew 20, verses 17 through 19. 7. Then taking his 12 disciples aside, Jesus said to them, "We are going to Jerusalem, and everything that was written by the prophets concerning the Son of Man will be fulfilled, for he will be handed over to the Gentiles. They will mock him, and he will be flogged and put to death, and he will rise again on the third day." However, they did not comprehend any of this. His language was veiled to them, and they did not understand what he was saying. Luke 18, verses 31 through 34. 8. And having finished saying all these things, Jesus said to his disciples, "You know that Passover is 2 days from now, and that the Son of Man will be handed over to be crucified." At the same time, the chief priests and the elders of the people met in the court of Caiaphas the high priest, and they held counsel together to find a way to adroitly arrest Jesus and put him to death. They said it must not be done during the feast, so that there will not be a riot among the people. Matthew 26, verses 1 through 5. 9. On the same day, some Pharisees came and said to him, "Leave this place, for Herod wants to kill you." He responded, "Go tell that fox, I must still drive out demons and restore health to the sick today and tomorrow, and on the third day I will be consummated in death." Luke 13, verses 31 and 32. The persecution of the apostles. 10. Guard yourselves against men, for they will make you appear before their councils, and they will flog you in their synagogues. And on account of me you will be presented to governors and kings to serve as witnesses to them as well as to the Gentiles. Matthew 10, verses 17 and 18. 11. They will throw you out of the synagogues, and the time will come in which those who kill you will believe they are doing something pleasing to God. They will treat you like this because they know neither my Father nor me. Now I'm telling you these things so that when the time comes, you will remember what I told you. John 16, verses 1 through 4. 12. You will be betrayed and handed over to the magistrates by your fathers and mothers, your brothers, your relatives, and your friends, and they will put many of you to death. You will be hated by everyone on account of my name. Nevertheless, you will not lose one hair from your head. By your patience, you will possess your souls. Luke 21, verses 16 through 19. 13. The martyrdom of Peter. Verily, verily, I say to you that when you were younger, you dressed yourselves and went where you wanted. But when you are old, you will stretch out your hand, and someone else will dress you and lead you where you do not want to go. Now he said this to indicate by what kind of death Peter would glorify God. John 21, verses 18 and 19. Unrepentant cities. 14. Then he began to reproach the cities in which he had performed many miracles, for they had not repented. Woe to you, Chorazin, and woe to you, Bethsaida! For if the miracles that I performed in your midst had been performed in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. Therefore I declare to you that on the day of judgment, Tyre and Sidon will be treated less harshly than you. And you, Capernaum, will you always be lifted up to heaven? You shall be brought down to the depths of hell. For if the miracles that were performed in your midst had been performed in Sodom, it would perhaps have remained until today. Therefore I declare to you that on the day of judgment, the country of Sodom will be treated less harshly than you. Matthew 11, verses 20 through 24. The destruction of the temple and Jerusalem. 15. When Jesus went out of the temple to leave, his disciples approached him to point out to him the structure and grandeur of that building. However, he said to them, "Do you see all these buildings? Verily, verily, I say to you, they will all be destroyed, so that not one stone will be left upon another." Matthew 24, verses 1 and 2. 16. Then having drawn close to Jerusalem and seeing the city, he wept for it, saying, "Oh, if only on this day that it is still given to you, you could realize what could give you peace. But now it is all hidden from your eyes. Therefore a time shall come, unfortunately for you, in which your enemies will surround you with trenches. They will encircle you and press in upon you from all sides. They will dash you to the ground, you and your children who are with you, and they will not leave one stone upon another, for you did not acknowledge the time in which God had visited you." Luke 19, verses 41 through 44. 17. Nevertheless, I must continue on today, tomorrow, and the next day, for no prophet must suffer death anywhere else but in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, who kills prophets and stones those who are sent to you, how many times I have wanted to gather your children together like a hen gathers her chicks under her wings. But you did not want it. The time is at hand in which your house will become deserted. Verily, verily, I tell you that you will not see me again until you say, "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord." Luke 13, verses 33 through 35. 18. When you see an army surrounding Jerusalem, you will know that its destruction is at hand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let not those who are in the neighboring region enter it, for those days shall be days of vengeance, so that everything written in the Scriptures may be fulfilled. Unfortunate will be those who are pregnant or nursing in those days, for this country shall be oppressed with ills, and the wrath of heaven shall fall upon this people. They shall be put to the edge of the sword, they shall be led captive into all nations, and Jerusalem shall be treaded upon by the feet of the Gentiles until the time of the nations has been fulfilled. Luke 21, verses 20 through 24. 19. Jesus is on the way to his death. Now he was followed by a large crowd of people and women who were wailing and weeping, but Jesus turned to them and said, "Daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, but weep for yourselves and your children. For the time shall come when you will say, Blessed are the barren, the wombs that have never given birth to children, and the breasts that have never nursed. They shall say to the mountains, Fall upon us, and to the hills, Cover us. For if the green wood is treated like this, how will the dry wood be treated?" Luke 23, verses 27 through 31. 20. The faculty of foreseeing future things is one of the soul's attributes and is explained by the theory of foreknowledge. Jesus possessed it as well as all the other attributes to an eminent degree. He could therefore foresee the events that would take place after his death without there being anything supernatural about the phenomena, which we see being reproduced right before our eyes in the most ordinary circumstances. It is not rare for individuals to state precisely the moment in which they will die. Their soul in the state of detachment is like the man on top of the mountain, chapter 16, number 1. It comprehends the road to be traveled and sees its end. 21. Such was even more the case with Jesus, who, having full awareness of the mission he had come to fulfill, knew that death by torture was the necessary outcome. Spirit sight, which was continuous in him, as well as the reading of thought, must have shown him the circumstances and the inevitable time. For the same reason he could foresee the destruction of the temple and Jerusalem, the misfortunes that would befall the city's inhabitants, and the dispersion of the Jews. The curse against the Pharisees. 22. John the Baptist. Seeing several of the Pharisees and Sadducees who were coming to his baptism, he said to them, "You brood of vipers, who warned you to flee the wrath that must fall upon you. Therefore produce fruit worthy of repentance, and do not think about saying amongst yourselves, 'We have Abraham as our father,' for I declare to you that God can make these very stones give birth to sons of Abraham. The axe has already been put to the root of the tree. Every tree, therefore, that does not produce good fruit shall be cut down and thrown into the fire." Matthew 3, verses 7 through 10. 23. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you shut the kingdom of heaven to men, because you yourselves shall not enter, and yet you oppose those who desire to enter. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because under the pretext of long prayers you devour the houses of widows, therefore you shall receive a harsher judgment. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you travel land and sea to win a convert, and after you have won them, you make him twice as worthy of hell as you yourselves. Woe to you, blind leaders, who say, "If a man swears by the temple, it means nothing, but whoever swears by the gold of the temple must fulfill his oath." How foolish and blind you are! What should be worth more, the gold or the temple that sanctifies the gold? And if a man, you say, swears by the altar, it means nothing, but whoever swears by the gift that is upon the altar must fulfill his oath. How blind you are! What should be worth more, the gift or the altar that sanctifies the gift? Therefore, he who swears by the altar and everything that is upon it, and whoever swears by the temple and the one who inhabits it, and he who swears by heaven swears by the throne of God and by him who is seated upon it. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, who pay a tenth of your mint, dill, and cumin, but have abandoned what is most important in the law: justice, mercy, and faith. These are what you should practice, but without omitting the others. You blind guides, who take great care to strain what you drank for fear of swallowing a gnat, but who swallow a camel. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you clean the outside of the cup and plate, but on the inside you are full of greed and impurity. Blind Pharisees, first clean the inside of the cup and plate, so that the outside may also be clean. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you are like whitewashed tombs, which on the outside appear beautiful to men's eyes, but which on the inside are full of the bones of the dead and every kind of decay. Hence on the outside you appear to be just, but on the inside you are full of hypocrisy and iniquity. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, who build tombs for the prophets and decorate the graves of the righteous, saying, "If we had lived at the time of our fathers, we would not have associated with those who spilled the blood of the prophets." Finish following up the measure of your fathers, you serpents, you brood of vipers. How will you avoid being condemned to hell? Therefore I will send you prophets, wise men, and scribes, and you will kill some, crucify others, and you will whip others in your synagogues, and persecute them from city to city, so that upon you will fall all the innocent blood that has been spilled on the earth, from the blood of Abel the righteous to the blood of Zechariah, son of Barachiah, whom you killed between the temple and the altar. Verily, verily, I say to you that all this shall befall this present generation. Matthew 23, verses 13 through 36. My words shall not pass away. 24. Then his disciples approached him and said, Did you know that when the Pharisees heard what you just said, they were scandalized by it? But he answered, Every plant that my heavenly Father has not planted shall be uprooted. Never mind them. They are blind leading the blind. If a blind person leads another, they both will fall into a pit. Matthew 15, verses 12 through 14. 25. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. Matthew 24, 35. 26. Jesus' words shall not pass away, for they will be true for all time. His moral code will be eternal, because it contains the conditions of the good that lead men and women to their eternal destiny. However, have his words come down to us free from interpolations and false interpretations? Have all Christian sects grasped their true spirit? Have none of them deviated from their true meaning as a result of preconceptions and of ignorance of the laws of nature? Have none of them made of them an instrument of control to serve ambition and material interests, a stepping stone not for ascension to heaven, but for ascension on the earth? Have all of them proposed as a rule of conduct the practicing of the virtues that Jesus made the express condition for salvation? Are they all exempt from the reproach he directed at the Pharisees of his time? Finally, are they all in theory as well as in practice the pure expression of his doctrine? Since truth is one, it cannot be found in contradictory statements, and Jesus could not have intended to give a double meaning to his words. Therefore, if different sects contradict one another, if some regard as true what others condemn as heresy, there is no possibility for all of them to possess the truth. If all had grasped the true meaning of the gospel, they would have met on the same ground, and there would have been no sects. That which shall not pass away is the true meaning of Jesus' words. That which shall pass away is what people have built upon the erroneous meaning they have given to those very words. Since Jesus' mission was to bring God's thought to humankind, only his pure doctrine can be the expression of that thought. That is why he said, Every plant that my heavenly Father has not planted shall be uprooted. The cornerstone. 27. Have you never read this in the Scriptures? The stone that was rejected by those who build has become the chief cornerstone. The Lord has done it, and it is wonderful in our eyes. Therefore, I declare to you that the kingdom of God will be taken from you and given to a people who will produce its fruit. He who lets himself fall upon the stone shall be broken, and it shall crush him on whom it falls. Having heard Jesus' words, the chief priests and the Pharisees realized that he had spoken about them, but wanting to arrest him, they were afraid of the people because they regarded him as a prophet. Matthew 21, verses 42 through 46. 28. Jesus' word became the cornerstone, that is, the consolidation stone of the new edifice of the law, built upon the ruins of the old. The Jews, the chief priests, and the Pharisees rejected that stone, hence it crushed them just as it will crush those who later misinterpreted it or who distorted its meaning to benefit their ambition. The parable of the murderous vine dressers. 29. There was a father of a family who, having planted a vineyard, surrounded it with a hedge, and excavating the ground, he built a tower. Then, putting some vine dressers in charge of it, he went to a distant region. Now, when harvest time approached, he sent his servants to the vine dressers to harvest the fruit of his vineyard. But the vine dressers seized his servants and wounded one, killed another, and stoned another. He sent other servants in greater numbers than the first group, but they were treated in the same way. Finally, he sent his own son, saying to himself, They will have some respect for my son. But upon seeing the son, the vine dressers said to one another, This is the heir. Come, let us kill him, and then we will be the owners of his inheritance. Thus, having seized him, they threw him out of the vineyard and killed him. When the owners of the vineyard comes, how will he treat those vine dressers? They answered, He will make those evil ones die miserably, and will put other vine dressers in charge, who will give him the fruit at the proper time. Matthew 21, verses 33 through 41. 30. The father of the family is God. The vineyard he planted is the divine law he established. The vine dressers he put in charge of the vineyard are those who should teach and practice the law. The servants whom he sent to them are the prophets whom they murdered. The Son whom he finally sent is Jesus, whom they murdered as well. Hence, how will the Lord treat those in authority who prevaricate against his law? He will treat them as they treated his messengers, and will call others who will take better care of his property, and who will lead his flock more ably. Thus it was with the scribes, the chief priests, and the Pharisees. Thus it will be when he comes again to ask each one to give an accounting for what he or she has done with his doctrine. He will take authority away from whoever abused it, for he wants his fields to be administered according to his will. After 18 centuries, humankind has reached adulthood and is mature enough to understand what Christ could only touch upon, because, as he himself said, they would not have understood. But what has been the result of those who, throughout that long period, have been in charge of humankind's religious education. Deceit and indifference replace faith, and disbelief become a doctrine. In fact, at no other time have skepticism and the spirit of denial been more widespread among all classes of society. However, if some of Christ's words are veiled in allegory, everything concerning the rules of conduct, human relationships, and the moral principles that he made as the express condition for salvation are clear, explicit, and unambiguous. See the Gospel according to Spiritism, chapter 15. What has been done to his maxims of charity, love, and tolerance? His recommendations to his disciples for converting others through kindness and persuasion, the simplicity, humility, disinterestedness, and all the virtues that he himself exemplified. In his name, people have anathematized and cursed one another, and have massacred one another in the name of him who said, All humans are brothers and sisters. They have made a jealous, cruel, vengeful, and biased God out of the one he proclaimed to be infinitely just, good, and merciful. To that God of peace and truth, thousands of victims have been slain by burnings at the stake, torture, and persecution in a way that the pagans never sacrificed to their false gods. They have sold prayers and the favors of heaven in the name of the one who drove the money changers out of the temple, and who said to his disciples, Give freely what you have received freely. What would Christ say if he were to live among us today? If he saw his representatives pursue the honor, wealth, power, and luxury of the princes of the world, while he, more of a king than all the kings of earth, made his entry into Jerusalem riding a donkey? Would he not be right in saying to them, What have you done to my teachings? You who worship the golden calf, who offer most of your prayers for the rich and few for the poor, in spite of my having said to you, The first shall be last, and the last shall be first in the kingdom of heaven. Even though he is not here in the flesh, he is here in spirit, and like the Lord in the parable, he will demand an accounting from the vine dressers of the product of his vineyard when harvest time comes. Only one flock and only one shepherd. 31. I have other sheep that are not of this sheepfold. I must lead them also. They will listen to my voice, and there will be only one flock and only one shepherd. John 10:16. 32. With these words, Jesus clearly states that people will someday be united by one single belief. But how will this unification be accomplished? The matter would seem difficult in light of the differences between religions, the antagonism they nourish among their respective adherents, and their stubbornness in believing they have exclusive possession of the truth. They all want unity, but they all flatter themselves by thinking it will happen to their advantage, and none accept making concessions regarding their own articles of faith. Nevertheless, unity of religion will be accomplished just as social, political, and commercial unity will be accomplished by the breaking down of the barriers that separate peoples and by the assimilation of customs, habits, and languages. Peoples all over the world are already joining hands, like those who are included in the provinces comprising one empire. Everyone can sense its unity, and everyone desires it. It will be accomplished through the very force of things, because it will become a necessity for strengthening the ties of fraternity among nations. It will be accomplished through the development of human reason, which will understand the childishness of all disagreements, and through the progress of the sciences, which demonstrate every day the material errors upon which such disagreements are based, and little by little break loose the crumbling stones of their foundations. Even though science may destroy in religions what is the work of humans and the fruit of their ignorance of the laws of nature, it will not be able to destroy, despite the opinion of some, what is the work of God and eternal truth. By cleaning out the accessories, it prepares the way for unity. In order to reach this unity, religions will have to meet one another on neutral ground common to all of them. To do so, all will have to make greater or lesser concessions and sacrifices, depending on the multiplicity of their own particular dogmas. However, in virtue of the principle of immutability which all profess, the initiative of such concessions will not come from the official camp. Instead of taking their departure point from above, they will take it from below through individual initiative. After some time, a decentralization movement will begin that will tend to acquire an irresistible force. The principle of immutability, which religions have always regarded as a protective shield, will become an element of destruction, because since their creeds will be standing still while society progresses, they will be surpassed and later absorbed by the current of progressive ideas. Instead of being a force, immobility becomes a cause of weakness and ruin for those who do not keep pace with the overall movement. Immobility breaks down unity, because those who want to advance are separated from those who obstinately remain behind. In the current state of opinion and knowledge, the religion which will someday unite all people under one banner will be the one that best satisfies reason and the authentic aspirations of the heart and mind, which will at no point be contradicted by positive science, which instead of being immobile will keep pace with humankind on its progressive march without ever allowing itself to be surpassed, which will be neither exclusivist nor intolerant, which will be the emancipation of the mind, and which will accept nothing but rational faith. It will be the one whose moral code will be the purest, the most logical, the most in harmony with social needs. Finally, the one that is the most suitable for founding the kingdom of the good on earth through the practice of universal charity and fraternity. What feeds the antagonism among religions is the fact each one has its own particular God, and that each claims to possess the only true and most powerful one, who is in constant battle with the gods of the other creeds and is busy combating their influence. Once they are all finally convinced that there is only one God in the universe, and that in all actuality it is the very same one whom they worship under the name of Yahweh, Allah, or God, and once they are in accord on God's essential attributes, they will understand that a soul being can have only one will. Then they will shake hands as servants of one and the same Lord, and as children of one and the same Father, and they will have taken a great step toward unity. The coming of Elijah. 33. Then his disciples asked him, "Why do the scribes say that Elijah must come first?" Jesus answered, "It is true that Elijah must come and that he will reestablish all things, but I declare to you that Elijah has already come, and they did not recognize him, but treated him as they pleased. In the same way they will put the Son of Man to death." Then his disciples understood that he had spoken to them of John the Baptist. Matthew 17, verses 10 through 13. 34. Elijah had already returned in the person of John the Baptist. His coming again is announced explicitly. Thus, since he could not return except in a new body, it is the formal consecration of the principle of the plurality of existences. See the Gospel according to Spiritism, chapter 4, number 10. The announcement of the Consoler. 35. If you love me, keep my commandments, and I will ask my Father, and he will send you another Consoler, in order that it may be with you forever. The Spirit of truth, whom this world cannot receive, because it cannot see it. The New Testament Greek pronoun is auto, the neuter form, which in English translation is rendered in the masculine, in keeping with the Greek form and the Spiritist meaning of the pronoun. We have translated it in the neuter. Translator. But as for you, you will recognize it, because it will remain with you and will be within you. But the Consoler, the Holy Spirit, which my Father will send in my name, will teach you all things and will enable you to remember everything that I have said to you. John 14, verses 15 through 17 and 26. The Gospel according to Spiritism, chapter 6. 36. However, I tell you the truth, it is necessary for me to go, for if I do not, the Consoler will not come to you, but I am going and will send it to you. And when it comes, it will convict the world regarding sin, justice, and judgment. Regarding sin, because they have not believed in me. Regarding justice, because I am going to my Father, and you will not see me any more. Regarding judgment, because the prince of this world has been judged. I still have many things to say to you, but you could not bear them at this time. When the Spirit of truth comes, it will teach you the entire truth, because it will not speak of itself, but will say everything that it has heard, and it shall announce to you the things to come. It shall glorify me, because it will receive what is mine, and will announce it to you. John 16, verses 7 through 14. 37. There can be no question that this is one of the most important from a religious point of view, because beyond any shadow of a doubt it demonstrates that Jesus did not say everything that he had to say, because it would not have been understood even by his disciples, since it was to them that he was speaking. If he had given them secret teachings, the gospel would make reference to them. Since he did not tell his disciples everything, their successors did not know any more than they did. Therefore, they could have been mistaken as to the meaning of his words, or could have given a false interpretation to his thoughts, often veiled in the form of parables. Religions that are founded on the gospel cannot therefore be said to possess the entire truth, because Jesus reserved for himself the final completion of his teachings. The principle of immutability to which religions hold contradicts the very words of Jesus. By the name Consoler and the Spirit of Truth, Jesus announces the one that would teach all things and enable his disciples to remember what he had told them. Hence, his teaching was not complete. Furthermore, he foresees that what he said would be forgotten and distorted, since the Spirit of Truth would enable them to remember, and in accordance with Elijah, would reestablish all things, that is, according to Jesus' true thought. 38. When would this new revealer come? It is quite obvious that if, at the time in which Jesus was speaking, people were in no state to comprehend the things that he still had to say, it would not be just a matter of a few years before they would acquire the understanding they needed. In order to comprehend certain parts of the gospel, except for the moral precepts, knowledge was required which only the progress of science could provide, and which would have to be the work of time and many generations. Therefore, if the new Messiah had come shortly after Christ, it would have found the ground still unfavorable, and would not have done any more than Christ himself. Thus, from the time of Christ until now, no great revelation was produced that would have completed the gospel and elucidated its obscure parts, a sure indicator that the envoy had not yet appeared. 39. What must this envoy be? By stating, I will ask my Father, and he will send you another Consoler, Jesus clearly indicates that this Consoler would not be Jesus himself. Otherwise, he would have said, I will return to complete what I have taught you. Then he adds, so that it may remain with you forever and be within you. This statement could not refer to an incarnate individuality, and incarnate individuality could not remain with us forever, much less be within us, but it should well be understood as a doctrine which, in fact, when assimilated, could be with us forever. The Consoler is therefore, according to Jesus' thought, the personification of a supremely consoling doctrine, whose inspirer would be the Spirit of Truth. 40. As demonstrated earlier, Chapter 1, number 30, Spiritism fulfills all the conditions of the Consoler promised by Jesus. It is neither an individual doctrine nor a human conception. No one may be said to be its creator. It is the product of the collective teachings of the spirits, over which the Spirit of Truth presides. It does not eliminate anything in the gospel. Rather, it completes and elucidates it. With the help of the new laws that it reveals, together with those of science, it makes comprehensible what used to be unintelligible, and admits the possibility of what disbelief considered as inadmissible. It has had its precursors and prophets who foresaw its coming. Through its moralizing power, it is preparing the kingdom of the good on earth. Moses' doctrine was incomplete and remained circumscribed to the Jewish people. Jesus' doctrine was more complete and spread over all the earth through Christianity, but did not convert everybody. Having roots in all belief systems, Spiritism's doctrine is even more complete and will convert humankind. All the philosophical and religious doctrines bear the name of a founding individual. Mosaicism, Christianity, Mohammedanism, Buddhism, Cartesianism, Foreknowledge, St. Simonism, etc. The word Spiritism, on the other hand, does not refer to any one person. It entails an overall idea that indicates both the character and multiple source of the doctrine. Author. 41. In telling his disciples, another will come later, which will teach you what I cannot say to you at this time, Jesus was declaring the necessity of reincarnation. How could those men profit from a more complete teaching that would be given later on? How could they understand it if they did not live again? Jesus would have spoken a meaningless proposition if, according to common doctrine, future people would be new individuals, souls who came out of nothingness at birth. On the other hand, if we admit the fact that the disciples and the people of that time had lived again since then, that they are living again today, then the promise of Jesus is fully justified. Their intelligence, which was to develop through contact with social progress, can now grasp what it could not bear back then. Without reincarnation, Jesus' promise would have been illusory. 42. If it were stated that that promise was fulfilled on the day of Pentecost by the descent of the Holy Spirit, one would reply that the Holy Spirit inspired the disciples, opened up their intelligence, and developed within them the mediumistic aptitudes that would facilitate their missions. Nevertheless, it did not teach them anything beyond what Jesus himself had taught, because one finds no trace of a special teaching. Consequently, the Holy Spirit did not fulfill what Jesus had announced regarding the Consoler. Otherwise, when they were alive, the apostles would have elucidated everything that has remained obscure in the gospel until today, and whose contradictory interpretation has given rise to the innumerable sects that have divided Christianity since the early centuries. The Second Coming of Christ. 43. Then Jesus said to his disciples, If anyone wishes to come after me, let him deny himself, take up his cross, and follow me. For he who wants to save his life shall lose it, and he who loses his life out of love for me shall find it again. What good does it do a man to gain the whole world but lose his soul? Or what can a man exchange to redeem his soul after he has lost it? For the Son of Man must come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and will give to each according to his deeds. Verily, verily, I say to you, there are some of those who are here today who will not suffer death without having seen the Son of Man come in his kingdom. Matthew 16, verses 24 through 28. 44. Then after being led into the midst of the assembly, the high priest questioned Jesus and said to him, "Do you not respond to me regarding what has been said against you?" But Jesus remained silent and did not respond. The high priest questioned him further and said to him, "Are you the Christ, the Son of the ever-blessed God?" Jesus responded to him, "I am he, and someday you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of God's majesty and coming upon the clouds of heaven." Immediately the high priest tore his garments and said, "What further testimony do we need?" Mark 14, verses 60 through 63. 45. Jesus announced his second coming, but he did not say that he would return to earth in a corporeal body or that the Consoler would be personified in him. He represented himself as having to come in spirit, in the glory of his Father, to judge merit and demerit, and to render to all according to their deeds when the times were fulfilled. This verbal promise, "There are some of those who are here today who shall not suffer death without having seen the Son of Man come in his kingdom," seems like a contradiction, since it is obvious that he did not come during the lifetime of any of those who were present at the time. However, Jesus could not have been mistaken about a prediction of that nature, and especially regarding a contemporary issue that concerned him personally. One must ask first whether his words were always transmitted faithfully, which could be doubted if we remember that he wrote nothing down, that his words were collected only after his death, and when it is seen that the same discourse was nearly always reproduced by each evangelist in different terms. This is obvious proof that they are not the textual products of Jesus himself. Furthermore, the meaning sometimes must have been altered as they passed through successive translations. On the other hand, it is certain that if Jesus had said everything that he could have said, he would have expressed himself more clearly and precisely about everything without leaving any room for mistake, as he did regarding his moral principles, whereas he had to veil his thought regarding subjects that he did not deem appropriate to delve into. The apostles, persuaded that the present generation would witness what he had announced, interpreted Jesus' thought according to their idea. Consequently, they wrote it down from the point of view of the present, rendering it in a more absolute manner than he himself perhaps had done. At any rate, the fact is that things did not happen as they thought they would. 46. A crucial point that Jesus was not able to develop because the people of his time were not sufficiently prepared for ideas of that order or their consequences, but for which he set forth the principle, just as he did for all matters, was the great and important law of reincarnation. This law, studied and brought to light in our days by Spiritism, is the key to many passages in the Gospel, which without it seem nonsensical. It is by means of this law that one can find a rational explanation for the above cited words, if one accepts them as textual. Since they cannot be applied to the apostles personally, it is obvious that they refer to the future reign of Christ, that is, to the time in which his doctrine would be better understood and would become universal law. By telling them that some of those who are present would witness his coming, this can be understood only in the sense that they would live again at that time. The Jews, however, believed that they were going to witness everything that Jesus announced and took his allegories literally. Moreover, some of his predictions did come true during their time, such as the destruction of Jerusalem, the misfortunes that would result from it, and the dispersion of the Jews. However, Jesus took his vision further, and speaking in the present, he constantly made allusions to the future. Precursory signs. 47. You shall also hear talk of wars and rumors of war. Regard yourself well against being troubled, for these things must occur. But this will not yet be the end, for you will see nation rise up against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be plagues, famine, and earthquakes in many places, but all these things will be only the beginning of pains. Matthew 24, verses 6 through 8. 48. Then brother shall hand brother over to death, and father his son. Children shall rise up against their fathers and mothers, and have them put to death, and you will be hated by everyone on account of my name, but he who perseveres until the end shall be saved. Mark 13, verses 12 and 13. 49. When you see that the abomination of desolation, which was foretold by the prophet Daniel, is within the holy place, let him who reads this understand well what he reads. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. The expression, the abomination of desolation, not only makes no sense, but borders on the ridiculous. Osterwald's translation states, the abomination that causes desolation, which is very different. Then the meaning becomes perfectly clear, because then one may understand that abominations must lead to desolation as a punishment. Jesus said that when the abomination is seen in the holy place, desolation will also be seen there, and this will be a sign that the time is near. Author. Let him who is on the roof not come down to take anything from his house, and let him who is in the field not return to get his clothes. But woe to women who are pregnant or nursing in those days. Therefore pray to God that your flight will not occur in winter or on a Sabbath, for the affliction of that time will be so great that there will have been nothing like it from the beginning of the world until now, nor will there ever be. And if those days had not been shortened, no one would be saved. However, those days will be shortened for the sake of the elect. Matthew 24, verses 15 through 22. 50. Immediately after those days of affliction, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will no longer give its light. The stars will fall from the sky, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in the sky, and all the nations of the earth will wail and moan, and they will see the Son of Man, who will come upon the clouds in the sky with great majesty. He will send his angels, who will make heard the sound of their trumpets, and they will gather his elect from the four corners of the world, from one end of the sky to the other. Learn a comparison taken from the fig tree. When its branches have become tender and have brought forth leaves, you know that summer is near. In the same way, when you see all these things, you will know that the Son of Man is near, and that he is right at the door. Verily, verily, I say unto you that this generation will not pass away as long as all these things have not been fulfilled. Matthew 24, verses 29 through 34. And it will be at the coming of the Son of Man as it was in the time of Noah, for as in the last days before the flood, men ate and drank, they married, and their children married, until the day when Noah entered the ark. And they realized the moment of the flood only when it overtook them and carried them all away. Thus it shall be when the Son of Man comes. Matthew 24, verses 37 through 39. 51. As for that day or hour, no one knows it, neither the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. Mark 13:32. 52. Verily, verily, I say unto you, you will weep and groan, and the world will rejoice. You will be sorrowful, but your sorrow will be turned into joy. When a mother gives birth, she is in pain because her time has come, but after she has given birth to a child, she no longer remembers the pain because of the joy that she has brought a child into the world. Thus it is that you are now sorrowful, but I will see you again, and your heart will rejoice, and no one will take your joy from you. John 16, verses 20 through 22. 53. Many false prophets will appear and seduce many people, and because iniquity will increase, the charity of many will grow cold. But he who perseveres until the end will be saved, and this gospel of the kingdom will be proclaimed throughout the earth to serve as a witness to all nations. Then the end will come. Matthew 24, verses 11 through 14. 54. This portrayal of the end of times is obviously an allegory, as were most of those that Jesus presented. The powerful images they contained were of such a nature as to make an impression on still undeveloped intelligences. In order to impress such unrefined imaginations, strongly colored portrayals were necessary. Jesus mainly addressed the common folk, the less enlightened people incapable of comprehending metaphysical abstractions and grasping the subtlety of forms. In order to reach their hearts, he had to speak to their eyes with the help of physical symbols and to their ears through forceful language. As a natural consequence of this mental disposition, the supreme power, according to the current belief, could not manifest itself except by extraordinary supernatural means. The more impossible they were, the more easily they were accepted as probable. The Son of Man coming upon the clouds of heaven in great majesty and surrounded by his angels and at the sound of trumpets would have seemed much more powerful to them than a being clothed only with moral power. Also, the Jews who expected the Messiah to be an earthly king, who among all other kings would be powerful enough to place their nation on the first level and to rebuild the throne of David and Solomon, did not want to acknowledge him in the humble son of a carpenter with no physical authority. Nevertheless, the poor proletarian from Judea became the greatest of the great. He conquered more kingdoms for his kingdom than the most powerful potentates. Solely with his word and a few poor fishermen, he revolutionized the world, and it is to him that the Jews will owe their restoration. Thus he spoke the truth when to Pilate's question, "Are you a king?" he responded, "You have said it." 55. It should be noted that among the ancients, earthquakes and the darkening of the sun were obligatory accessories of all happenings and foreboding omens. They are found at the deaths of Jesus and Caesar, and in a multitude of events in the history of paganism. If such phenomena had occurred as many times as were reported, it would seem impossible for people not to have retained a memory of them through tradition. Here the stars that fall from the sky are added as if to bear witness for future, more enlightened generations that this is only an allegory, because one knows now that stars cannot fall. 56. Nonetheless, under such allegories, great truths are hidden. First, there is an announcement about all kinds of calamities that will strike humankind and decimate it, calamities resulting from the supreme conflict between good and evil, faith and disbelief, progressive and regressive ideas. Second, there is the announcement concerning the spread throughout the earth of the gospel, restored to its original purity, and finally the announcement of the kingdom of the good, which will include universal peace, fraternity, and the spreading of the evangelical moral code put into practice by all nations. That truly will be the kingdom of Jesus, for he will preside over its implementation, and people will live under the aegis of his law. It will be a kingdom of happiness, because he said, after those days of affliction will come days of joy. 57. When will such things come true? No one knows, says Jesus, not even the Son. However, when the time does come, people will be forewarned by precursory signs. These signs will be neither in the sun nor in the stars, but in the social state of affairs and in phenomena that are more moral than physical, and which can be partly deduced from his allusions. It is quite certain that such a change could not occur during the apostles' lifetimes, otherwise Jesus would not have been ignorant of that fact. Furthermore, such a transformation could not occur within just a few years. Nonetheless, he speaks to the disciples as though they would be witnesses of it. Actually, it is they that would be able to live again at that time and work for the transformation. Thus, at times he speaks of the approaching fate of Jerusalem, and at other times he takes this event as a point of comparison for the future. 58. Was it really the end of the world that Jesus was foretelling with his second coming when he said, "When the gospel is preached throughout the earth, then the end will come"? It would not be rational to believe that God would destroy the world at the exact moment in which it entered upon the path of moral progress through the practice of the evangelical teachings. Moreover, nothing in Christ's parables indicate a worldwide destruction which under such conditions would not be justified. By leading to an improvement in people's moral state, the widespread practice of the gospel will by itself usher in the kingdom of the good and will cause the collapse of the kingdom of evil. Thus it is the end of the old world, the world governed by prejudice, pride, selfishness, fanaticism, disbelief, greed, and all the evil passions that Christ alluded to when he said, "When the gospel is preached throughout the earth, then the end will come." However, that end will precipitate a conflict, and it is from such conflict that the evils that he foresaw will come. Your sons and daughters shall prophesy. 59. In the last days, says the Lord, I will pour out my Spirit upon all flesh. Your sons and daughters shall prophesy. Your young men will have visions, and your old men shall have dreams. In those days I will pour out my Spirit upon my servants, and they shall prophesy. Acts 2, verses 17 and 18, Joel 2, verses 28 and 29. 60. If one considers the current state of the physical and moral worlds, the tendencies, aspirations, and presentiments of the masses, the decay of the ancient beliefs that have struggled in vain for a century against new ideas, one cannot doubt that a new order of things is being prepared and that the old world has reached its end. If one were to put aside the allegorical aspect of certain portrayals, and if one were to scrutinize the inner meanings of Jesus' words, then by comparing the current situation with the times he foretold as being signs of an era of renewal, one could not help but be convinced that many of his predictions are presently coming true, from which one must conclude that we have reached the times he announced. This conclusion is being confirmed all over the globe by the spirits who are manifesting. 61. As has been seen, chapter 1, number 32, the coming of Spiritism, coinciding with other events, fulfills one of Jesus' most important predictions because of the influence that it must obviously exert on ideas. Furthermore, it is clearly announced in what is recorded in the Acts of the Apostles. In the last days, says the Lord, I will pour out my Spirit upon all flesh. Your sons and daughters shall prophesy. This is unmistakably the announcement of the popularization of mediumship, which is being revealed in our day in individuals of all ages of both sexes and all walks of life. Consequently, it is a prediction of the universal manifestation of spirits, because without spirits, there would be no mediums. Thus, it is stated that this will happen in the last days, and since we have not come to the end of the world, but rather to the time of its regeneration, one must understand those words to mean the last days of the moral world that comes to an end. See the Gospel according to Spiritism, chapter 21. The Last Judgment. 62. Now when the Son of Man comes in his majesty, accompanied by all the angels, he will sit on the throne of his glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate some from the others, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats, and he will put the sheep on his right, and the goats on his left. Then the king will say to those on his right, Come, you who are blessed by my Father, etc. Matthew 25, verses 31 through 46, the Gospel according to Spiritism, chapter 15. 63. Since the good must finally reign on the earth, it will be necessary to exclude spirits who are hardened and evil, and who could bring trouble to it. God has already allowed them the time needed for their improvement, but when the time comes in which, through the moral progress of its inhabitants, the earth must ascend in the hierarchy of worlds, it will be off limits as a home for incarnates and discarnates who have not taken advantage of the teachings they have been in a position to receive there. They will be exiled to lower worlds, as formerly those of the Adamic race were exiled to the earth, and they will be replaced by better spirits. This is the separation over which Jesus will preside, and which is portrayed in these words regarding the last judgment: the good will sit on my right, and the evil on my left. See chapter 11, numbers 31, and so forth. 64. The doctrine of a single universal final judgment putting an end to humankind is repugnant to reason, in that it implies the inactivity of God during the eternity that preceded Earth's creation and during the eternity that will follow its destruction. One might ask what good the sun, moon, and stars will be, which, according to Genesis, were made to illuminate our world. It is surprising that such an immense work would have been accomplished for such a short amount of time and for the benefit of beings who, for the most part, were destined beforehand to eternal punishment. 65. Materially, the idea of a one-time judgment would, to a certain point, be acceptable to those who do not try to find a reason for things, and who believe that all humankind is to be found concentrated on the earth, and that everything in the universe was made for earth's inhabitants. However, that is unacceptable, since it is known that there are billions of similar worlds that have perpetuated humanities throughout eternity, and among which the earth, as an imperceptible dot, is one of the least impressive. One can see by this fact alone that Jesus had a reason for telling his disciples, "There are many things that I cannot say to you because you would not understand them," since the progress of the sciences would be indispensable for logical interpretation of some of his words. Certainly the apostles, St. Paul, and the first disciples would have established certain dogmas differently if they had had the astronomical, geological, physical, chemical, physiological, and psychological knowledge that we possess today. Moreover, Jesus postponed completing his teachings and declared that all things would have to be reestablished. 66. Morally, a final judgment with no possibility of appeal is irreconcilable with the infinite goodness of the Creator, whom Jesus ceaselessly presents to us as a good Father who always leaves the way open to repentance and who is always ready to embrace the prodigal son. If Jesus had understood the judgment in that sense, he would have contradicted his own words. Furthermore, if the last judgment is to catch people unprepared and in the middle of their daily tasks, along with pregnant women, one would have to ask why God, who does nothing useless or unjust, would make children be born and create new souls at the final moment, at the inevitable end of humankind. Would it be to submit them to judgment upon leaving the maternal womb and before they had become aware of themselves, while others had had thousands of years to do so? On which side, right or left, would such souls who are not yet either good or evil be put, but for whom all roads to final progress would be closed from then on, since humankind would no longer exist? See Chapter 2, number 19. Let those whose reason is content with such beliefs hold on to them. It is their right and no one should reproach it, but let them not decry the fact that not everybody shares in their opinion. 67. By way of immigration as defined in number 63 above, the judgment is rational. It is founded on the strictest justice, because it unfailingly leaves the spirit with its own free will. It does not comprise a special privilege for anyone. Equal latitude to evolve is given by God to all creatures, without exception. The actual destruction of a world causing the destruction of the body would not cause any interruption in the spirit's evolutionary progress. Such is the consequence of the plurality of worlds and existences. According to this interpretation, the description last judgment is not precise, since spirits pass through similar judgments at each renewal of the worlds they inhabit, until they have reached a certain degree of purification. Therefore, there is no last judgment per se, but rather general judgments every time there is a partial or total renewal of world populations, and which give rise to the great spirit emigrations and immigrations. Genesis, Part 3, Chapter 18, The Time Has Come. Signs of the Times, the New Generation. Signs of the Times. 1. The time set by God has come, we are told everywhere, in which great events will occur for the regeneration of humankind. In what sense must these prophetic words be understood? For disbelievers, they hold no importance. To them, they are only the expression of a childish, unfounded belief. For the majority of believers, they contain something mystical and supernatural that seems to be the precursor of the upheaval of the laws of nature. Both interpretations are equally erroneous, however. The former because it implies the denial of providence, the latter because such words do not declare the disruption of nature's laws, but rather their fulfillment. 2. Everything in creation is in harmony. Everything reveals a foresightedness that cannot contradict itself either in the smallest matters or in the greatest. Thus, right from the start, we must discard all ideas of capriciousness as irreconcilable with the divine wisdom. Second, if our age has been designated for the fulfillment of certain things, it is because in the evolution of the whole, they have their reason for being. Thus stated, we will say that our globe, like everything else, is subject to the law of progress. It progresses physically through the transformation of the elements that compose it, and morally through the purification of the incarnate and discarnate spirits that populate it. Both of these areas of progress accompany each other and march in parallel because the perfecting of the habitation is in keeping with the perfecting of the inhabitant. Physically, science has proven that the globe has undergone transformations that have made it habitable for beings more and more perfected. Morally, humankind progresses by the development of intelligence, moral sense, and the softening of customs, while the improvement of the globe occurs under the control of physical forces. Humans participate in it through the efforts of their intelligence. They cleanse unwholesome regions, render communications easier, and make the earth more productive. This dual progress occurs in two ways. One is slow, gradual, and imperceptible, the other by changes that are more abrupt, each one producing a more rapid ascendant movement, which by clear signs marks out the progressive periods of humankind. These movements, subordinated in the details to human free will, are somewhat fatalistic as a whole, for they are subject to laws such as those that operate in the germination, growth, and ripening of plants. That is why the progressive movement is sometimes partial, that is, limited to one particular race or nation, whereas at other times it is more generalized. Human progress, therefore, is effectuated in virtue of a law. Thus, since all the laws of nature are the eternal work of divine wisdom and foresight, everything that is the effect of these laws is the result of God's will, not an accidental or capricious will, but an immutable one. Consequently, when humankind is mature enough to ascend a degree, one can say that the time set by God has come, just as one can say that in such and such season the time has come for the ripening of the fruit and the harvest. 3. From the fact that the progressive movement of humankind is unavoidable because it is part of nature, it does not follow that God is indifferent toward it, and that after having established the laws becomes inactive, leaving things to continue by themselves. Undoubtedly, God's laws are eternal and immutable, but only because God's will itself is eternal and constant, and because God's thought uninterruptedly animates all things. God's thought penetrates everything and is the intelligent and ongoing power that keeps everything harmonious. If this thought were to cease even for an instant, the universe would be like a clock without a regulating pendulum. Thus, God incessantly watches over the execution of the divine laws, and the spirits who populate space are God's ministers charged with the details according to the attributions corresponding to their degree of advancement. 4. The universe is at the same time an unfathomable mechanism managed by a no less unfathomable number of intelligences, an immense government in which each intelligent being has its part in the action under the watchfulness of the Supreme Lord, whose single will maintains unity everywhere. Under the rule of this vast regulating power, everything moves, everything functions in perfect order. What to us seems like disturbances are partial or isolated movements that appear irregular to us only because our perception is limited. If we could take in the whole, however, we would see that such irregularities are only apparent and that they harmonize within the whole. 5. Up till now, humankind has made incontestable progress. Due to their intelligence, humans have achieved results never reached before regarding the sciences, arts, and material well-being. There is much progress yet to be made. However, they have yet to make charity, fraternity, and solidarity reign amongst them in order to assure their moral well-being. They could achieve this neither with their beliefs nor their antiquated institutions, remnants from another epoch and good for a certain time, which were sufficient for a transitory state, but which, after having given what they could, would be a stopping point today. What people need nowadays is not only the development of their intelligence, but the elevation of their sentiment, and for this they must do away with everything that incites their selfishness and pride. Such is the age into which we must enter henceforth, and which will mark one of the principal phases of humankind. This phase, which is being prepared at this very moment, is the indispensable supplement to the previous state, just as adulthood is a supplement to youth. It can thus be foreseen and predicted beforehand, and for that reason we state that the time set by God has come. 6. This time, however, will not entail a partial change, a renewal limited to a certain area, people, or race. It will be a universal movement that will operate in the sense of moral progress. A new order of things is on the verge of being established, and those most opposed to it are working for it without even realizing it. Rid of the dregs of the old world and composed of more purified members, the future generation will find itself animated by different ideas and sentiments than the present generation, which is disappearing by leaps and bounds. The old world will be dead and will live in history, like the medieval era with its barbaric customs and superstitious beliefs. Furthermore, everybody knows how much the current state of affairs leaves to be desired. After having more or less exhausted the material well-being that is the product of intelligence, one realizes that the supplement to this well-being can only be found in moral development. The more one advances, the more one senses what is still lacking, but one cannot define it clearly. It is the effect of the inner work operating for regeneration. One has desires and aspirations, which are like the presentiment of a better state. 7. However, a change that is as radical as the one being prepared cannot be accomplished without commotion. There will be an unavoidable struggle of ideas. From this conflict, temporary disturbances will inevitably arise until the ground is leveled and equilibrium is reestablished. Consequently, it is from the struggle of ideas that the foretold grave events will emerge, and not from purely physical cataclysms or catastrophes. Widespread cataclysms were the result of the Earth's formation. Nowadays, it is no longer the entrails of the planet that are being stirred up, but those of humankind. 8. Even though the Earth no longer has to dread widespread cataclysms, it is nonetheless subject to periodic revolutions whose causes from the scientific point of view may be explained in the following teachings given by two eminent spirits. An excerpt from two communications given to the Parisian Society and published in Revue Spirite, October 1868, page 313. They are the corollary of those by Galileo narrated in Chapter 6 and are a supplement to Chapter 9 regarding the revolutions of the globe. Author. Besides the simple laws that preside over the division of days and nights, seasons, etc., each heavenly body undergoes revolutions that require thousands of centuries for their perfect fulfillment, but which, like shorter revolutions, pass through all the stages, from birth up to a peak of fete, after which there is a decrease down to the final limit, in order to recommence afterwards to go through the same phases. Human beings perceive only the phases that are of relatively short duration and whose periodicity they can certify. However, there are some phases that entail many generations of individuals, even successions of races, and whose effects consequently have for them the appearance of novelty and spontaneity. However, if they could look back a few thousand centuries, they would see among those same effects and their causes a correlation that they do not even suspect. These periods, which confound human imagination due to their relative length, are nevertheless mere instants in the span of eternity. Within a particular planetary system, all the bodies comprising it react upon one another. All physical influences are in solidarity, and there is not one of the effects that you designate as great disturbances that is not a consequence of the combination of influences within the entire system. I will state further that planetary systems react upon one another due to the nearness or distance that results from their orbital movement through the myriads of systems that compose our nebula. I will go even further and state that our nebula, which is like an archipelago in the immensity of space, with its orbital movement through the myriads of nebulae, is subject to the influence of those it nears. Hence, nebulae react upon nebulae and systems react upon systems, just as planets react upon planets, and the elements of each planet react one upon another, and thus successively down to the atom. Hence, on each world there are local or widespread revolutions that do not appear to be disturbances, because the brevity of life allows only for the perception of partial effects. Organic matter cannot escape these influences. The disturbances that it undergoes can thus alter the physical state of living beings and cause some of those diseases that generally attack plants, animals, and humans. Such diseases, like all scourges, are stimuli that out of necessity drive the human mind to find means to combat them and to discover the laws of nature. Organic matter, however, reacts in turn upon the spirit. The spirit, due to its contact and interconnection with the physical elements, is also subject to influences that modify its dispositions, although they do not deprive it of its free will, and overcite or attenuate its activity, thereby contributing to its development. The turmoil that sometimes manifests within an entire population among the people of the same race is not a fortuitous event, nor is it the result of a capricious act. Its cause lies in the laws of nature. Unconscious at first, this turmoil, which is nothing more than a vague desire, an indefinable yearning for something better, a need for change, is expressed through silent agitation and then through actions that prepare social revolutions, which, believe it or not, also have their own lifespan, similar to physical revolutions, because everything is connected. If your spirit sight were not limited by the veil of matter, you would see these fluidic currents which, like thousands of conductor wires, link up the things of the spirit world and the physical world. When you hear that humankind has arrived at a period of transformation and that the earth must ascend within the world hierarchy, do not see anything mystical in these words, but to the contrary, the fulfillment of one of the great unavoidable laws of the universe against which all human will shall break. Ergo. 9. Yes, indeed, humankind is being transformed just as it has been transformed in other epochs, and each transformation is marked by a turning point, which for the human species is what the turning point in growth is for the individual. These crises, frequently painful and dolorous, carry generations and institutions along with them, but are always followed by a phase of material and moral progress. After nearly a century, Earth's humanity has arrived at one of those growth periods and is in the middle of a transformative endeavor. That is why humankind is being shaken on all sides, caught up in a kind of fever as if driven by an invisible power until it is settled on new foundations. Whoever sees it afterward will find many changes in its customs, its character, its laws, and its beliefs, in other words, in its entire societal aspect. One thing that might seem strange to you, but which nevertheless is strictly true, is that the spirit world that surrounds you feels the repercussions of all the turmoil that disturbs the world of incarnates. I would even say that it plays an active part. This should come as no surprise to those who know that spirits make up part of humanity, that they come from humankind and must return to it. Consequently, it is natural that they would have an interest in the movements that occur among human beings. You can be sure, therefore, that when a social revolution occurs on the earth, it also impacts the invisible world. All the good and evil passions become overexcited, seated there just as they do amongst you. An unspoken turbulence reigns among the spirits who still make up part of your world, and who await the time to return to it. To the disturbances of incarnates and discarnates, sometimes, very frequently actually, since everything in nature is linked together, are added the disturbances of the physical elements. Then for a while there is a true widespread confusion that passes like a hurricane, but after which the sky returns to being serene, and humankind, reconstituted upon new foundations and imbued with new ideas, enters a new phase on the road of progress. It is in the period that has just opened that one will see Spiritism flourish and bring forth fruit. Therefore, it is for the future more than for the present that you labor. But it was necessary for these labors to be prepared beforehand, because they trace out the pathways of regeneration through the unification and rationality of beliefs. Fortunate are they who take advantage of them as of today. They will spare themselves as many sorrows as they will gain in benefits. Dr. Berry. 10. From the preceding, one may conclude that as a result of their orbital movement through space, heavenly bodies exert a lesser or greater influence on one another, depending on their proximity and their respective position. That this influence can cause a momentary disturbance in their constitutive elements and alter the living conditions of their inhabitants, that the regularity of their movements will determine the periodic return of the same causes and effects, that the length of certain periods is too short to be perceivable to humans, whereas other periods see whole generations and even races pass away without being perceived, and for whom the state of things seems normal. On the other hand, generations that are contemporaneous with the transition feel its repercussions, and everything seems to part from ordinary laws. Such generations see a supernatural, extraordinary, and miraculous cause in what is in reality the fulfillment of the laws of nature. If through the linkage and solidarity of causes and effects the periods of humankind's moral renewals coincide, as everything would lead us to believe, with the physical revolutions of the globe, such periods may be accompanied or preceded by natural phenomena that are unusual to those not familiar with them, by meteors that seem strange, or by an unusual recrudescence and intensity of destructive calamities. These calamities are neither a cause nor supernatural omens, but a consequence of the general movement occurring in both the physical and moral world. By foretelling the age of renewal that will open up for humankind and mark the end of the old world, Jesus was able to say that it would be characterized by extraordinary movements, earthquakes, various calamities, and signs in the sky, which are nothing more than meteors, without derogating from the laws of nature. The uneducated common folks, however, saw in these words the announcement of miraculous events. The terrible epidemic that devastated the population of Maurice Island from 1866 to 1868 was preceded in November of 1866 by a shower of falling stars so extraordinary and abundant that its inhabitants were terrified. It was from that moment on that the sickness that had developed quite benignly for a few months became a truly devastating calamity. This was undoubtedly a sign in the sky, and it is perhaps in this sense that one must understand the stars falling from the sky spoken about in the Gospel as one of the signs of the times. For details about the Maurice Island epidemic, see Revue Spirite, July 1867, page 208, November 1868, page 321. Author. 11. Foreseeing the progressive movements of humankind holds nothing surprising for dematerialized beings who can see the objective toward which all things are headed, some of whom even possess God's direct thought, and who discern in partial movements the time in which a general movement can occur, just as one can determine beforehand the time needed for a tree to bear fruit, or as astronomers can calculate the timing of an astronomical phenomena by the time it takes for a heavenly body to complete its orbit. 12. Humankind is a collective being in which the same moral revolutions occur in each individual being, with the difference that some occur from year to year, others from century to century. If one were to follow humankind in its evolution through time, one would see the life of many races marked out by periods that give each epoch a particular physiognomy. 13. As we have stated, the forward progress of humankind occurs in two ways. One is gradual, slow, and imperceptible if one considers consecutive eras that result in successive improvements in customs, laws, and usages, and which cannot be perceived except over time, such as the changes that water currents bring to the surface of the globe. The other is marked by relatively abrupt, quick movements similar to those of a torrent breaking the dikes, and which in a few years cover the space that would have otherwise taken centuries. Then there is a moral cataclysm that in a few moments swallows up the institutions of the past and is succeeded by a new order of things that stabilizes little by little as peace is definitively restored. Those who live long enough to stand on both sides of the new phase will think that a new world has arisen from the ruins of the old. The character, customs, and usages, everything has changed. Actually, what has occurred is that new humans, or rather regenerated ones, have appeared. The idea of the generation that has passed away had given way to the new ideas of the generation that has arisen. 14. Having reached adulthood, humankind will have new needs and greater and higher aspirations. It will understand the emptiness of the ideas in which it had been cradled and the inability of its institutions to bring happiness. It will no longer find in the current state of affairs the true satisfaction to which it feels it has been called. Consequently, it will rid itself of its childish ways, and driven by an irresistible force, will launch itself toward unknown shores in search of new, less limited horizons. It is at one of those periods of transformation, or if you prefer, of moral growth, that humankind has arrived. From adolescence, it has reached adulthood. The past is no longer sufficient for its new aspirations, its new necessities. It can no longer be led by the same means. It can no longer treat itself with illusions and deceptions. Its mature reason requires more substantial nourishment. The present is too ephemeral. It feels that its destiny is much vaster, and that corporeal life is too restrictive to contain it completely. That is why its gaze probes both the past and the future in order to discover the mystery of its existence and to draw from it a sure consolation. It is in the moment in which humankind finds itself too confined within its material sphere, where intellectual life overflows and where the sentiment of spirituality blooms, that the individuals who call themselves philosophers hope to fill the vacuum with doctrines of nihilism and materialism, a strange aberration. These same individuals claim to be driving humankind forward, yet they make every effort to contain it in the narrow circle of matter from which it aspires to escape. They bar it from the aspect of infinite life, and pointing at the grave, tell it, ne plus ultra. 15. Those who have meditated on Spiritism and its consequences and have not restricted it to the sphere of producing a few phenomena understand that it opens up a new pathway to humankind and discloses the horizons of the infinite. By initiating them into the mysteries of the invisible world, it shows them its true role in creation, a role that is continually active both in the spirit state and in the corporeal. Humans no longer walk in blindness. They know where they have come from, where they are going, and why they are on the earth. The future shows itself to them as it really is, freed of the prejudices of ignorance and superstition. It is no longer a vague hope. It is a tangible truth as certain as day follows night. They know that their being is not limited to a few moments of an ephemeral existence, that the life of the spirit is not interrupted by death, that they have lived before and will live again, and that from all they acquire in perfection through labor, nothing is lost. In their previous lives, they find the reason for what they are today, and from what they make of themselves today, they can deduce what they will be tomorrow. 16. According to the idea that individual activity and cooperation in the overall work of civilization are limited to the present life, that a person was nothing before and will be nothing afterward, what does the ultimate progress of humankind matter to people? What does it matter that in the future peoples will be better governed, happier, more enlightened, and kinder toward one another? Since they will not be able to take advantage of it, is not such progress lost to them? What good does it do them to labor for those who will come after them if they will never know them, if they are new individuals who soon thereafter will go back into nothingness themselves? Under the domain of the denial that the individual has a future, everything necessarily shrinks to the petty proportions of the moment and the personality. On the other hand, however, what breadth the certainty that the spiritual being will live forever gives to human thought? What could be more rational, more grandiose, more worthy of the Creator than the law according to which the spirit life and the corporeal life are only two modes of existence that alternate for the fulfillment of progress? What could be more just and more consoling than the idea of the same individuals progressing incessantly, first by being born through generations on the same world, and then on world after world, without dissolution of continuity until they reach perfection? Then all their actions have a purpose, for while they are working for the whole, they are working for themselves and for each other in a way that neither individual nor general progress is ever fruitless. It benefits future generations and individuals who are none other than past generations and individuals who have now arrived at a higher degree of advancement. 17. Fraternity must be the cornerstone of the new social order. However, there can be no true, solid, and effective fraternity unless it rests upon an unshakable foundation. That foundation is faith. Not faith in these or those particular dogmas which change with the times and peoples who cast stones at one another, but because by anathematizing one another they feel hostility, but faith in the fundamental principles that everyone can accept: God, the soul, the future, the ongoing progress of individuals, and the perpetuity of relationships among them. When all people are convinced that God is the same for all, that this supremely just and good God cannot want anything unjust, the evil comes from humans and not from God, then they will regard one another as children of the same Father and will shake hands with one another. This is the faith that Spiritism provides, and which will be from here on out the pivot around which humankind will move, whatever the mode of worship and the particular creed may be. 18. The intellectual progress accomplished so far in vast proportions is a huge step and has marked the first phase of humankind. By itself, however, it has been powerless to regenerate it. As long as humans are dominated by pride and selfishness, they will use their intelligence and knowledge to satisfy their passions and personal interests, which is why they apply themselves to perfecting ways of harming and destroying their neighbor. 19. Only moral progress can assure people of happiness on the earth by restraining evil passions. It alone can enable harmony, peace, and fraternity to reign. Moral progress will break down the barriers that separate peoples and will bring down class prejudices and silence the antagonism between sects, teaching people to regard one another as brothers and sisters who are called to mutually help one another and not live at one another's expense. Moreover, it is moral progress aided by the progress of intelligence that will join people together in one and the same belief founded on inarguable eternal truths and consequently acceptable to all. Unity of belief will be the most powerful bond, the solidest foundation of universal fraternity, which has been shattered throughout history by the religious hostilities that have divided peoples and families, making them see dissidents as enemies to be avoided, fought against, and exterminated, instead of brothers and sisters to be loved. 20. Such a state of affairs presupposes a radical change in the sentiment of the masses, a generalized progress that cannot be accomplished except by quitting the circle of the narrow and petty ideas that foster selfishness. At different periods in time, elite individuals sought to drive humankind along that path, but humankind, still quite young, remained deaf, and their teachings became the good seed that fell on the rocky soil. Today, humankind is mature enough to set its sights higher than it ever has in order to assimilate broader ideas and to comprehend what it did not comprehend before. The generation that disappears will take its errors and prejudices with it. The generation that emerges, immersed in a purer source and imbued with more sound ideas, will imprint on the world an ascendant movement in the sense of moral progress, which will signal the new phase for humankind. 21. This phase is already being revealed by unmistakable signs, by attempts at useful reforms, and by great and generous ideas that have been brought to light and which have begun to find an echo. Thus it is that we have seen the founding of a great number of protective, civilizing, and liberating institutions under the impetus and by the initiative of individuals obviously predestined for the work of regeneration. That penal laws are imbued every day with a more humane sentiment, race prejudices are weakening, and peoples have begun to regard themselves as members of a great family, and through the uniformity and ease of the means of transaction, they are overcoming the barriers that have separated them. From all parts of the world, they are coming together in universal assemblies for the peaceful exchange of thoughts. However, these reforms lack a foundation in order to be developed, completed, and consolidated. A more generalized moral predisposition to yield good results and become accepted by the masses. This is nothing more than a characteristic sign of the times, the prelude to what will be accomplished on a much larger scale as the ground becomes more favorable. 22. Another sign no less characteristic of the period into which we are entering is the obvious reaction occurring in the sense of spiritualistic ideas. An instinctive rejection is manifesting against materialistic ideas. The spirit of disbelief which seized both the ignorant and enlightened masses and led them to reject, along with the form, the very foundation of every belief, seems to have been a deep sleep, the awakening from which stirs the need to breathe a more vivifying air. And where emptiness is felt, people unconsciously seek something, a point of support, a hope. 23. Believing that most people are imbued with such sentiments, one can easily imagine the changes that would occur in social relations. Charity, fraternity, and benevolence toward all, and tolerance for all beliefs will be their motto. This is the objective toward which humankind is obviously headed, the object of its aspirations and desires, without it being fully aware of the means of fulfilling them. It experiments and feels around, but is hampered by active resistance or the strength of inertia caused by prejudices and stationary beliefs that are stubbornly resistant to progress. Such are the obstacles that must be overcome, and this will be the task of the new generation. By following the present course of things, one can see that everything seems predestined to open the way for it. The new generation will hold the dual power of numbers and ideas, in addition to the experience of the past. 24. The new generation will thus march toward the fulfillment of all the humanitarian ideas compatible with the degree of advancement at which it will have arrived. With Spiritism going forward with the same goal and accomplishing its purposes, both will meet on the same ground. Progressive individuals will find in Spiritist ideas a powerful lever, and Spiritism will find in these new individual minds entirely predisposed to accept it. Given this state of affairs, what could those who wish to oppose it do? 25. It was not Spiritism that created social renewal, it was the maturity of humankind that made such renewal a necessity. Through its moralizing power, its progressive tendencies, the breadth of its outlet, and the generality of the issues it encompasses, Spiritism is more capable than any other doctrine to aid the regenerative movement. This is why Spiritism is contemporaneous with it. Spiritism appeared on the scene at the time in which it would be the most useful, because its time has also come. If it had come any sooner, it would have run up against insurmountable obstacles. It would have succumbed inevitably, because, satisfied with what they already had, people would not have felt the need for what Spiritism offers. Today, born with the movement of the ideas that are ruin, it has found the ground prepared to receive it. Owing to doubt and uncertainty, and frightened by the open abyss before them, spirits welcome Spiritism as an anchor of salvation and a supreme consolation. 26. Of course, the number of stragglers is quite large, but what can they do against the tide that is mounting except throw a few pebbles at it? This tide is the generation that is now appearing, whereas the former are disappearing with the generation that is decaying every day in large strides. Until then, however, they will defend their ground tooth and nail. Thus there is an unavoidable yet unequal struggle, because it is the decrepit past falling to pieces against the youthful future, of stagnation against progress, of the individual against God's will, because the time set by God has come. The new generation. 27. In order for people to be happy on the earth, it must be populated only by good incarnate and discarnate spirits who desire nothing but the good. Once such a time has come, there will be a great emigration from among those who inhabit the earth. Those who practice evil for evil's sake, and who are untouched by the sentiment of the good, will no longer be worthy of the transformed planet. They will be banished from it, because their stay would once more cause trouble and confusion, and would be an obstacle to progress. Some will expiate their hardness of heart on less evolved worlds. Others will do so among primitive races here on earth, which will be the same as expiating on less evolved worlds. These will bring with them the knowledge they have acquired, and will have the mission of enabling these races to advance. They will be replaced by more advanced spirits, who will see to it that justice, peace, and fraternity reign. According to the spirits, the earth will not be transformed by a cataclysm that will suddenly wipe out an entire generation. The current generation will disappear gradually, and the new one will follow it in the same way, without there having been any change in the natural order of things. Consequently, everything will proceed outwardly as usual, but with this single difference, a crucial one: a portion of the spirits who used to incarnate on the earth will no longer do so. Instead of a backward spirit inclined toward evil, and who would have incarnated in a child being born, there will be a more advanced spirit with a propensity for the good. Thus it does not so much involve a new corporeal generation, but rather a new generation of spirits. This is what Jesus undoubtedly meant when he said, "Verily, verily, I say unto you that this generation will not pass away until these events have been fulfilled." Consequently, those who hope to see the transformation occur by means of supernatural and extraordinary effects will be disappointed. 28. The present age is one of transition. The members of both generations are mixed together. Standing at the midpoint, we are watching the departure of one and the arrival of the other, and each is already indistinguishable by the characteristics that are proper to it. These two generations hold ideas and views that are complete opposites by the nature of their moral dispositions, but especially their intuitive and innate dispositions. It is easy to tell to which of the two each individual belongs. Charged with founding the age of moral progress, the new generation is distinguishable by an overall precocious intelligence and reason, combined with an innate sentiment of the good and spiritualist beliefs, an unmistakable sign of a certain degree of previous advancement. Consequently, it will not be composed exclusively of eminently high-order spirits, but of those who, having already progressed, are predisposed to assimilating progressive ideas and are capable of upholding the regenerative movement. On the other hand, what distinguishes less evolved spirits is primarily their rebelliousness against God by refusing to acknowledge any power superior to human power, and their instinctive propensity for the degrading passions and the anti-fraternal sentiments of selfishness, pride, envy, and jealousy. In other words, their attachments to everything material, sensuality, ambition, and greed. These are the vices of which earth must be purged by the banishment of those who refuse to mend their ways, for they are incompatible with the reign of fraternity, and moral individuals will always suffer a great deal in contact with them. When the earth is freed from them, people will progress without obstacles toward the better future that is reserved for them in this world as a reward for their efforts and perseverance, while waiting a more complete purification to open the way for them to higher order worlds. 29. By this emigration of spirits, one must not understand it to mean that all stragglers will be banished from the earth and relegated to less evolved worlds. On the contrary, many will come back to earth because many have given in to the driving force of circumstances and examples. Their outer layer is worse than their core. Once they are removed from the influence of matter and the prejudices of the corporeal world, most of them will see things much differently than when they were alive. We have seen many examples of this. They will be aided by benevolent spirits who take an interest in them and who will hasten to enlighten and show them the erroneous path that they have followed. Through our prayers and exhortations, we ourselves can contribute to their improvement because there is continuous unity between the dead and the living. The way in which the transformation is occurring is quite simple, and as we have seen, it is completely of a moral character and in no way derogates from the laws of nature. 30. Whether the spirits of the new generation are new, more evolved spirits, or whether they are old spirits who have evolved, the result is the same. From the moment they display better dispositions, there is always a renewal. Thus, incarnate spirits form two categories according to their natural dispositions. On one hand are the stragglers who leave, and on the other the progressive spirits who arrive. The state of customs and society, whether in a people, a race, or an entire world, will therefore be the result of which of the two classes will be the predominant one. 31. An ordinary comparison will provide an even better comprehension of what happens in such a circumstance. Let us imagine a regiment composed mostly of unruly and undisciplined men who are constantly causing disorder, and the severity of the penal law often has difficulty restraining it. These men are the strongest because they are the most numerous. They support, encourage, and incite one another by example. The few good men have no influence. Their advice is scorned, they are ridiculed, mistreated by the others, and suffer in their company. Is this not a picture of today's society? Let us suppose that the men of this regiment are taken 1 by 1, 10 by 10, 100 by 100, and are replaced at the same rate by an equal number of good soldiers, even some who have been expelled, but who have truly mended their ways since then. After some time, the regiment will be the same one, but it will have been transformed. Good order will have followed disorder. This is how it will be with a regenerated humanity. 32. The great collective departures are not meant only to activate exits, but to transform the mind of the masses more rapidly by freeing it from evil influences and lending greater ascendancy to new ideas. It is because many, in spite of their imperfections, are ripe for such a transformation, that many depart in order to retemper themselves in a purer source. As long as they had remained in the same environment and under the same influences, they would have persisted in their old ideas and their ways of looking at things. One stay in the spirit world is enough to open their eyes, because there they can see what they could not on earth. Disbelievers, fanatics, and absolutists consequently will be able to return with inborn ideas of faith, tolerance, and liberty. Upon their return, they will find that things have changed and will experience the influence of the new environment into which they have been born. Instead of opposing new ideas, they will support them. 33. The regeneration of humankind, therefore, does not absolutely require spirits to be completely renewed. A modification in their moral outlook is sufficient. This modification occurs in all those who are predisposed to it once they are removed from the pernicious influences of the world. Thus, those who come back to earth are not always other spirits, but frequently the same ones who now think and feel in a different way. When isolated and individual, this improvement goes unnoticed and has no ostensive influence in the world. Quite different is the effect when it takes place simultaneously among large masses, because then, according to the proportions it assumes in one generation, the ideas of a people or a race can be profoundly modified. That is what is almost always noticed after the large shocks that decimate populations. Destructive scourges destroy only bodies, they do not touch the spirit. They activate the coming and going movement between the corporeal and spirit worlds, and consequently the progressive movement of incarnate and discarnate spirits. It should be noted that throughout the epochs of history, great social crises have been followed by an era of progress. 34. It is one of these widespread movements that is occurring at present and which will usher in the reorganization of humankind. The increase in the causes of destruction is a characteristic sign of the times, for they will hasten the emergence of new prototypes. They are the leaves that fall in autumn, and which are followed by other leaves full of life, for humankind has its own seasons, just as individuals go through their various stages of life. The dead leaves of humankind fall stricken by blasts and blows from the wind, only to be reborn more alive under the same breath of life, which is not extinguished but purified. 35. For materialists, destructive scourges are calamities without compensation, without beneficial results, since in their opinion, such calamities wipe out beings forever. For those, however, who know that death only destroys the envelope, such calamities do not carry the same consequences, and they do not cause them the least bit of fear. They understand the purpose of such calamities, and they also know that people do not lose any more by dying together than by dying alone, because in one way or the other, it is always necessary to come to this end. Disbelievers will laugh at these things and will treat them as chimeras. However, say what they may, they will not escape the common law. They will fall in their turn just like everyone else, and then what will become of them? They say nothing, but they will continue to live on in spite of themselves, and will someday be forced to open their eyes. Genesis, Explanatory Note. Publisher's Note. This explanatory note, published due to an agreement with the Brazilian Federal Department of Justice, Ministério Público Federal, is intended to demonstrate the absence of any discrimination or prejudice in certain passages of the works of Allan Kardec, which are all characterized by upholding the principles of Christian fraternity and solidarity contained in the Spiritist doctrine. Today they believe, and their faith is unshakable because it is based on evidence and demonstration, and because it satisfies reason. Such is the faith of Spiritists, and the proof of their strength is that they endeavor to make themselves better, to control their evil inclinations, and to put into practice Christ's maxims regarding all humans as brothers and sisters, regardless of race, caste, or sect, forgiving their enemies and repaying evil with good in accordance with the divine model. Kardec, Allan, Revue Spirite, 1868. A strictly rational and scientific study of facts that reveal the communication of human beings with spirits, accomplished by Allan Kardec, resulted in the codification of the Spiritist doctrine, which was systematized according to scientific, philosophical, and religious aspects. Beginning in 1854 and lasting until his death in 1869, Kardec's endeavor was comprised of 5 basic works: the Spirit's Book, 1857, the Medium's Book, 1861, The Gospel According to Spiritism, 1864, Heaven and Hell, 1865, and Genesis, 1868, in addition to the book What is Spiritism, 1859, and a series of booklets and 136 editions of Revue Spirite, January 1858 to April 1869. After his death, the book Posthumous Works was compiled, 1890. A meticulous and unrestrained study of these works will enable us to extract a number of basic conclusions. A. All human beings are immortal spirits created by God under equal conditions, subject to the same natural laws of progress that gradually lead all to perfection. B. Progress occurs by means of successive experiences in innumerable reincarnations, necessarily encompassing all social classes, which is the only way the spirit can accumulate the learning experience needed for its development. C. In the period between reincarnations, the spirit lives in the spirit world and can communicate with humans. D. Progress obeys the moral laws taught and lived by Jesus, our guide and model, who is the reference for all people who desire to evolve consciously and intentionally. At several points in his work, the codifier refers to spirits who have incarnated in uneducated and primitive tribes that existed at the time in a few regions of the planet, and that in contact with other segments of civilization were undergoing innumerable transformations, many of which were obviously beneficial for their members, resulting from the general progress to which all ethnicities are subject regardless of the color of their skin. In Kardec's time, the phrenological idea of Gall and the physiognomic ideas of Lavater were accepted by eminent scientists. Also, the publication in 1859, 2 years after the release of the Spiritist book of Charles Darwin's book, The Evolution of Species, containing the natural misconceptions and misunderstandings that every new science entails, causing enormous excitement in the means of communication within the scholarly community and the general population. Furthermore, the belief that facial traits reveal the character of an individual is ancient and implies that there is an apparent relationship between one's physical and moral bearing. The codifier did not agree with many aspects presented by these so-called sciences. Thus, he tried to appraise the conclusions of such eminent scholars in the light of the Spirit's revelation, bringing to the discussion the spiritual elements as the decisive factor in resolving the issues regarding human diversity and inequality. In the principles of the Spiritist doctrine, Kardec found explanations that point to wise and supreme laws, which is why he affirmed that Spiritism enables, quote, the solving of thousands of historical, archaeological, anthropological, theological, psychological, moral, social, etc. problems, end of quote. Revue Spirite, 1862. In fact, the universal laws of love, charity, immortality of the soul, reincarnation, and evolution comprise new parameters for understanding the development of human groups in the many regions of the planet. This understanding of the divine laws allowed Kardec to state, the body proceeds from the body, but the spirit does not proceed from the spirit. There is no other link than blood kinship among descendants. The Spirit's book, number 207. Spiritism, restoring to the spirit its true role in creation by demonstrating the superiority of the mind over matter, naturally puts an end to all the established distinctions among human beings according to bodily and worldly advantages, upon which pride alone founded, caste, and the stupid prejudices of color. Revue Spirite, 1861. The privileges of race have their origins in the abstraction that humans normally make of the spiritual principle by taking only the outward physical being into consideration. From the constitutional strength or weakness of some, the difference in color of others, the birth into wealth or poverty, and noble or plebeian blood kinship, they concluded that there is a natural superiority or inferiority. Upon such data, they base their social laws and race privileges. From this limited point of view, for they take only the physical life into consideration, certain classes seem to belong, and really do belong, to different races. However, if they would take their point of view from the spiritual being, the essential and progressive being, in other words, the spirit, pre-existence to and surviving everything, and whose body is nothing more than a temporary envelope that varies like clothing in shape and color. Moreover, if from the study of spirit beings proves that such beings are of an identical nature and origin, that their destiny is the same, and that all take their departure from the same point and tend toward the same objective, that corporeal life is nothing more than one incident, one of the phases in the life of the spirit, and necessary for its intellectual and moral advancement. Then in light of this advancement, the spirit may successively clothe itself in many different envelopes, be born into different situations. Then they would arrive at the crucial consequence of equality of nature, and from there the equality of social rights for all human individuals, and the abolition of race privileges. This is what Spiritism teaches. You who deny the existence of the spirit in order to consider only the corporeal individual, the continuation of the intelligent being, in order to look only at the present life, you deny the sole principle upon which the equality of rights that you demand for yourselves and your fellow beings is rightly founded. Revue Spirite, 1867. With reincarnation, race and caste prejudices collapse, since the same spirit can be reborn rich or poor, great lord or proletarian, boss or subordinate, free or slave, male or female. Of all the arguments against the injustice of servitude and slavery, against the subjugation of women to the law of the mightiest, there are none that logically prevail over the material fact of reincarnation. Therefore, if reincarnation rests upon a law of nature, the principle of universal fraternity, it also rests upon the law of the equality of social rights, and consequently of liberty. Genesis chapter 1, number 36. See also Revue Spirite, 1867. At this time, Kardec knew only what various authors wrote about African primitives, who were always reduced to nearly complete animality when they were not mercilessly enslaved. It was based on this scientific information of the time that, using other words, the codifier repeated what European scholars described upon returning from their journeys to Black Africa. However, it was crucial that he address the issue of racial prejudice. We labor to give faith to those who believe in nothing, to spread a belief that encourages them to behave better toward one another, which teaches them to forgive their enemies and to regard each other as brothers and sisters without distinction of race, caste, set, color, or political or religious opinion. In other words, a belief that gives birth to the true sentiment of charity, fraternity, and social duty. Revue Spirite, January 1863. Moral persons are kind, humane, and benevolent toward all regardless of race or creed, because they regard all people as their brothers and sisters. The Gospel according to Spiritism, chapter 17, number 3. It is also important to understand that the texts published by Kardec in Revue Spirite were intended to submit to general scrutiny the communications received from spirits, as well as to compare their teachings with the theories and systems of thought in force at the time. In a footnote in chapter 11, number 43 of the book Genesis, the codifier explains this methodology. In the January 1862 issue of Revue Spirite, when we published an article on the interpretation of the doctrine of the fallen angels, we presented this theory as a hypothesis with no other authority than that of a debatable personal opinion, because at the time we lacked elements sufficiently complete for an absolute assertion. We put it out as a trial essay seeking to elicit examination of the issue, fully determined to abandon it or modify it if need be. Today, however, this theory has endured the test of universal control. It has not only been accepted by the majority of Spiritists as the most rational and most in agreement with God's justice, but has also been confirmed by most of the instructions given by the spirits on the subject. The same applies to the origin of the Adamic race. Genesis chapter 11, number 43. Finally, one must realize that the principal scope of the Spiritist doctrine lies in the moral perfection process of the human being, which is the reason why scientific and/or philosophical investigation and examination occupy a secondary, although important position, considering their provisory character, resulting from overall progress and improvement. In this sense, the codifier's warning is justified. It is true that this and other issues lie outside the moral point of view, which is the essential goal of Spiritism. Hence, it would be a mistake to make them the object of constant preoccupation. Moreover, with respect to the principle of things, we know that since spirits do not know everything, they speak only of what they know or what they think they know. However, since there are persons who might draw from the divergence of these theories an induction against the unity of Spiritism precisely because they have been formulated by the spirits, it is useful to be able to compare the reasons for and against in the interest of the doctrine itself, and to support on the basis of the majority the judgment that may be made as to the worth of certain communications. Review Spiritae, 1862. In light of the above considerations, one must conclude that in the Spiritist doctrine, absolute respect is rendered to human diversity, and it is the Spiritist's responsibility to cooperate in the progress of humankind by practicing charity in its most far-reaching sense, benevolence toward all, indulgence for others' imperfections, and the forgiveness of offenses. Just as Jesus, our guide and model, taught without prejudices of any kind as to color, ethnicity, gender, creed, or economic, social, or moral standing. The Publisher.